I'd apologize to those listening in on D3 TV, but they can't hear me yet, so. Mustang in the sky. Steve Sullivan slaps the go pedal. On the 96, 107 by Sullivan, 1108 by Bellinger. 16 miles. How about Steve Sullivan? 103 under the index. Kevin, Danny, Donnie, Carlton. Everybody else takes a step backwards. Don't even have to say, "Brother, may I?" Because I'm going to say, "Yes, you may." Sullivan takes that little Mustang, goes right to the top. Bob Moran and Bob Robbins up. I think Bob first to the finish line for 500. Another in stock automatic entry in the Malibu wagon. Bob Moran, a stock automatic. Chevrolet Camaro, 1053, 125 by Moran, 1248, 104 by Bob. Moran at 71 under the index. Good for number 38 on the qualifying sheet. Ricky Clark and Jimmy Marshall. Marshall out of Indian Land, South Carolina. Sparky, we're all living in Indian. We're here long before the rest of us. Marshall off and running, the I-Stock automatic Chevy Nova, Ricky Clark. That big block, 396 top. 1108, 118 for Clark. 41, 114 by Marshall. Marshall at 88 under the index. Chick with a stick, 327 4-speed Chevy. Ooh, Mosier Engineering's got the new Corvette body on their super gas car. Ooh, swanky. All right, super gas going to come at it. Ron Ruggles going to sit down and tell you all about it because, well, it's break time. I'm on the union shift here this weekend, right? Yeah. Ron's coming up next. Super Gas, 990 cars and trucks right behind.
All right, thank you, Bob Unkerberg. We start out right out of the box. A little bit of fiberglass, a lot of window glass. Super Gas, here we go. Rusty Cook. He's over in that left-hand lane. He's having quite a year. Number 5 at national points. Look down in Division 2. He's number 2. He's having quite a year. That is Dave going from the left side. Kenneth Sanders coming up here on the right. Look at Dakota pick him up. Truck retired, came here from the Gateway Town. goes 991. That's a great start. 986 for Steve. And he'll be slowing that race goes down here. As ventures back to the pit area. And Rob Moser and Steve Williams join in. Steve Williams, the true blue, Ford Pro, giving the pro transmission. See what's up. All block forward. He won't be on the top very long. But Rob Moser. Gary Linkhorn and Jerry Duke as we start Super Gas, session number 1. And the shootout is also Gary Linkhorn clean and green. Finish certainly says Jerry Duke was on the top of the hill. Gary Linkhorn went through the tunnel with a 988, 154 miles an hour. John Wise and Jerry Spoor, next two Super Gas competitors, both of them out of the Buckeye State, coming down south here to warm up, and hopefully the race cars are up to operating trailing down there as Jerry Spoor goes 991, 151. John, problems set in for the 67 Chevy 2 early in that run. It started at the Christmas tree and just went downhill from there as he goes 11-13 at 121 miles an hour. Jerry, meanwhile, on the beam as he goes 1 over at 151 miles an hour. So a little bit of break in the action here as the Draw RFC shootout competitors are already jostling, trying to get into that as 991 with a 4. Jerry Spoor is number 1 on the list. A couple 991s already. Hopefully they've signed up for the Draw RFC shootout. That'll be conducted later on this afternoon. Warren, how we doing with our D3 TV? Okay, we are back up and working as Warren has been working feverishly over there, trying to get everybody back online, and Warren apologizes to all of the world and here on the grounds that's tuned in for a little bit of a delay, but we know how the computer world is at times. It can be very frustrating. So Warren Evans apologizing for the D3 TV as we were down a little bit, but it should be up. A little bit of a break here as we anticipate the race here this weekend. In national points in our Super Gas class, Mia Tedesco is leading that group of racers with Mike Sawyer in the number 2 spot. Jacob Elrod, that rounds out the top 3. But when we look into the Division 3 points, quite a battle raging on as Jacob Elrod is leading the pack with 384. Mia Tedesco right behind with 382 points. And Leo Zinda is number 3. So that rounds out the top 3 both nationally and in Division 3. It'll be interesting as the weekend progresses how those points will be shuffled like a deck of cards. And just like that, we're back to action with the 75 Fire Engine Red Gremlin, Mr. 565 bow tie Chevrolet. Also roasting marshmallows at 8 Cavalier, Alabama. big block, 565 cubic inches. Super gas ride. Connie out of the Buckeye State. Trimming the finish line with a 983 over there on the Jake scoreboard at 140 miles an hour. And Carl Watts putting the power down in a 64-mile-an-hour blast with that 979 run. The bright red Monza interior. Powered 33 Ford Roadster out of Ohio, Dayton Styles. Contract. 2007 racing racers, they charge westbound and down. Looks like Tim will throw the fender out down here first. He'll record the 982, 146-mile-an-hour run. And Dan Childs, 988 at 150 miles an hour as he closes his tab at the top. Gordon, 68 Mustang GT. Drive to see, not to drive to see. Nice looking ride. Looks out that driver's window. Mark Sanders already plugged in. Firefighter, Harrison, Ohio, Cavaliers. Warren, 996, 137. Mark Sanders going to have to pick up the pace as he was 10:04. Jerry Spoor and Justin Moser, a couple super gas cars in the 991 range, and the rest of them spill into the 993. So Devin Eisenhower out of the Houston Drag had a star-studded career in the Houston ranks. 19-year-old college student for that 67 Camaro. He'll be joined by Larry Turner. Right, 174G. Both sides will go to work here in Houston. Here comes Devin Eisenhower pouring the coals to that Camaro, and he goes 993. Larry's a little faster. 991, 146 miles an hour. That'll give him a good baseline before we catch them a little later on in the day. Dave Dahlem out of Fremont, Illinois, the retired cat worker. Running for Sloan Racing Transmission, 57 Corvette. There's Judy down in the area, keeping eyes on Corvette. Don's already in the next county. Dave's trying to catch up over here on the Jakes.com lane. Well, Don left before the 3 was activated. Dave Dahlem, a good run for them, 991, 150 miles an hour right out of the box. 169 miles an hour. Good booming speed down the top end. Tom, a couple eights. They plugged in that Schmidt engine on the oval. Jason Dickens rolls in. Their Springfield, Tennessee runner here. Division 3 race here in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Beautiful blue skies, blue clouds rolling in. The birds right on give him just a warning ticket so far. Meanwhile, Janice on the full pull with a 985, 157 miles an hour. Jason's going to have to regroup as he goes 957. Definitely not part of their game plan as they start their weekend off. And three. And Schmidt, the business owner out of Evansville, Indiana. At 27 roads, she's got her top down, ready to enjoy some of that nice, warm, humid air here today. right, Skip Walls and Rob Stigall, the next pair up. Super gas cars. Skip Walls. Rob Stigall also rolling down the boulevard. So Skip Walls and Rob Stigall, neither one of them will get a time on that one. Downfield and all the way up down to Hamilton, Ohio. 63 Corvette. They will plug in and west. Miles an hour. 10:03, 162 is Trottville to clear the Bud plane down the top end. And Sherman Adcock Jr., a Division II runner, coming up, pulling up into Division III as the Valvoline Hoosier sponsored Trans Am, ready to go out of Forston, Georgia. Sherman Adcock. Mile-an-hour time slip, a 986. Doug Marshall a little quicker at 156 miles an hour. It's always fun to watch those combinations. So John Taylor, number 6 in the national points. So again, we apologize for our PA system. Hopefully we are back online and a lot clearer than we were just a little while ago, as Warren and Bob Unkerfer up here trying to chase the problem. So we're going to be down here for just a little bit, take care of things down there at the top end. So with our Draw RFC shootout coming at us later on today, hopefully Leo Zenda signed up, because right now he has unofficially ran a 9.90 with a 1. Dave Dahlem sits number 2 with a 991 with a 1. Jerry Spoor, number 3, 991 with a 4. And Justin Mosier, number 4, 991 with a 7, tied with Larry Turner. And then number 6 was Connor Millwoods, 991 with a 9. And Bob Hansha and Devin Eisenhower is our top 8. Hopefully they all signed up. And we got a few more super gas cars to roll down the Broadway. And so we're taking care of a little bit of an issue down there at the top end. We'll be down here for just a little bit.
Get on hold here for just a bit, and being attended to now by the park. Everything take care of our racer in need on that. Just a few moments. Racetrack in the shutdown area is one of our racers coming in contact with the right-hand wall, well past the finish line, well down into the shutdown area, and we're getting him taken care of just as quickly as possible. Well, the word from the far end of the racetrack is driver is out of the car. They are transporting him to check him out, make sure everything is okay, but they did get the driver out of the car, and they have moved him into the ambulance. They are going to transport him to the local medical facility for a checkout. And at this stage of the game, that is all I have to share with you, but driver is out of the car and being transported at this time.
For over 45 years, racers have come to depend on Moroso Performance products to help get their car to the winner's circle. With a full line of oil system and must-have racing products, it's important that the factory support goes farther than just the purchase. For 2015, Moroso Performance is expanding trackside support to most divisional races, while continuing to pay contingency on all Moroso oil pans. The Moroso Trackside Support Trailer is designed for the sportsman racer's needs and peace of mind while attending these events. Stop by the Moroso Performance Trailer and have your tire pressure gauge checked for accuracy on the Moroso fully certified calibration tool. Maybe it's time to replace that old coil wire with a new one for the season. Remember that coil wire will see 8 times the workload of the rest of the spark plug wires. Stop by the trailer and see just what is available for purchase. Moroso Performance product questions and inquiries can be answered in person by a factory representative. Moroso Performance, since 1968, it's our passion that drives us.
K&N now brings you an extreme duty oil filter and the same engineering that goes into the world's best air filter has developed a premium oil filter that features a 1-inch nut on the bottom of the can for easier installation and removal. This high-flow oil filter protects some of the most protecting yours. K&N oil filters are available at all automotive retailers. Find out more online at knfilters.com.
And again, for those of you back in the pit area on hold, had a super gas racer lighted up with a big puff of smoke here on the jeg side of the racetrack. Ended up coming to a stop against the right-hand wall, the jegs wall, well down into the shutdown area. Driver is out of the car and has been transported to be checked out medically. Cleanup wrapping up down on the shutdown area, and as soon as we can get the all clear from the other end of the racetrack, we will get back into action with our first super gas time trial. Again, hope everybody had a chance to swing by the registration trailer, pay your $20 entry fee for the draw and Racers for Christ Super Shootout and Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. You do need to have your money in the hands of the NHRA registration trailer prior to your first round run. So those of you in Super Gas that haven't yet done so and think, oh, forgot to do that, you still have a little bit of time to make your way over. If you haven't made your run yet, if you have, well, I'm sorry. But those of you back in the lanes that want to get signed up, don't forget to stop by the registration trailer. Or send the wife or the spouse or the better half or the other half or the better two-thirds, or send Joe, I don't care. But send them over to the registration trailer with your 20 to get paid in and get that taken care of. See the cleanup wrapping up, seeing some of the vehicles leaving the top end of the racetrack. So as soon as we can get back into it with Super Gas time trial and qualifying number 1, we'll be doing so.
Hogan's Racing Manifolds would like to thank all of their past and present customers for making them such a success, as they are now celebrating over 41 years in business. One thing has not changed. They still ride and eat manifolds. Racing Manifolds likes to give back to their customers is by offering contingency for all NHRA national and divisional events. Though they have made their reputation in the racing field, Hogan's Racing Manifolds also builds manifolds for the street and show cars. Visit them online at Hogan's Racing Manifolds, Facebook, or just give us a call today.
Again, cleanup going on down at the other end of the racetrack. Just about to get everything down there wrapped up. So I'll just kind of put out a word to the wise, the racers. If you have strayed far from your car, I'm not going to tell you to suit up yet, but I am going to tell you that you might want to be paying attention and get kind of back close to your car, because when we do put out the call to suit up, we'll be getting ready to rumble. And from this end of the racetrack looking down on the other end, we're not that far away from it. So just a word to the wise to kind of get ready, and as soon as we get word, we'll get everybody suited up and get ready to continue on here with round number 1 of Super Gas.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those wind lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the sportsman competition throughout, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
All right, drivers, I just heard in the background radio chatter about 5 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dave McClelland, and I want to invite you to the Racers for Christ Chapel service.
Session number 1. Drivers about 5
Take time
minutes.
out from all the drag racing action
there.
and join us on Sunday morning. It's non-denominational,
We'll let
and
everybody know
everybody
chapel
is
service
welcome.
will be at 7:15 Sunday morning
Look
in the
for times
grandstand.
and locations
9
on the
o'clock in the
flyers throughout
amphitheater.
the pit area.
Chapel
Have
services
a great
Sunday
race
morning,
day.
7:15 in the grandstand, 9 a.m. in the amphitheater.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dave
Racers for
McClelland,
Christ
and I
Chapel
want to
service
invite
Sunday
you
morning.
to the Racers for
7:15
Christ
in the
Chapel
grandstands,
service.
9 a.m. in the amphitheater. Everybody
Take
is
time out
welcome.
from all the drag racing
Keep reminding
action
you of that
and
as
join
the
us on
weekend
Sunday
progresses.
morning.
But,
It's
we just wanna let everybody
non-denominational,
know
and
that,
everybody is
7:15
welcome.
First service Sunday morning in the grandstands. 9 a.m.
Look
second
for times
service.
and locations on the
Sunday morning
flyers
in the
throughout the pit
amphitheater.
area. Have a great race day.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Alltronics has what you need. Alltronics Perform Air weather stations have been the choice of champions for over 20 years. The Perform Air's unsurpassed accuracy and prediction technology will put you in the winner's circle. Alltronics Perform Air systems are available from trailer mounted to handheld, with paging and text messaging capabilities. With Perform Air's new apps, you can receive your weather and prediction right on your smartphone. And Alltronics Perform Air is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Alltronics is always there when you need them for products that will get you to that final round. Remember Alltronics and Perform Air weather stations. Order one now at www.alltronicsinc.com.
All right, understand we got 2 minutes, boys and girls. 2 minutes. 2-minute warning. So drivers, you might want to get suited back up, strap back in, and yes, Rock, that includes you. Two-minute warning. Getting back into it now. John Taylor and Rock Oz going to rock on. Continue with our super gas time trial. Pro stock truck for the elevator company owner and operator over there on the left-hand side. Rock Oz, meanwhile, on the right-hand side. Wheeling the Davis-built Corvette down the racetrack. Rock goes through 991 at 165, 96 by John Taylor. 163 miles an hour. Who are our contestants so far? Leo Zindon, Dave Dollar, Jerry Spohr, Rock Oz, Justin Moser, Larry Turner, Connor Millwood, Bob Handshoe. 992 by Bob. Bob, something tells me it's probably not going to stick. Yes. Todd Cincinnati, Firebird out of Clarksville, and Joe Harper over on the right-hand side. Paul Mopar, Dodge Avenger here in the check lane. You're listening in via D3 TV. Sorry for the delay there for a bit. Gas racer going down track. And a large plume of smoke down at the other end. First thing we do, been transported as a precautionary move to get checked out. 985 by Joe Harper, 157. 981 by Todd Cincinnati. 158 miles an hour. Again, strictly precautionary move. Larry Riddell out of Evansville. The Bald-Man transmission, 27 Ford Roadster. There in the left lane, and Steve Whitlow. Andersonville, Tennessee-based Mustang. 351 cubic inch Mustang. Category absolutely dominated by big block Chevrolet. Interesting to see the little $989, $149 by Steve Whitlow. $989, $153. There in the Bud Lane, Bitsy Saturn rolls in. Lawrenceburg, Kentucky runner. Steve Hoyt, number 5 in the world last year. Had a Angela 63 Corvette. Jan 63 Corvette. Almost sounds like a Beech. Wow, Bitsy stood that front end up and landed it hard. Muscle through 9:51. Low ET of the session. 987 by Steve Hoyt. 171 miles an hour. What's that low ET get you? Nothing but harassment by the announcer. Diane Anderson up on the right-hand side, and the unnamed Corvette there in the left lane. Corvette to be named later. Super Stock needs you to the lanes now, please. Super Stock. Staging lanes, please. Come on down. Paula, Patsy, let me know if this is any better. Make the level here is a little bit higher than home. 988, 159 by Diana. 994 for the Corvette. There in the left lane at a buck 38 for speed. Schreiner. Paul Richardson up on the right-hand side. And Bob Handshoe's 992. Lots better. Thank you, much better there. All right, sounds good. Paul Richardson right side, 994, 158. Schreiner goes through 967. Certainly not a 951 like Bitsy ran, but hey, gave it a shot. White Deuce up next. Judy wants to know where the cameras are because she wants to wave at people back home that are watching on D3 TV. Don Anderson. ride go down track moments ago. See if Don can turn it on with the 991, 985, 162. How about Dwight? Judy's happy. 9.904. That's a 20 package on the opening lap. It'll probably put him into the show. Yep, they're like number 2. He's smiling big. Terry Geddington, right-hand side. Geddington, another runner from out west, out of Bluffdale, Utah. 985 in that early model Corvette. 986 155 there on the left-hand side. Jacob and Eddie Arnold. Or Jaja. Green Acres is the place to be. Ron should be singing that song. Farm living is the life. Arnold out of Ohio. For APD and Arnold Engineering up in the Oldsmobile. Series number 1 on the side of that Corvette. He is the man. Trying to win it here in the division again. 987. 165 miles an hour. 992 by Eddie. 162 mile an hour lap. Troy. Jack, Troy. Jack Collier, right side. Manpower, Camaro Roadster. Troy in the left lane, the 57 Corvette out of that, well, Jegs operation, because not everybody paints their cars yellow and black like the Jegs team does. $995, 163 by Troy, 997 by Jack, 164 miles an hour. Jeff Reed and Jim Falvey. Falvey up in the dark. Got a little bit bigger motor in it. Hunter Millwood, 991. Rounds out our quick 8 right now. Jeff Reed. Falvey, going to see what they can do. Reed in the left lane, 963. Certainly not Bitsy's 951, but hey, 155. 994 by Falvey at 147. They came close. No cigar. Steve Matthausen. Newport News, Virginia. Base runner, the Pontiac GTO. Corvette here on the right-hand side. 6 Stingray. Way down track. Dean, 988 by the Corvette. That was Dean that went WAP. That was a good WAP because it puts him into the qualified show in the number 6 spot. Connor just got bumped out. The bump now becomes a 991.7 by Larry Turner. That's Ken Mostowich, the runner out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Mike Grossi, he out of Ohio. Deliria. I like Delirious. Just Deliria. Mike's 008 in second. He goes 986 at 169. Ostowich is 001. Off the base at a 10:06 lap. Super Stock needs you to lanes, please. Super Stock needs you. Staging lanes, please. Super Stock. To the lanes, come on down. Peter Wayne up in his 34 Chevy Roadster, which falls under the category of Yankee up, Mickey Thompson. Charlie Stewart built machine, coming off the recent win. 995, 166 by Luke, 993 by Skeeter, 136 miles an hour. Ken Bowers, Kelly Keith, KB, and KK. Bowers on the left side out of Ohio. The advanced chassis runner out of Kentucky, another farmer. Be time to harvest all the crops here shortly, isn't it? $989, $160 by Kelly Keith. $989, $165 by Bowers. $987 by Kenny Threat. Craig Porter goes through with another $987 lap. 144 and 161. Roger Warren out of Texas. That's why David was listening, or is listening. Hi, David. Yes, I am pulling thing. Yes, Dad is on the line. Yes, you should be here. Teddy Barlow out of Bowling Green on the right-hand side. Teddy might have that home field advantage. Es posible. $995, $158 by Barlow. Roger Warren goes 980, 164 miles an hour. Jimmy Carter out of Texas, off and running. Ray Conley out of Ohio, not going anywhere. Super Stock, you should be in the lane. Super Stock, been calling you. Come on down. Super Stock. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Super Stock. Lanes 2 and 3. Coy Collier up on the left-hand side, the young man out of Louisiana, part of that Manpower racing operation. Roadster on the right-hand side. I missed it when it came around the corner. Looking strictly at the taillights is not the best indicator of who's inside the car. 991.0 by Coy, 980 by the Camaro Roadster. Steve Collier rolls in. Wonder why that didn't transpose. 991.0 should put him number 3. Say run because he's only young because he's only 68. Block powered roadster. 980, 170 by Collier, 1109 by McNeil. 129 miles an hour. Neil's going to have to step that one up a little bit if he wants to play in the 990 category. Tim Gillespie, roadster out of Ohio, and Edmond over here on the right-hand lane. Again, super stock, lanes 2 and 3, please. Super stock needs you to lanes 2 and 3. If you would, please, come on down. .1042 by Edmond at 114. 988 by Tim at 152. Corvette Roadsters a pair. C5 Corvettes, to be honest with you. Derek Denny right side, Bob Pro's left lane. Indiana Runner Pros goes 991.3. Denny out of Tennessee goes 988.4. Jeff Jensen and Rusty Cook, another pair of Corvettes, another C5 for Rusty. Here on the right side. 63 edition for Jeff there in the left lane. Jensen 991.6. 55 miles an hour for Grandpa out of Clarksville. Rusty goes through 989. The Ohio Crankshaft Corvette. Matt Tankersley up in the Pontiac GTO. I love this car. Beautiful machine. Runner out of Tennessee. Jensen up in his 63 Corvette split window there on the left side. Tankersley 007 at the hit, runs 984. At 153, 997 for Jensen's Corvette. Buck 55. Terminal velocity at the other end. Racing Jason and Mark Miles. Mark Miles out of Flintstone, Georgia. Wonder how far it is from Rubble. .992, 159 by Mark. 986 and 169 for Racing. You like that one? Miss Mia rolls in. Mia and Jacob duking it out for the divisional championship this year. Miss Mia's trying to run away with the national championship, but there's still some racing to go. There's still some racers behind her. Racing play. Junior Houston goes 10:42. 146 out of the truck. 987 by Mia. 169 miles per. Tommy Cook and Steve Theodore. Mr. Theodore. McLaughlin, the Fast Lube Shop. The 3 Corvette on the right side. Cook up in his Cook's transmission. Chevy Road. Giddy up and go. $996, 161, 986 for Tommy Cook. 156 miles an hour. Theodore a little bit better on the category there. Val Harmon up in his Camaro Roadster. John Schickish. I'll list his occupation is old and retired. $987, 172 miles an hour by John. Val's right there with him, though. 165 out of that Camaro. That goes 9.899. Freddie Bart, Bob Krikorin appear to be our final pair. Got one single to come up right behind. It'll be super stock time, which means super stock if you're not in the staging lanes. And headlight by Freddie. Martin in the Monza. $986 by Freddie. Krikorin goes $981 at 159. Joe Fisher's car's got parachute pack premature deployment problems. Let's see, how much parachute can a parachute packer pack if a parachute packer is packing? Kind of like how much wood can a woodchuck chuck? Hey, we have a winner. Joe coming off of the win over St. Louis bound. RacingRVs.com, our national sponsor on the Top Sportsman and Top Dragster Championship chase this year. Nice to have Angry Tom Patience Fisher back with us. $971, 170 by Joe. Tom did pick up a new nickname while he was on the mend after his recent surgery. His new middle name is Patience. Super stock, if you're not in the staging lanes right now, All I can tell you is you're tardy. Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes, if you would, please. All right, our super stock field waiting patiently in the lanes next to the tower. Hope everybody on D3 TV has found the proper link to get linked in on. And I've shared, Nitro Joe has shared. And yes, I do have the hiccups, and we will continue on. Yeah, it's not, as Warren says, it's not the audio feed that has a hiccup. It is the audio producer, me. I got hiccups. I'm going to lead off Super Stock with a Hemi Dart and a Hemi Cuda. Well, we have an ex-Hemi Cuda. That two-ton bunch used to be out of, or is out of Louisiana. It used to be a Hemi Cuda. It's now a factory GTC machine. Cal's out of New Brunswick, Canada. .426 Hemi Dart. Don't forget the Hemi Shootout coming up next week at Indy. 880, 151 by house. Gordon goes through 967. 136 miles an hour for Mr. Gordon. Gary Summers and Kevin Helms. Helms up in that 512 cubic inch V10 drag pack Challenger. Summers up in the stick shift. 302 Mustang. Dude, I got news for you. I have announced through hiccups many a time over the last 47. Just a foul quick out of the gate. 956, 142 by Kevin. Gary Summers, 11. Kevin's 49 under. Gary's not even there yet. Here comes my favorite Cadillac, P90 Eldorado. GTM automatic machine, 425 Cadillac underneath the hood. For the body shop owner, operator out of Ohio. More like having a 33 and 30. Keep nudging it. 265, 55 Chevrolet for Steve Hinton. 1206, 109 miles an hour by Steve. Sharp with an 1120 lap at 120 miles an hour. That puts him 54 under the index. Jerry Harris and Larry Wilson. In next, our 64 Chevelle on the right-hand side for the runner out of Kentucky. Super M automatic. You want to go racing? Here's one for sale. Jerry Harris, GTI automatic. The old Chief from Alabama. Or they call them the Crimson Tide. $10.84, 122 by Jerry Harris, 1101 and 119 by 5 under the index. Hang on there, Jimmy Bridges. Corvette, big block, stick car, comes out of the gate and heads towards the tree. Kyle Ratcliffe, meanwhile, goes 924, 143 miles an hour. Which is right on down the boulevard. 73 and change under the index for the factory GTA class. Bridges gets there, stops the timers 28 seconds later. Looks like Jimmy's Corvette may need some assistance off the top end. Ratcliffe at 75 under the index. I stand corrected. Looks like Jimmy finally able to get it rolling again. So Larry Wilson's 1 at 83 under. Ratcliffe is 2 at 75 under. But then again, we are only 10 cars into the class. David McGee. Morning View, Kentucky. Something tells me that town faces east. Because if they named it Morning View and it's facing west, well, somebody needs to sit down and have a long talk with them. Mattingly's GTI automatic. Old Achieve out of Cox Creek, Kentucky. Big wheels up launch for the GTC automatic. 454, 68 Nova. McGee hauling the mail, goes 1039. 126, 1041. 128 by Mattingly. Mattingly takes over the number 2 spot with a 78 under lap. He slides into number 10 right now. Here's Keith Lynch and Ronnie Dutton. Keith, a former 2-time world champion. Factory Super Stock Cave. Dragstersforsale.com. Yeah, corrected. RacingRVs.com. There by Challenger to leave the starting line, and the challenge with the Challenger continues. 11:05, 120 by Dutton in the GTM automatic Monza. $12.43 and 131 by Keith. I think I heard words coming from down track like, gosh darn it even. Winfred Bingham, Fred Allen up in the truck. Mary Esther, Florida. You say Mr. and Mrs. Esther wanted to name a city after their daughter? Could be. Bingham there on the left side, 327, 4-speed, 66 Chevy 2 wagon. How cool a ride's that? 905, 145 by Fred, 1085, 124 by Bingham. Fred's at 89 under. Everybody else in the place takes a step backwards. Bingham goes through. He finds himself currently number 13. Here's young Brina. And Mr. Caccaro. Olay Cobalt, a pair. 2008 left side, the GTB automatic ride. Coral's B Super. Chevy Cobalt on the right out of Panama City. Down Floridia way. Understand they're about to get a hurricane down there next few days. Just what they need is more rain. Oh, hang on, Gary. Coral's car comes off the line, does a little sachet to the left. Maybe that was a do-say-do, one of the two. 943 Breen at 139 miles. 1292 by Gary. Breen up to the number 3 spot now at 81. Under the index, Robin Brown's Chevy 2. Dan Steed's Chevy 2. $10.04 and 130 by Robin. $10.53, 122 by Dan. Robin 75 under. Dan 71 under. Robbie Shaw up from Georgia. Larry Cummins up from Louisiana. The Godfather, the boss man. Head man in charge, chief cook and bottle washer. Man, it keeps an eye on Baby Gap coming. Well, Baby Gap on there. Well, that's not a good sign when Larry Cummins steps off the throttle down at the other end of the racetrack and there's a big pile of smoke behind it. So we'll send the over-the-wall gang out and over the wall to check down the shutdown area. And Larry Cummins, big puff of smoke out of the back of that Chevrolet. Takes the car all the way down to the other end of the racetrack. Checking the racing groove in the shutdown area over here on the Jegs side. Also B, the race drive, and C, the racetrack. Not necessarily in that order, but you get the idea.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those wind lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
99.9
McClelland, and I want to invite you to the Racers for Christ Chapel service. Take time out from all the drag racing action and join us on Sunday morning. It's non-denominational and everybody is welcome. Look for times and locations on the flyers throughout the pit area.
Well, for all of our
Have a
super
great
stock
race
drivers,
day.
I will tell you this. From my vantage point in the tower, I can see white stuff going down on the racing surface. It is, I shouldn't say surface, it's down in the shutdown area. Appears to be right at the finish line and on down track as they're towing Larry's Mosier Engineering Cavalier off the top end. But we are going to be down for a bit for a little bit of a cleanup here on the Jag side of the racetrack. And I'm going to see if I can find a cure for the hiccups while we're down for a moment or two. So as soon as we get ready to go, I'll let you know, and we'll get the top end cleaned up. And for those of you that are wondering, it is strictly in the shutdown area. There's nothing on the racing surface itself.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be a participating major sponsor of the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you're looking for an advantage, remember the name Hoosier Racing Tire, because they truly are tires designed for champions. See us in the manufacturer's midway or contact the authorized Hoosier Racing Tire dealer nearest you for product information to accommodate your racing needs. A K&N high-flow air filter will keep your vehicle running at high efficiency day after day. As it protects your engine, K&N's technology allows your engine to breathe all the air that it needs. The original lifetime air filter's easy to clean when it gets dirty, and it never needs replacing. K&N, it's like having a new air filter in your car every day. These filters are handmade in the USA, and you can find out more online at knfilters.com.
Rubbing it. I mean, going on right. Well, it looks like the final check of the. Make your way back to your cars. Get ready to get suited up in those ever comfortable 5-layer suits again. All righty, well, back into it now. Tom Armanino out of San Mateo. I got to make sure I get all the vowels and consonants in there. Tom Armanino, San Mateo, California, out of Steve's Camaro, the G Automatic, small block 350. Dave Manning out of Louisville, making a toe down. 89 Beretta. Stick shift 327. Manning goes 946, 140 miles an hour, 980 for Tom. 132. Armanino 74 under. Manning at 73 under. Terry Lindsay's in with the Corvette. Bowling Green based. I think this car's up for sale. Corvette there on the left-hand side. Mike Stokes out of Hopkinsville. Dang, we got rid of the hiccups, didn't even get the shot of whiskey to do it. I got shortchanged. Must have been the brownies. Thank you, Cindy. Ray was a good delivery man, but thank you, Cindy. Oh, hang on, Mike. That was a bit much on the do-si-do there. Lindsay goes through 975, 135 miles per. Mr. Stokes cruising on down in his Cavalier. Stops the timers with the outlandish 21-second elapsed time. Lindsay goes in at 44 under the index. Stokes is on the sheet. Ernie Neal and Dale Hultquist. Ernie up another stick shift ride. The preponderance of stick shift, stock and super stock cars here in the division is literally quite astounding. You have the opportunity to travel the country, partake of the races. I have the fortune to be able to do. I'll tell you, stick shift cars are very heavily popular. Ernie out of the gate and running. 008. Dale's 001 on the wrong side. Elite glass and trim. 1029, 124 by Dale. 937 by Ernie. 141 miles an hour. Ernie's 83 under. Dale's at 75. Tyler Kahele rolls in out of Rock Springs. And Matt Potts in his Camaro. By Matt 11. 30 cars down track so far. Mike Cotton working his way down the Super I automatic CUDA. 997, 132 by Mike. We've got Slate's number on the side of the Hollingsworth car. I got to check and figure that one out. Anyway, it goes across 16 seconds later. Cotton's at 73 under the index, and unofficially that's good for number 12. Scott Go. And Hogg, Ryan over on the right-hand side. Young runner out of Columbus, which we all know is in Indiana, not Ohio, right? Okay. Over Junior Dragster National Champion over here on the right-hand side. It's got to go Super A modified, 358 cubic inch, small motor, Dodge Daytona. Got news for you. You got a lot of Columbuses. And not all of them sailed the Ocean Blue in 1492. Scott Gove, 806 at 168 miles an hour, 977 by Ryan. Gove at 93 under out of that Mopar car. Ryan 67 under, that's good for 17, but Scott Gove to the leader of the pack. 93 under the index, 806. Everett Hill up, another stick shift. This time a 302 powered Ford Mustang. GTJ the category. Steve Johnson, stick shift, 427.67 Fairlane. For Horace, Stephen and Jacob. Johnson's out of Garston, Alabama. Of stick shift cars. Go through Stephen, 982. 134 miles an hour, 1067 by Everett. Both of those cars right at 37 under the index. Larry Eagle and Ron Terrell. Next pair in. General Motors F-bodied machines. The Camaro on the right-hand side, 85 vintage. Firebird in the left lane, an 84 vintage. Same assembly line back in the day. Ron's got issues. He's slowing. Eagle's taking his stick shift guard through. 10:02, 132 for Terrell. Super J automatic machine. Slowly, easily, finally getting to the other end of the racetrack. 1943. At a whopping 39 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Larry Eagle goes 7-7-7 under the index. I think I might go find me a casino somewhere. 7-7-7. Frankie Morris out of Bardstown. Larry Zavala, one of our California entourage here this weekend. The Zavala family. Had a chance to sit and have dinner with them last night. Former winner out in Phoenix, 2003. Pleasure of being there for that race. Eric Jones, the engine builder. Phil Mandela, the chassis man. Phil's in the house, keeping an eye on everything. Well, it looks like Tom Blinko made his way back to the registration trailer so he could sign his tech card. Without his tech card, there'd be no race for you. A lot of black smoke out of the back of that car. Whew. Blenko Super F automatic machine for the runner out of Bardstown. Dave Tincher's GTC automatic. Elizabethtown based. Zimmerman's Speed Shop sponsored. Chevy Cavalier. Drivers ought to be able to find the finish line right now because it is bathed in sunlight. Starting line is bathed in shadow. There goes Tom. David's thinking about it. Thought about it. Decided he'd just take it easy. 973 by Blenko. 134 miles an hour. Tincher's GTC automatic, little 350 powered Cavalier. Chevrolet should have built a 350 Cavalier. How about an LS1 powered Cobalt? I could get into that. Give me an LS1 powered Cobalt and turn the design staff from the Z5 Corvette suspension group loose with the suspension. Huh? Could you get into it? I could. Be a poor man's Corvette, so it'll never happen because they don't want to take any sales away from the Corvette. Yeah. Speaking of that, Aaron Dysinger out of Monticello. Aaron, a engine builder by profession. Big inch, Beech super power. Jeremy Budd. C-Modified Pontiac Grand Am. Jeremy had a couple of pretty good runs this year. 932, 142 for Jeremy. 881, 152 for Aaron Dysinger. 83 under the index. Mudd goes, well, 17 under. He's in, and that's the important part. Johnny Rakes, Virginia. 305 powered. Well, it says Cobalt. I got news for you, folks. It's Pontiac. What my screen says. Comes up as a GTD automatic car for Tom. I got to believe it's probably not. 1012, 130 for Beasley. We'll have to check that deck card. 1025, 115 by Johnny Rakes. Runner out of Bradfordsville. Moles right on through. Randall Klein out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Taylor Klein Racing, 265 cubic inch, high winding, small block, Super M automatic machine. Now that car is a classic. Here's Tom Beasley. Here, yeah, okay. I'll buy this. They had the wrong car number in on that last car. That's what the problem was. I thought there was something askew. 1016, 129. Beasley goes down the racetrack. 1529. Randall Klein's got issues. He'll just kind of cruise across. Jeremy 87 Taylor. Chad goes 81 under. Jeremy's at 67 under. Jeff Taylor and Jerry Holman working their way down track. Taylor second out of the gate on that pair. 974, 136 by JT. 1049, 128 by Holman. Holman at 50 under the index. Jeff Taylor. Where did that put Jeffrey? Jeffrey is 75 under. That's good for number 14 so far. Matt Morris. Matt Morris has got a tough job. He is distillery supervisor. I mean, stop and think about it, boys. Todd France makes his way through 977 to 134, 11:16 by Matt. At only 90 miles an hour. France, this button on this box, I'm going to throw it away. 88 under by Todd. Scott Gove still leading the pack, unofficially at 93 under the end. Dale Mears and Irvin John. Dale up in his little 318 Aspen wagon. Irvin up in the Indiana Jones Cobalt. .934, 141 by Irvin. 11:05, 118 by Dale. Dale's 79 under. Irvin John's at 75 under the index. Stan Holt. Super Stock K. Chevy 2, and Dan Jacobs up in his stick shift Chevy Cavalier. .1032 by Stan at 126. Dan Jacobs' little Cavalier goes through at a 10:06 a lap. Little cleanup there on the starting line. Run through here, see where we're at. Jacobs at 68 under the index. Stan at 67 under the index. 59 cars so far down the racetrack. Kenny Vaughn's Super 96 stick shift Camaro. Boy, he stood it up on the wheelie bars. Just flattened those rear slicks. 978 at 115. I mean, he wrinkled them puppies up like nobody's business in the back. Oh, I know. 978 on his 1020 index, and he was out of the gas before he even got close to the finish line. Brian Simonek rolls in now, the 265 fuel injected. Late model taxi cab engine underneath the hood of that Buick Regal. Tyler Green's B automatic, big block Corvette on the right. .934, 141 by Tyler Green, 11:58 by Brian at 113 miles an hour. Simonek just barely under the index, but he's there. Brianna Kelly up in her Camaro now on the left side, and Emily Volkman, a little Super L automatic, 283 Chevy too. .998 by Brianna at 132, 1076 by Emily, 121. Brianna 66 under, Emily 62 under. Mike Teufel and Matt Forbes rolls in the taxi cab. Wait a minute, he needs to get Brian Simonek's motor. Put the taxi cab motor in the four-door Bel Air. That'd be a neat combination. Mike Teufel up on the left-hand side, a North Carolina-based runner. Formerly a Coloradan. .888, 151 by Teufel, 1152 by Forbes. Forbes at 62 on decks. Brian Stufflebeam and Zach Running roll in next. Stufflebeam, Super J automatic and the Firebird. Zach Running a GTI automatic Oldsmobile. Out of Michigan over here on the right-hand side. Zach goes through 1049 at 123, 1041 by Stufflebeam. 109 miles an hour. Brian's 58 under. Zach's 70 under. Steve Bellinger and Dave Dupps roll in. Dave on a tear this year. Dave looking strong in the points chase. Bellinger up the GTE machine. They're on the left side. 65 edition, little Chevy too. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Super Comp needs you to lanes. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. Steve Bellinger, 981 at 133, 982 by Dupps. Dupps at 82 under. That's good for number 7. Bellinger at 68 under, puts him number 30 on a sheet right now that's got 64 plus super stock cars on it. Austin Richardson, GTD automatic. Camaro on the left lane. Ricky Decker's Super I automatic, little 350, the Lawn Cure. 94 Camaro on the right side. .1004 and 118 by Ricky, 1040 by Austin. Richardson barely under. Decker at 65 under the index. Ricky goes into the number 37 spot. Terry Allison's Pontiac up alongside Jeff Dona, that gorgeous Pontiac Formula. Firebird over here on the right-hand side. The runner Dona out of Gordonville mode. Allison's Pontiac Grand Am out of East Palestine, Ohio. 75 under. Jeff 72 under. Owen Burkett rolls up in his little Buick, the M Automatic machine. Jeff Neiswanger's GTF Automatic car over here on the right-hand side out of Ohio. Again, Super Comp needs you to lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. $994 to 133 by Neiswanger. 1122, 116. Jeff's number 4 at 85 under. Owen's number 42 at 62 under the index. Another Chevy 2, this time Jared Grenier. The Lupe Tortilla Mexican restaurant and cantina. Louisiana-based Chevy 2. Aaron Allison's A modified car, the Chevy Cavalier on the right side. $895, 152 by Aaron, 953 by Jared. Grenier's machine, we've got to get dialed into the system yet. Matt Hoover's truck on the right side, and Mike Bryant's GTF Automatic, the little Pontiac G5 coming up from Nolan's. $991 by Hoover at 131, $984 by Bryant. Bryant goes 95 under. Say hi and how do you do to your new number 1 qualifier. Hoover right behind him, though, slides into the number 3 spot with the truck on a 93 under lap. So it's Mike Bryant's Pontiac, Scott Grove's Mopar, Matt Hoover's truck, along with Fred Allen's truck, the top 4. But we're not done yet. Here comes Doug Fazolar and Steve Koch. Coke out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. $877 to 152 by Doug. Coke goes through 989, 134 miles an hour. Coke's 90 under the index. Doug's 52 under. Joe Tuton and Wendell Howes. Here come the Hemi cars. Super Comp needs you to lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. Wendell's CUDA goes nowhere, and Joe shuts it down just past half track. 954 and 108 miles an hour. He'd like to extrapolate those numbers out into a full bore lap down the racetrack. And that, boys and girls, I do believe, going to bring us to our final car, Mike Bryant, number 1. And of course, all of this is very unofficial until we get everybody's tech card and double check. Scott Gove 2 in his Mopar machine. Matt Hoover, number 3 in the truck. Fred Allen, number 5 in the truck, because Steve Koch rolled into that number 4 spot. Todd France sits number 6. Jeff Neiswanger 7. Aaron Dysinger 8. Larry Wilson number 9, and Ernie Neal in that number 10 position. But here comes David Ramping. Graham Jimbo at the wheel of the Racer's Edge. Skillman Chevrolet. Elite Patterson Performance Chevrolet. 10:26 at 129 miles an hour by Rampy. That'll put Rampy up into the number 3 spot at 93.6 under the index. So it's Bryant, Gove, Rampy, Hoover, Koch, Allen, France, Neiswinger, Deisinger, and Larry Wilson, rounding out the top 10 in our Superstock qualifying. Super Comp getting ready to come up next. Before he has to head out and on the highways and the byways, we'll let Ron Ruggles step in one more time. He's been sitting up here eating my brownies. Of course, I shared because I'm a nice guy. But anyway, Ron's going to tell you all about Super Comp as we go 890.
All right, Bob Unkefer, those brownies sure were good, except one. I did save him one. So Super Comp, just one. Hey, we were just trying to help him out up here. Anyhow, Super Comp. Going to romp with Super Comp. We got them lined up from here to there, from this county to the next county. Well, almost. Well, let's get started here. Draw RFC. They're trying to qualify for that shootout later on today. And D3 TV, hope you're tuned in from here to yonder, as Warren's been working hard keeping everything rolling along up here in the tower and out there on the racetrack. And he's so nice to his cameras, he's got an umbrella over one out there. It's so warm and sunny here. Well, let's go. Justin Moser left side, Jerry Mellis right side. As Justin Moser, well, he's over there in the passing lane of our 2-lane interstate, ready to go. The Moser Engineering American Chassis Dragster out of Portland, Indiana. Jerry Mellis alongside with his ride. Another Hoosier, the racer. Super Comp. No popping, stopping, hard stopping at the finish line racing going on, but they're just trying to get a feel for the racetrack as Mellis goes 888s out the back door down there. And Justin, he starts it off dead 3. So Justin showing him how to do it. 182 mile an hour blast for Justin Moser as he closes the tab down there at the top end. Well, let's go with 2 more. This time, Rusty Cook and Mr. Jacob Elrod. Jacob, a former world champ, is lined up. He's our Super Gas former world champ, but he's lined up on the jegs.com lane, also running for Moser Engineering, a Bruzy transmission, and he hails from Harrod, Ohio. He'll be joined again by Rusty Cook, the Kentucky racer, running for Cook Motorsports. Couple bow ties just about ready to put the power down. Elrod, the top 10 Division III points. He cruises to an 893, but the mile per hour lit up the scoreboard, 180 miles an hour. Jacob likes to do the chasing in this class as we quickly move in to Devin Eisenhower. Devin doing double duty this weekend. A junior dragster racer, had a star-studded career there, moves up into the bigger cars. 19-year-old out of Lebanon, Indiana, Scott Lamar alongside with the Mullis office chair. He's nestled into it comfortably. Came up forward to cool off. Surprise. Clean and green, they both grab green apples off the tree. Here comes that finish line welcoming them both. Scott Lamar goes dead 476. And Devin says, nope, I can do better than that. He goes dead 1 as he trims the scoreboard on the Bud side. All right, Derek Denny moves in out of Pleasant View, Tennessee, the business owner, and he is got the low beams on the tree. Meanwhile, Team 49 pulls in on the right side of our race. They got him set right. We'll go in just about 8.90 seconds, we hope. How about a 12 for Derek Denny as he vacates the runway? 8.79 on the quick. Our competitor on the right side with an 8.95 is Jim Blinkhorn and Joe Tankersley. Now, as well, let's just take a little different approach here. We'll bring this GTO Go 1970 in the logger from Tennessee. He'll plug into the jegs.com lane. Blinkhorn, the engineer, is going to try to engineer a win here at the end of the weekend. We've got Wallies that need new homes. We've got a little bit of work. A couple Tennesseans locking it in. They're looking for the finish line. They found it. Joe's GPS got him there with a 9:03, 153 miles an hour. Blinkhorn, how about a dead on with a 9 pass, as he will be happy when he grabs that time slip. So we're kind of qualifying in for the Draw RFC shootout. And I'll tell you what, these first few that's went down the racetrack have got a great handle on it. As Devin Eisenhower is leading the charge there, as Bob Wolcott, he'll back it up and line it up on our jegs.com lane. Came up from Georgia. Aircraft mechanic traded the tools in today for the driver's job. Steve Bueller out of Freeport, Michigan. Profab chassis dragster. Got a little bit of wing to deal with there as they go westbound and down. So our top three, if they're in the shootout, Devin Eisenhower, dead on with a 1, dead on with a 3, Justin Moser, and Scott Lamar is dead on with a 4. That's where we're at so far. Clean and green, standing on the gas, looking for that finish line. Got it. Bob Wolcott, 8.87 at 174 miles an hour. And Steve, well, he'll grab the old time slip with an 8.93, and they'll go back to the pit, reassess what they're going to do the next time we see them this afternoon. A little later on today, as Steve Collier and Tim Marsh roll in. Steve Collier's in the top 10 in our national point scene for the Super Comp class. Steve Collier, he's parked on the jegs.com lane, but that'll change here in just a second. Came up from Louisiana. Well, Tim Marsh is clean and green. Steve left just a tad early, but no penalty yet, just a warning ticket. As Collier goes 8.86 at 178. And a little quicker, Tim Marsh took the shortcut through the woods. He goes 8.85 on his pass out of the Budweiser lane. So Rose Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana, the P&R Express dragster, lines up with Billy Walker. Billy on the Bud side. The landscaper out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. Undercover chassis dragster as he's lined up in our passing lane of our 2-lane interstate. Our one-way runway, as we call it. So Rose trimmed the tree a little tighter. The pile of branches are a little taller under our tree down there as Rose goes 8.98, 170 miles an hour, and Billy Walker, pretty doggone good run with that 8.91 at 166 miles an hour. So as we kind of gander over and look, hopefully these top 4 entered the Draw RFC shootout because Devin still leading the pack on the attack with a dead on with a 1 run. Justin Moser dead on 3, Scott Lamar dead on 4, and Jim Blinkhorn dead on 9. And Billy Walker rounds out the top 5 so far. So we'll be down here for just a little bit as the starting line crew doing a little this way and that way with the mop as Dave Alvis and Bob Prose patiently wait their turn. So Bob Prose patiently waits on our jegs.com lane, already running the Fast 33 at Crossroads Dragway. Picked up a runner-up there at their Fast 33 there earlier in June. You know, Bob Prose on the attack here at a Super Comp car. So Bob Prose, the business owner out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Yeah, it's right in the backyard of Crossroads Dragway. So just a little bit of mopping going on over there in our left-hand lane before we send the next pair. Looks like the tractor's on the move out here too as well. So a little bit of rubbing going on over here in our left-hand lane, so we should be back at it here just a little bit. Do a little bit of rubbing over in the right side to even things out. So it looks like our tractor's been backed out of the way, and thumbs up have went up to our next pair of drivers as we are back underway. We're going to water the pavement and grow us a few race cars here as Bob Prose rolls in, and Dave Alvis says, okay, let's go. You got to get that data collected here as the very ultra competitive Super Comp class. You want to make sure you hit all those time run sessions, and if you were fortunate enough to qualify for the Draw RFC shootout, well, you may get 3 more opportunities at this racetrack if you end up in that winner's circle too. So that's a little bit of fun. The shootouts are kind of cool, to another carrot here at the racetrack for the drivers. So it's the Dave and Bob show as they will start sneaking up on that Christmas tree and light a few bulbs. All right, quickly they fill out those pre-stage and stage bulbs and let go of them buttons just a little early. Here comes Dave. He's in high gear at the top end as he fills out the bud lane with an He's the crew chief. Derek Borders pulls in. Derek mows his yard down here in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And he's just about to put that bow tie on high here in just a second. So we're burning up the racetrack and we're energizing the wires in that Christmas tree down there as we are hot and heavy, knee-deep in the Supercomp. Here we go, the Supercomp run. 3 thou separating them on the tree. Finish line waiting for both of them. Derek sticks the wheel out first. He goes 884, 171. And Chase Murray, that's a good number. 888's 171 miles an hour. And again, it's always fun, all the super classes, to see the noose getting tightened from the first time run to the second one. It does not take these guys and gals long to get the combination nailed down. Well, Ryan Richardson, no stranger to running here at Bowling Green, Kentucky, and Skip Walls is next door. So Ryan Richardson, a runner-up here at a bracket race not too many weekends ago here at Bowling Green. We'll call that last weekend. He's got the Jegs.com lane reserved. He's got the finish line reserved just about right now, 886, 171. And there's Skip Walls, a popular good number, 888 at 176 miles an hour. You've got to get there. And if you run 888, you got a few tricks you can pull down at the top end. You can bake the brakes or cut the wires and flatten the tires down there to make that 890 pop up as we bring up Bill Rudy. And, well, this is Jeff Walls. Bill Rudy out of Lima, Ohio, the dock worker. 632 bow tie, oh my. As Jeff Walls pulls in, the engineer out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Flicker in the bulb. Bill Rudy's in the next county. Here comes Jeff Walls pedaling hard down there at the top end. Rudy goes 861. Holy cow, low qualifier right there. 165 miles an hour. Jeff Walls 879 as he clears the Bud scoreboard at the top end. So Patty Fisher rolls in on our Bud Lane out of Clayton, Ohio. He goes down 3-3 mile yet, but we'll try to get that one locked in before the next time around. 9-10, Dutch Stamper. Okay, that's the classic look with the spoon front end and the little airplane tires on it, kind of like Joe Amato and Don Gartlett's tried out in Top Fuel a few years back. So Sherman Adcock Jr. rolls in. So Sherman's number 3 in the Division II points, and next door is Brad Plord, who is leading the Division II points. So quite a battle raging in Division II for Super Comp, as I believe they got a couple more division races. So Brad and Sherman, they've probably seen each other a few times over the years going down the racetrack. How about 892 for Brad, and Sherman on the other side of the equation, 883 at 160 miles an hour. Leo Zinda, the Clinton Township, Michigan runner, the Ring and Pinion shop, as he'll roll in our Jegs.com lane. Ken Mostovich, all the way from Calgary, the 68 Camaro. And We've got a few door cars rolling into our dragster-dominated class. So Leo Zinda, Bristol, Tennessee, Thunder Valley Nationals runner-up at Super Gas. We'll roll into Super Comp. He was a runner-up in Super Comp at the Amelia Oil Gator Nationals. Leo in high gear goes 8.95. How about a pair of them? As Ken says, I can do that too, Leo. 181 mile an hour for Ken as he put the mile per hour on the scoreboard in red. As Tim Millwood, Joe Fisher roll in. Tim with the Daytona out of Columbus, Indiana. Joe Fisher already picking a win up in Super Gas at the Division III race in St. Louis. Has got that dragster rolling. Westbound, he goes 8.99 at 178 miles an hour. Millwood takes the flying Daytona to an 8.95 pass out of the passing lane of our two-lane interstate. So Steve Hoyt rolls in on the Bud lane. And Robert Houston joins in. Robert out of North Carolina, Newland, hometown. Steve Hoyt plants his mailbox in Fort Wayne, Indiana. All right, 660, done. Steve Hoyt cuts a perfect light, goes 884 to 185 miles an hour. Really making a top-end charge as Houston goes 889. That's a good number at 173 miles an hour. As we roll in with Jim Jericaris. And Dave Dahlem. Dave Dahlem out of Tremont, Illinois, running for Eastside Tire and Auto out of East Peoria, Illinois. And Judy's in the house. Jim Jericaris running the Midwest Super Comp race last week in their Central Illinois Dragway in Havana. Dahlem clears the deck. Another good run for the Dahlem Racing Team. 889, 177 miles an hour as an 897 pulls up for Jim Jericaris on our ET Slip. Felder Engine sponsorship. Steve, back in 1986, Division III Super Gas champ, knows how to get it done as Pat Martin rolls in from London, Ohio, the fabricator, running for Armor Paving and Sealing. So as Warren informed me up here, Steve is our very first world champ in Super Gas. Cannot take that away from old Steve as he's a 902, 160 mile an hour for all their efforts. And Pat Martin goes 889 as he decorates the Bud scoreboard in red. Roger New Jr. out of Shelbyville, Indiana rolls in next with that small block Chevrolet. So Mike Robalotto out of Albany, New York, sponsored by MT Mickey Thompson Tires, goes 893, 892 for Roger New as Mike, Division I race earlier this year, won in Super Comp at Petersburg, Virginia. Racing Jason Lynch, just down the road from Pleasant View, Tennessee. Jason Lynch, currently number 4 in the Division III points chase, will be joined by Greg Camplain, the versatile driver from Brownsburg, Indiana. That town will be busy in just a few days as the U.S. Nationals roll into town. That is a Mike Spitzer built chassis dragster. Greg's 002 on the tree as he's chasing, looking for that Jegs.com finish line, and he's just about there. 887 for Cam Plain as he turns the power off of the machine. And an 891 for Racing Jason Lynch, running that Wilkerson engine, running for Bullet Motorsports as Zach Papp and Carl Watts pull in. So Zach Papp, another one that runs the Jeg Super Quick Series, are here around the Midwest, rolls in on the left side out of Charleston, Illinois. I think Warren Evans knows where that town is, and he knows a little bit about Zach Papp too. So the throttle stops, you can hear him. They're done. They're on high beam, high power to a quarter mile. Carl Watts 891 and Zach right there with an 892. Zach striped it first via the reaction time, but boy, they were locked in tight down there at the finish line. Phil Smida and Kelvin Keene Jr. roll in. So Phil Smida won our Super Street class here at the Sports Nationals in Bowling Green. He won the shootout, the Jegs Sports National shootout here in the Super Street class. Phil Smida picking a win up at the Division 3 race in Joliet, Illinois. Kelvin out in the lead. Here comes Phillip closing the deal as Phillip sticks the wheel out down there first. Kelvin out of power just about the 8th mile marker as Phil goes 885 as he goes flying by when the power went away. So Team 2991, we'll just call them, we'll put them on the Bud side, and they look right. There's Butch Tinnen out of Gallatin, Tennessee, retired racer, running a very small block combination. If they're on the stops, it'll be very brief, if at all. 325 cubic inch bow tie, and it's in the next county. But that other car in the left-hand lane quickly close the gap. Butch, I'll tell you what, that 325 small block with a lot of torque goes 879 and an 894 for Team 2991 as we quickly move in with Janice Swan and Todd Kiawa. So Todd Kiawa, a shootout winner in Super Comp at Norwalk back in 2013. Janice Swan joins in the Race to Win Motorsports rear engine dragster. So Janice Swan, miles an hour. So Janice, the Fall Classic runner-up in Super Comp, off to a great start here at the Division 3 race in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Cool Hand Luke, former world champ in Super Comp and Super Gas, rolls in the thisisbracketracing.com American Chassis Dragster. John Sickish with the Horton Dragster getting ready to roll. So Luke Bogacki has won this race in Super Comp back in 2015. So we're going to be checking the top end of the racetrack as we notice the quad is making its way towards the starting or the finish line area. Meanwhile, Luke Bogacki and John Sickish wait their turn. So Luke, again, a winner here last year in Super Comp here at Bowling Green, Kentucky, the Division III race. Been kind of quiet this year in the Super Comp class. John Sickish was 0-11 on the tree. But Luke just a little sharper down there as he was 007. Luke, let's see what he paints down there. How about a 14 thousandths package? He goes dead 7 as John Sickish rolls through with an 886. So we'll quickly look at some of the numbers here for our Draw RFC shootout. Devin Eisenhower dead 1 as Patty Fisher rolls in on the left-hand lane. So Stephanie Shelton and Alex Miller approach our cop director out there, the Christmas tree. Stephanie out of New Carlisle, Ohio, running for Whitefoot Racing. That's a McIlvain chassis dragster. Jessica, we'll correct that on the jegs.com lane, and we'll assume Stephanie's on the Bud lane. Stephanie goes 898, 113, and Jessica Bogacki goes 901. Mile per hour kind of off the loop for the class. Let's see who we got next here. Adam Gerber out of Ohio, the Gerber Racing Enterprise team. So Adam Gerber, it's been a while since he's visited the winner's circle. He was a runner-up last year at the Super Comp class at the Gateway Division III race, and Adam cruises to an 882, 176 miles an hour pass, and an 892, 166 for our race team 3527 as Michael Shelton and Dave Forbes will plug in those race cars left and right. Forbes out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. Michael Shelton, 2012. Been in the Jegs All-Star race. Popular engine sizes for this class, big and bigger, is Michael Shelton, Dave Forbes. Shelton's going to put the power down at the top end as he is chasing hard. Shelton goes 886, 177. Forbes just a little faster on the mile per hour, but goes 894. He goes over center of the 890 standard as Kara Forbes and Bill Riddle pull in. So Kara picking up a win last year at the Division III race at Joliet, Illinois in Super Comp. Like to add another one right here this weekend as Bill Riddle, the lawn groomer, pulls into our jegs.com lane. Bill Riddle won our Super Gas Shootout here last year. Well, he's on that red-eye flight westbound as Riddle trims the tree just a little too close and goes a little too fast at the top end. 884-176 is what he's dialing long distance. As Kara Forbes goes dead 7. So that'll move Kara. Let's see, check into our list here. Looks like Devin's still leading the pack with that dead on with a 1. Moser second, dead 3. Scott Lamar dead 4 for our Draw RFC shootout. Mark Miles coming in as James Hinkle sneaks in on the passing lane of our 2-lane interstate. Hinkle is way down track and Mark Miles is putting the power into that engine. 894 for Mark Miles out of Flintstone, Georgia. And James Hinkle, boy, they'll have to reassess that game plan. How about an 824? That won't work. As Tyler Kahele and Rock Haas square up to the racetrack. So Tyler winning the Super Comp shootout at Gateway Motorsports Park during the Division III race. Also a runner-up Super Comp, Montgomery, Alabama, Division II race, last year. We'll paint that picture. Rock, he grabbed the red apple off the tree as he went by. Tyler grabbed the green apple. Kahele, 882 at 180 miles an hour, and there's a pair of 180 mile an hour blasts as 888s shows up for Rock Haas's hot rod. Now we're going to try George Kahele and Jimmy Stahl. So George, a runner-up at Super Comp at St. Louis, Division III race earlier this year. Lafayette, Georgia, collision shop owner. And Jimmy Stahl out of Boone, North Carolina. George currently number 4 in the Division II points. Making hay while the sun shines. George and Jimmy are on the stage. Finish line captures them both. Jimmy Stahl, 883, 174. And a little slower as Kahele's 884 passed, as we will back up 2 more and line them up. Ray Conley, the decorated racer out of Elyria, Ohio. He has had a great career at the young age of 53 years old. And Scott Cook out of Festus, Missouri, the Show Me State. So Ray Conley, a runner-up at Norwalk. Super Comp during the national event. Westbound and down. 892 for Conley at 172 miles an hour. Scott Cook took the shortcut through the woods as he goes 886 at 167 miles an hour. Gosh, way back 2011, Conley won Super Gas here right at Bowling Green, Kentucky during the Division III race. So quite a career Mr. Conley has had. So we got the action stopped here just briefly as we've got one of our people checking the finish line area. Meanwhile, waiting patiently is Megan Strasweg, the Evansville, Indiana 18-year-old college student. They'll line up on the Bud side. So Megan, out of the junior dragster ranks, won in the junior dragster class during the Sports National Open here at Bowling Green, Kentucky back in 2010. So Megan knows how to find that winner's circle here at Bowling Green, Kentucky. So it looks like our one-way runway is all clear for takeoff as Mike Jurasek out of Elyria, Ohio rolls in. Michael, also a super gas racer as well. And them tires are nice and warm as the drivers got those into operating temperatures. Megan Strasweg, .com sponsored car. Megan at the wheel. So Mike, the electrical contractor, and that comes in very handy in these race cars and super comps. Miles of wires. We are clean and green as Mike, see if that race car goes into the 180 mile an hour range. Nope, he's out of power. Mike give it a good game try to the 660, then gave it up. Megan, good start, 888s, and threw another 8 in there for good measure at 168 miles an hour, but problems set in over here on the jegs.com lane. So they'll be back. They'll have another opportunity today. Meanwhile, Kimbra Fusting and Rich Bernier roll in. Kimbra rolling in from Waukegan, Illinois, the land of Lincoln. Sponsored by Parker Store Racing. Kimbra, number 3 in the Division 3 points, is Rich. Let's go that button like he's got a hot potato thrown at his hands. Here comes Rich. Who gets there first? Well, it'll be Kimbra with an 884 blast from the pass at 176 miles an hour. Well, Rich matched the mile per hour, but put that 888 in his bank account down there for good measure. Tracy Cochran out of Flintstone, Georgia. American Chassis office chair, they're nestled in. And I believe that's David Warren out of Dallas, Texas. Coming up here from the big state of Texas. David Warren, a winner in Super Comp at the Division 4 race in Dallas, Texas way back in 2009. He'll own the Bud lane until he has to give it up to the next pair waiting patiently in the water box. Low beams are on the Christmas tree. We'll move a few more inches, light a few more bulbs. And hey, the cool green ones are at the bottom. That's Racer's Delight. That'll keep you racing into the day and night as Tracy Cochran goes 880 on that flying trip at 176 miles an hour. 893 for the left hand, the Bud lane. We'll get that. We'll get them identified as the tech cards are rolling in and they're being processed as we speak as Greg True and Alan Constantine roll in. Alan came up from Louisiana. He's an alligator trapper. Him and Jerry Savoy probably maybe chase the same alligators. Greg True rolls in from Georgetown, Tennessee. He's got that undercover dragster ready to do some work. Guess what? We're all flexing the molly to see who wins the Wally. Allen, 009 on the tree, goes 885 out the back door at 181 miles an hour. How about a pair of them as Greg True rolls across the stripe with the same number, 885, as Jim Nash and Joey Fusting are our next stars on the launch pad. We're burning up our one-way runway here at the Division III, the final one in Division III here at Bowling Green, Kentucky. Joey, out of Grays Lake, Illinois, running for the Hydraulic Hose Specialist Company. He's on the north side of the track. Jim Nash, he'll bring up the south side with the Clayton Trailer Sales Wing Dragon. Well, Joey's on time, and Jim, well, he left yesterday just a little early, but he's got an 8:92 time slip for his work as Joey goes 8:91. Very interesting, 111 miles an hour, but still runs the number for class. A little different approach there as the racers, they've got their strategy for getting it done in Super Comp. There's no set way to run your car, but you just got to try to hit the 890. Ooh, I love Marshall Glass. It's copper colored. That's a 23 Ford T altered with a small block Chevrolet. And car 182 is alongside for the ride. We'll see if I can't plug that into my database. That's Michael Hondras on the Bud Lane. Meanwhile, Marshall Glass, he is way down track first as he goes 895, 150 miles an hour. But guess what? Michael caught him. Michael goes 880 and 175 miles an hour as Troy Coughlin Jr. rolls in. The Jegs.com is parked in the Jegs.com scoreboard lane. How about that? A plan came together. Tim Parker, he's next door. Not by state, but by lane. But Tim came all the way out from Colorado. Now TJ is number 1 in the Division III point Super Comp class. Nationally, TJ is number 4 in Super Comp. Tim Parker, the sheet metal worker, with that Yancer chassis drag. Here comes TJ. TJ, 001 on the tree. The Jegs mail order dragster, making hay while the sun shines. 001 on the tree goes dead 6. Ooh, Troy, I would not like to be lined up against him first round with a package like that. Parker goes 901 at 181 miles an hour. So Troy's off to a good start here. And guess what? Devin Eisenhower is still number 1, dead on with a 1. That draw RFC shootout, boy, that's a fun thing to watch later on today. Meanwhile, let's get some business done as Bill Vance with the Fire Engine Red 23 altered rolled over here from O'Fallon, Missouri. And Cliff Carr from Tennessee. I'll tell you what, Bill Vance off the ground a foot. Vance, 902, 167. Cliff Carr got it, dead 9. 125 miles an hour. I love it. Dave Schmidt, Glenn Julius. The stars of the stage for now as Dave Schmidt backs the Flintstone, Georgia. My goodness, Flintstone, Georgia's not going to have any people left in it. They're all here racing. Sounds like a racing town. Glenn Julius, the Ben McEhaney Racing Team out of Indianapolis, Indiana, a town that'll be Wednesday, just about on Wednesday. We'll be downtown having Chamber of Commerce Day as the NHRA will be downtown Indianapolis on Wednesday. Schmidt, 33 on the tree, 885 at 173 miles an hour. Glenn Julius, he'll close his tab with an 8:92 run. As Dave Goins and Dan Foley roll in. Dan Foley out of Texas. Oh yeah, he's had some luck there at the Houston Motorplex. Runner-up Super Comp 2015 at the national event. Dave Goins got his bulbs lit. Dan's got to move in. He's moving out. Just like that. Well, Goins moved out just a little early, but was out for free. Red lights, 893, 168. Foley, little more work to do. They'll have to put their heads together as they ran 9 flat. As Tony Helms and Todd McCann occupy our one-way runway. How about you, Super Street? Come on down to the lanes. The water's fine. Super Street, come on down. That will be your second session. All right, throttle stops. Have they got them set right? Todd McCann, the driver's set right. He was 002 on the tree. He goes 887 as he goes flying past that jegs.com scoreboard. And Helms, we'll call that 2 over, 892, 176. As Dean McIlvaine and Rick Hughes roast the marshmallows. So Dean McIlvaine, well, his most current accomplishment that we can runner up at 15,000 separating them out of the gate. Rick caught the quicker eye look. He goes 885, 170, and Dean McIlvaine goes quicker yet with an 880 squeeze and coax some closer numbers next time we see him. It's always fun to move in. Sporting that wing on that airplane over there in the left-hand lane. Both of them identical reaction times. 888 for Angela Neely, but Chuck goes dead on with a 9. As Jeremy Mason and Danny Nelson quickly roll in, they're probably kind of anxious to get down this racetrack and maybe take off them fire suits they're wearing. Danny Nelson out of Batesville, Arkansas. And Jeremy Mason out of Lexington, Kentucky, home of the University of Kentucky Wildcats. The engineer. So Jeremy and Mason, a runner-up Super Comp Division III race at National Trail earlier this year. Super Comp Division Champ 2015. Danny Nelson chewing up the asphalt down there as he goes dead on with a 6, and Jeremy goes dead on with a 9. Man, that would have been a first-round matchup that would have been worth the price of admission. As Pat Lamont and Todd Cincinnati roll in. So the Lamonts, very active in the Midwest Super Comp Series Association. They were at Central Illinois Dragway in Havana just last weekend. Midwest Super Comp had a 2-day race, and the Lamonts were there in full force. Pat Lamont, Todd Cincinnati. You, me, and the tree. Here we go. Clean and green. Pat rolling out on her path a little quicker. They will up and regroup and try it again. Well, here comes Chad Lamont and Britt Cummings. Chad, number 6 in the Division III points. All right, Chad Lamont standing on the gas. Britt Cummings doing likewise. As Cummings goes 889, 178 out of the back door, the Louisiana team. Chad goes 9 flat, 171. And again, Chad Lamont last week in a winner in the Quick 16 Consolation. Also Quick 16 runner-up as they did those 2 days in a row at Central Illinois Dragway in Havana. Here we go. Kevin Wright, Rick Legault says, let's go. He'll run the Jets.com lane, and he's already making hay while the sun shines. Kevin Wright trying to make the pass in the passing lane of our interstate over there. But Rick takes it to the limit. 885, 162, 887, 165 for Kevin Wright. So Kevin will try to get it right next time, as he was a little on the quick side, as Cole Cummings and Alan O'Brien move into the battlefield. Cole Cummings, another Louisiana racer with the Phantom Dragster. Alan O'Brien, he loves that Race Tech office chair as he comes out of West Virginia. Stops forever, but he quickly catches Cole Cummings by the 660-foot mark and goes away down at the top end. 884, 175 for Alan O'Brien as Cole Cummings move in. So high gear Harem, as Bob Unkerfer passes some information along here. Well, high gear is moving that front wheel a little bit, as he didn't like where the car was set, so he'll quickly make some steering adjustments and move that car over. Long wheelbase car, I've had one of these cars, and they're not easy to turn. It takes a 40-acre field to get it done. As Jeff Jensen, Clarksville, Tennessee, the Mullis, going to do some work, flexing the molly. So high gear goes 880, 180. Loves those 8s, doesn't he? As Jensen goes 863 as he clears the Bud lane at 166 miles an hour. And Michelle Furr and Brian Horton move in. This is like a drive-through. Fast food restaurant drive-through. You're in and out in a few seconds. Michelle Furr out of Virginia. So Michelle Furr picking up a win at the Sports Nationals in Super Street earlier this year at Bowling Green, Kentucky. A runner-up in Super Street, it's Charlotte. All right. So it looks like Jerry Sosaby out of Lula, Georgia. the J&J Racing Rattlesnake team. So Jerry, a winner, Division II race, South Georgia Motorsports Park. That's been a few years back in Super Comp. He goes 886 at 158 miles an hour. And I believe that takes care of Super Comp. We did the Super Comp romp. Now we're going to do something neat and roll in with Super Street. And to call the action, Mr. D3 TV, and I'll tell you what, he's been working hard at keeping things on the air, Mr. Warren Evans.
While we've got a quiet moment, a little track check, prep, and everything going on, our Super Street drivers getting suited up. Do want to let everybody know that you have seen the run order for the day. We are about an hour and a half behind schedule because of a couple of incidents this morning. We acknowledge that fact. We know that fact. But with the run order being what it is, with the schedule being what it is, that schedule is going to stay in effect unless something else happens. But we're going to stay the course on the schedule as printed. Just realize that we're going to be about an hour and a half or so behind those times that are posted on the schedule. So we've now made our way through one entire run order. We're getting ready to start again. So it'll be Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp. Then we'll roll into Top Dragster. Our shootout, first round of eliminations. Top Sportsman, Comp Eliminator, your first qualifier. Semifinals. And then our Sportsman shoot time allows. And then into our finals for our shootout. So we're going to stay the course as far as the order is concerned. Just realize we're going to be about an hour and a half behind schedule. Super Street getting ready to come up. Warren's going to tell you all about it. And we're going to continue to rock on.
Well, thank you, Bob. Get a climb out of the producer's chair for a minute or two. And Ron Ruggles pulling double duty over here as he gets set to he'll be directing the video action. I'll be up here calling Super Street 1090, the number down there on the scoreboard. 5/10 Pro Tree coming at you right now. First pair, left side, Budweiser Lane. That's Tony Tanner out of Morning View, Kentucky. 94 Grand Am, stage up left side. The Jegs.com right lane. That is Tony Brown out of Hallsville, Texas. Mechanic by trade. Track alongside the Grand Am. Finish line says 1080 and 1079, about a tenth under the index for both. Tony Tanner 1080 at 139, 1079 at 145 for Tony Brown. Richard Sperry comes up now out of Markle, Indiana. The Chevy 2 left side alongside Kevin Stubbs. Good look at 69 Camaro right side. Sperry nowhere close on the tree. But the number he's looking for is a 1090 to get a shot at the shootout. He's too quick, 1088 at 123, 1089 at 147 for Kevin Stubbs. No good for qualifying for the shootout for either driver. Larry Zepchinski out of Valparaiso, Indiana. 70 Barracuda left side. Alongside Jim Unum. Unum out of Anna, Ohio. He plays pretty regularly in the shootouts. I remember seeing him more than one time this year. Running for the money in the Moser shootouts. RFC for draw. Identical. Bad lights for both drivers. $10.77 left side for Zepchinski at 125. Jim Unum 10.85 at 143. Blake Richardson comes up now. Blake, some trouble first time around, as I recall. Laurel Tankersley Morris from Rogersville, Alabama, pulls up in the Trans Am right side. Well, that's a little more like it for Blake. Little S10 hustling down the left side, out in front by about a truck length. 1085 at 133. Got something he can work with. Won't get him in the shootout, though. 1092 at 129 for Laurel Tankersley Morris. Chris Runnels comes up now out of Joelton, Tennessee. Another S10, Budweiser Lane. Alongside Doug Wood, the Standards Testing Lab 69 Cutlass out of Massillon, Ohio. And some remembrance on the back window for John Furr, who passed away about 2 weeks ago. So a little staging duel on a time run. Runnels 016 on the tree. Wood 009 red. Finish line 1083 and 1085. 7 under for Runnels, 5 under for Wood. Kelly Sperry, Fort Wayne, Indiana, pulls up in the Malibu alongside Brian Shockley, 68 Camaro right side out of Spring Hill, Tennessee. Sperry never leaves the starting line. Finish line for Shockley, 11:04 at 120. So red man out there, giving a little guidance to Sperry and the crew. They're going to push Sperry out of the beams. Not sure what's going to happen here. Jimmy Bannister behind the Malibu there in the little Vega wagon. Bannister will back up, give a little clearance for the Malibu if he can get it in R. There he goes. So swapping spots in the water box there. Jimmy Bannister pulls up now. Little Vega wagon out of Laverne, Tennessee. Big block Chevy Power under the hood. Alongside Val Harmon. 67 Chevy 2 out of Luling, Louisiana. D4 runner. Bannister, best light of the session so far as he's 003 on the tree. Finish line says 1088 at 135. He's 1088.4. Val Harmon 1088.2 at 151. Mark Smith pulls up now. The attorney out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Little blue oval machine over here on the left side. Alongside Nick Vogelsang out of East Peoria, Illinois, electrician at the controls of the small block Nova. Vogelzang way out in front. Here comes Smith. Vogelzang 10.91 at 92 miles an hour. Smith drove around him 4 under 10.86 at 134. Bob Schmidt pulls up now, representing Division III at the Jegs All-Star race earlier this year out of Grove City, Ohio. The Bob Schmidt Performance 67 Chevy 2. Outside Terry Terrence out of Round Hill, Kentucky. 70 Nova. $10.91 right side for Terry Terrence out of Round Hill, Kentucky. 125 for the speed. Bob Schmidt, 10.94 at 142. Fred Squires comes up now. That is the Nova in the Budweiser lane out of Defiance, Ohio. 68 Nova, 400 for power. Alongside former division champ Rudy Matthews out of Ohio City, Ohio. 69 Camaro lines up in the jegs.com lane right side. Going to have to do better than a 10.91 with a 5 to have a shot at getting in the shootout. Again, as Bob said, we're going to stay the course with the schedule. You're not in trouble, Bob. I promise. Rudy Matthews off and running. He'll make the single. A lot of arm waving going on, a little radio action there. Not sure what's going to happen for Fred Squires. Oh, Squires is going to pull up for the single as Redman gives him the signal there. So again, we're going to stay the course with the current schedule, although we are a little bit behind. We're going to go through second qualifiers for 5 categories, and then it'll be top dragster after that. So we're looking somewhere around 4:30 for that to happen. Fred Squires, finish line says 10.83, 7 under at 129. 2 more coming at you right now. The Oldsmobile Calais left side. That is Leland Popple out of Odom, Georgia. I said Calais, it's an Achieva. Oldsmobile, Chevy Power under the hood alongside Jason Satterley out of Lawrenceville, Kentucky. Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Lists his occupation as skillet tester. Skillet tester. I can only imagine what that might be. That's how I would test a skillet. I like to eat. 10.92 left side for Leland Popple at 140. 10.99 right side for Jason Satterley at 123. Brian Funderburk comes up out of Tallahassee, Alabama, not Florida. Tallahassee, Alabama. 75 Vega left side. Alongside Jeremy Schell from Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. His occupation, portable restroom operator. I think they might be screwing with us a little bit on these tech cards. Could be wrong. It's possible. Who is your personal folks? Nick Folk, yeah. $10.92, $138 for Brian Funderburk. Jeremy Schell. Looks like Jeremy would sneak into the shootout with that 10.90 with a 7. Here's Kevin Thompson, Smith Grove, Kentucky. 1970 F85 Old 480 Texas. The Doodlebug. 70 Nova. Finish line at 1092 left side for Thompson at 120. 1085 right side for Ray Dew at 138. Thanks, Cindy, for the brownies. Bob thanks you. Ron thanks you. I thank you. Even Jay Hullinger thanks you. Frank Jenkins comes up next out of Galion, Ohio. Off and running left side there in the Le Mans, alongside Bitsy Satterley. Satterley from Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. 1091 for Satterley at 132. Frank Jenkins, 1080 at 139. Bitsy, 2 1091s in a row. Probably help him out. Round number 1 later on. Rodney Boyd comes up now out of Mount Vernon, Ohio. The 96 Camaro, Budweiser rank. Currently sitting number 8 with a 1091.3. Ed Jerusik out of Elyria, Ohio comes up right side in the Mustang. Ford and Chevy side by side. The scoreboard says 1094 left side for Rodney Boyd at 128. Ed Jerusik 3 under 1087 at 142. Scott Sattler pulls up now. The Malibu left side out of Salina, Ohio. Alongside Barney Barnard, already collected a Wally this year up north, Route 66. The runner out of Wadsworth, Ohio. The Blaster over here, right? Barney certainly had a formula that worked up at Route 66. First pair out every time out. Took him all the way to the winner's circle. But how about this for Scott Sadler? Jumps up to a 10.90 with a 1 left side. And that puts him number 1 on the sheet right now for the shootout. Right now, number 8, Phil Smida, 1091.0. Ronnie Maggard, Carthage, Tennessee. The Chevelle over here left lane alongside Denny Napier out of Pataskala, Ohio. 1088 left side for Maggard, 149. He's under. Denny Napier, 1093. He's over at 139. The aforementioned Philip Schmida out of Canfield, Ohio. The Cavalier right side of the track alongside Ray Miller. Miller from Mansfield, Ohio. 1980 Monza. And a shout out to Cyrus. Sitting there watching us on the big screen. Brad Bushell. The real job getting in the way. The Monza way down track, 10:06. Wait a minute, 10:06 at 100 miles an hour. Low qualifier pays nothing, just a reminder. Smida goes 1090 with a 9. He does improve by just a little bit. So he's got a 1090 ticket and a 1091 so far today. Zach Running, currently sitting number 2 on the qualifier sheet out of Lapeer, Michigan. The 87 Firebird alongside Louis Murray. Watch this Camaro lead. Start, stop, and go. 004 on the tree. 1089.7 at the stripe at 152 for Louis Murray. 1091.1 at 118 for Zach Running. Todd Tomamichael. I don't know. Fairland, Indiana. 76 Chevy pickup. Dan Hulewig out of St. Paul, Missouri. Okay, Minnesota. Him up. I don't know. I don't know of St. Paul, Missouri either, so it's St. Paul, Minnesota. Let me Google that for you. 1096 for Dan Hulewig at 141. Todd Tomamichael, how about an 1105 at 114? Tracy Guffey, Shelbyville, Tennessee, the engineer, driving the 67 Camaro left side alongside Matt Ball, a GIS tech. That means he finds things and puts them on maps, right? 91 S10. That's what your son wants to do, Ron? So, St. Paul could be in Missouri. St. Charles County. And he was right behind Louis Murray. He's from, I believe, St. Charles, Missouri, so that makes sense. Or not. We'll see. Tracy Guffey, 1087 at 131. Matt Ball, 1089 at 130. So both of them under the index. No help there trying to get in the shootout. Marshall Glass comes up now out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. 1970 Nova, Budweiser lane. Jerry Rosenmeyer, Jegs.com lane out of Streamwood, Illinois. He is a general contractor for Stone Mountain Scaffolding, 68 Camaro. Small block left side, big block right side. So the small block down track first. Here comes the big Camaro. 1086 left side for Marshall Glass. 127 for the speed. 1090 with a 5 for Jerry Rosenmeyer at 138. And for Rosenmeyer, that helps him out. He's number 3. Stock. Okay, I got it. Stock to the lanes. Stock to the lanes. Craig Meyer hustling down track alongside Ryan Harem. High gear Harem. I was thinking high winding, high something. I couldn't figure it out. Pretty highly wound, tightly wound. High gear Harem. And while I was babbling, I missed all the numbers on the computer. Lamar Stevenson out of Montgomery, Alabama. 69 Camaro left side alongside Alex Miller from Mansfield, Ohio. 80 miles off and running right side. Stock Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Lamar Stevenson, 1087 at 125. Alex Miller, 1091 at 142. Rob Kropfeld, Hamilton, Ohio. Another little Vega wagon. Alongside Bethany Crick. Bethany likes the Mopars, but she's driving the Nova this weekend. Young lady out of Nortonville, Kentucky. At the controls of the 1970 Nova. Stock Eliminator, to the lanes, please. Stock, we need you to the lane. Finish line 1083 at 131 for Kropfeld. 1087 for Bethany Crick at 136. No good for either one of them trying to get into the shootout. They're both under. Jeremy Jensen, Clarksville, Tennessee, pulls up in the El Camino. Michael Gramlich alongside the Malibu out of Maybe, Michigan. Again, stock to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Pair of red lights here. Got that worked out of their system. Again, the number they're looking for is on the big board down there. 1080 Jensen. 1081 right side for Michael Gramlich. So going to have to do some work there for Gramlich as he's 9 under on the index right now. Wayne Steinbeck coming up now out of O'Fallon, Missouri. The 57 Bel Air. Chuck-a-Burger on the side. Had a little sampling of their food when we were down at Gateway a couple weeks ago. Pretty good. Rick Ship Sr. out of Whiteland, Indiana, alongside 63. Don't know if Randy Lynn is watching or not, but if she is, she's over in Sweden with Bo Butner. They're pro stock racing over there. 11:09 at 133 for Steinbeck. 13 at 125 for Rick Ship Sr. Michelle Furr comes up along the left side of the track. Furr out of Galax, Virginia. Alongside Ken McNichol, Hendersonville, Tennessee. The 81 Grand Prix. Michelle has an interesting collection of Wallies at her place. Well, she's got a copper one, and she's got a silver one, and she's got a regular one. And she's got a 001 on the time ticket and a 1090 with a 4 at the big end. A 5,000s package here for Michelle. She's doing that. Ken McNichol, 1088 at 126. It's Gary Whitefoot coming up now in the white Camaro out of Hebron, Kentucky. He is a truck driver by trade. 69 Camaro alongside Jerry Bledsoe out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Bledsoe in the 65 Valiant. 340 Chrysler power under the hood. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Stock Eliminator. So 1088 at 129. You see some unique things when you sit here in the tower. About saw a Nova take a chunk of concrete. Jeremy Mason, Lexington, Kentucky, driving the Camaro alongside James Hinkle. That car's still having a little trouble out of the water box right there. Air's cleaned off a little bit though. Mason, your defending Super Comp champ here in Division 3. Running here in Super Street in the Camaro. Hinkle 011 on the tree. Burnout didn't matter that much, apparently. 1094 at the finish line at 122. For Jeremy Mason, 1085 at 146. Once again, Stock Eliminator. We're looking for you to the staging lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock, we need you now as you are next up. Here. Yeah. Next in line on TV9. Got to come up with one of those for D3 TV. Just keep watching. We'll make more. So the next cars you see on the track will be Stock Eliminator. And the next voice you hear on the PA will be Mr. Bob Unkefer.
Again, would like to remind everybody that coming up Sunday morning at 7:15, our non-denominational chapel service. 7:15 service will be in the grandstand. At 9 o'clock service in the amphitheater. And I do understand, because a little mouse crawled up on my shoulder and told me a while ago, that there might be a special new addition tomorrow to D3 TV. Tomorrow might be let's just say for those of you watching on D3 TV, tune in tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. You might just have something new. And again, racers, for those of you wondering, we are behind schedule, but we are going to stay on schedule. So our Spitzer Top Dragster, our Brodix and Schmidt Top Sportsman, our Cop Eliminator cars, our Mosier Shootout contestants, and our Drawn Racers for Christ Shootout contestants. Your races will all be coming up, or your time runs will all be coming up a little bit later. Mosier Sportsman Shootout, you get your time runs today, your first time run this afternoon. And then our Draw RFC Shootout, your first round will be coming up a little bit later. But we are going to stay on schedule, just will be behind schedule for the rest of the day. Alrighty, round number 2 of Stock Eliminator qualifying. Wayne Owens right side, 75 in the opening round, the money pit. Corvette for the runner out of Cape Girardeau Mo. Begars M-Stick, 283 4-speed Chevelle. Say it again. Per capita, 3 has got the largest collection of stick shift stock on super stock eliminator cars. Any division in the country. 1089, 123, no help by Wade, 1237 for Jimmy. 106 miles an hour. You want to be in the quick 64, you got to be 58 under the index just to be in the top 64. As far as qualifying goes, I have no idea how many cars we had in the first round. A bunch. A lot more than 64. Here's Steve Sullivan, your number 1 qualifier, that little red Mustang there on the left-hand side. In stock automatic, 103 under the index. He went 11.96. 302 out of Westchester, Ohio's Bad Hot Rod. Dan Condon's factory stock Jeep. Copo Camaro on the right-hand side, 1055. He stays consistent, 1214 by Steve. He slows down a bunch. Heat of the afternoon should generally affect pretty much everybody. Slow them down. If you see a major improvement here this afternoon, it's going to be from somebody who had a horrible run this morning. Joe Bellinger rolls in now, the 66 Chevy wagon. Out of Louisville is Ken Friedman. Bennett's base run. With his small block Chevelle. The 8 Chevelle, they've got down here 305. I do believe it's actually 307. 1182, 109 by Kenny. 1211 by Joe. Joe actually improves 300ths of a second. Now 74 under the index. Gail Pinkston's Camaro now, the G-Stock automatic. And Tom Russell's Camaro on the right side. LT1 edition, 98 Chevrolet Camaro. Off the line and running, 25 years of competition on the quarter mile for Tommy Russell. The rest of the gang, 1042, 124, 1143 by Pinkston. On the 12 flat index, not going to be quite enough to get him into the top 64. Russell had a 10:34 lap earlier today. Leonard Mattingly up now in his Pontiac Firebird, a couple of years newer than Russell's Camaro we saw a moment ago. That goes from an LT1 to an LS1 combination in this Pontiac. Salesman out of Cox Creek, Kentucky. Livingston, I presume. Chevrolet Camaro iStock automatic car. Right-hand side. 350 combination. Should be down in the low 11s. It runs an 1182. 111 miles an hour. I do believe John's playing the qualifying ladder game. Doesn't want to show his hand just yet. He'll wait till tomorrow. Jimmy Watson and Gary Russell. Tom go down track moments ago. Pops, Gary, now retired. 350, 4-speed, 67 Camaro. Jimmy Watson, 6-cylinder. 63 Chevy Nova, 194 cubic inch inline 6. Stock automatic machine. Russell's car doing a little do-se-do and tiptoeing off of the starting line. 1098, 120 by Russell. It picks up 6. Watson improves. That 1486 lap moves him up all the way to number 55 on the qualifying sheet. 9 spots. Brad Ford and Donnie Beeler. First generation Camaros a pair. 327 4-speed for Beeler in the gold car. Brad Ford 396 and an automatic, and the red Camaro on the left lane. The Budweiser side of the racetrack here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Red light by Beeler. Well, the fact it means he's trying too hard doesn't mean anything here in this qualifying session. Beeler goes 1095 at 120, slows up a couple of ticks, 1087 for Brad Ford at 120 miles an hour. That put Brad up in the upper echelon. Top half of the qualifying sheet, at least in the top 64. Adam Davis, your defending champion. There in the left lane, that yellow Pontiac. Nick Hutton's Mustang on the right-hand side. 4-cylinder. 140 cubic inch. Oh, stock automatic Mustang. $11.29, 104 by Adam. He picks up a Hun here in the afternoon heat. 1286 and 102 by Nick. He slows down. Ben Wenzel and MJ Quinn. High winding, little 302. Wow, nice launch. Perfect light, 140 to 60 foot for Ben Wenzel. 1057 and 124. Actually picks up 0.02 of a second. MJ goes 1167 at 113. Mike Robinson and George Warren rolling in next. Warren wheeling that 390 Fairlane. Tennessee Beech racer out of Greenbrier. 11-12 in the opening round of qualifying. In mid-afternoon. Sun, it's brightest in the sky. Cloud cover actually dissipating a little bit from what we had earlier today. Racetrack building a little more heat. Temperature conditions not near as conducive as they were earlier this morning to making power. But you got to race in these conditions as well, so you might as well make a lap. 11-16, 116 for George Warren. 12-24 by Mike Robinson. 78 Corvette out of Greenville. Going to be down on the bottom of the qualifying sheet. Jimmy Marshall, the Indian Land, South Carolina-based Chevy 2 there in the left lane. Stock automatic machine. And Mike Cotton, former Oklahomian, now an Arizonian. 340 Duster. $11.11 by Mike. He runs consistent. Ran 11-12 this morning. 11-44 by Marshall. This time around in the Chevy 2, it was 11-41 earlier today. Kyle Ratcliffe, Gary Robillard. Ratcliffe up in the left. Pontiac Firebird, that's your defending U.S. Nationals champion. There on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Gary driving the Dodge Challenger. Dipsy Pendarvis out of Louisiana over here on the right-hand side. Dodge Challenger. $10.73, 123 by Kyle, no help. $10.86, 120 by Robillard. Actually picks up a hundredth of a second. John Dorley and Rick Winchester working their way down track. Dorley and that Dusty Rose Challenger out of Telluride, Colorado. 10:42, 125. Fuel ejected machine stays consistent. 11:20 by Winchester. Corvette runs through right on the money. Sonny, and what he ran earlier today is Bill McClister and Jeff Touton roll in. McClister looking for a good lap down the racetrack. 2004 Pontiac GTO for the runner out of Texas there in the left lane. Had problems this morning. Shut it off and coasted down the racetrack. Jeff Touton on the right side. It looks like we're going to hold up Bill and Jeff for just a moment while we run out and fetch something off of our racing surface. So we'll let the GTO and the Challenger sit and wait patiently. And now Bill, Jeff, underway. They're looking to be down in that 10-second range. 11:06, still not where he wants to be, but he's there, getting closer. 11:06, 102. 10:94 and 118 by 2 time. Winner at Columbus, young Julie Bierman. Rolls in, the lady out of Xenia, Ohio, there in the Pontiac Firebird. Pettigrew on the right-hand side, the bartender out of Gallatin. .1079, 123 by Julie, picking up 100th of a second. 11:80 and 111. Tommy found the 100 she picked, and he slowed down. Yeah, Sheila May, ripping and stepping on that 4-speed Chevy 2. Tortillas Mexican restaurant and cantina car. In 54, 124. Sheila's back-to-back 54 and 55. 12:25 by Marissa Hammond alongside of her at 109 miles an hour. Gerald Nivens out of Memphis, the LDT, little dying truck. 91 Ford Ranger, got that 4-cylinder Ford underneath the hood. Houston Rakes, who won everything here back a couple of months ago at the Jegs Sports Nationals event there at Bowling Green at Beech Bend Raceway Park. 16-year-old youngster out of Bradfordsville, Kentucky. .1063, 124 by Houston. 1609 by Gerald. He's 1609 and 1604. So little truck's been consistent today. Chuck Weber, Chris Butcher. CW and CB. Weber on the left side out of New York. Frewsburg, New York, to be honest with you. The left stock automatic small block Corvette. Butcher's smaller block. 305 powered, 86 Camaro. Weber's Corvette there in the left lane, your number 9 qualifier. Earlier than 37. $115 by Butcher. He improves a Hun. Chuck slows up a Hun. Bob Utzler and Joe Martins. Utzler in the Malibu wagon, a youngster out of Martinsville, Indiana. Colorful Malibu wagon. Martin's A stick, 396 4-speed Camaro. .1028 by Joey Martin, slows up a couple of 1324 by Utzler. Still looking to get under the index with the Malibu. Dave Walther and Ronnie Charnes. How about a small block? 69 Camaro on the left side and a V6. Malibu over here on the right-hand lane. 200 cubic inch, 79 Malibu. Charged out of Mississippi. Going to get there second, obviously. Walters Camaro goes first. Kenny Vaughn's C-Stick Corvette. Ryan Walters automatic Nova. Working their way down track. Vaughn trying to improve on a 65. Goes 125. 53 by Walter. 112 miles an hour. Their driver picking up and improving. Tommy Rambo and Vern Buchanan. They're out of Conway, Arkansas. Over here on the right-hand side. Been at this sport for long number of years. 251 powered Mustang. 26 by Vern earlier today. Tom Rambo earlier run in 11:19. Rambo goes through with an 11:23 this time at 1:15. 11:32 by Vern. 116 miles an hour. Both drivers slowing up just a skosh. Jeff Harrington wheeling the Cobra Jet out of Randy Payne's race stable. Ten 28, 130 by Harrington. 11:69 at 112 by Simsprot. Simsprot picks up a couple of hun going down the racetrack. So that'll improve him a couple of notches. Rena Splinger. Tucker Wingo. Tucker wheeling that Chevy 2 there on the left-hand side. And over to the right. 11:16, 103 by Brina. 11:42, 113 by Tucker. We continue on. Jason Clark and Ryan Richardson. Ryan had problems in the opening round as well. $11.91, 110 for Jason in that 66 Chevelle. Ryan gets down a little bit better this time. At least he's over your typical highway speed. He was 12:14 on that lap. Kenny Stout up that 90 Camaro over there on the left-hand side. Another high stock automatic and down to the 11. Scotty Gold. Scott with that gorgeous 69 Camaro, big block, 427, A-stock automatic machine. 10.125 earlier today, 10.127 this time around. 11:54 by Stott. He too dead on the money from his run earlier today. Matt Morris rolls in now, the distillery supervisor out of Bardstown. Ryan Rudrick's machine, the 70 Duster here on the right-hand side. 340 combination. Rudrick 1141 on the 1170 index, 1242 off the throttle for Matt. Only 89 miles an hour down at the other end. For those of you not educated in the annals of stock and super stock racing, you will see some of the drivers stepping off the throttle down there at 1,000 feet or 1,200 feet, coasting across the finish line, trying to save their best run for final qualifying before we get into eliminations. Hopefully they'll be able to pick the spot on the ladder where they'd like to fall once they see who all is here, how many cars. Figure out the ladder for the number of cars. It's all a big chess game to many. Amy Falk goes through 10:41, 126. No help for her and Ken. 11:22. Mike Wolfels. Wingo race engine. Chevy Nova goes through. Mark Wadew. Little 318 powered 79 Dodge Aspen. Chuck Bellinger out of Taylorsville. F-stock automatic, little 350 Chevy too. Chuck making his way down track, 11:08, 11:08.7, 11:08.5 earlier today. 11:88 by Marcus. Marcus picks up a 10th of a second. Wadew now 81 under the index, makes a big jump all the way up to that number 25 qualifying position. Mark Poole rolls in alongside Russ Spear. The hot rodder out of Otter Tail, Minnesota. Was having a good run up in St. Louis. So Spear Clan rolled down from the land of 10,000 lakes to do a little Gateway International Raceway just a couple of weeks ago. So Brett having a pretty good old day at the races. 75 for Spear at 101 miles an hour. 55 under the index. 1093.4 by Mark. He picks up 2 thousandths of a second. We've seen numerous of racers this time around slow up by 2 thousandths of a second. Bob Robbins. In stock automatic. 305 Malibu wagon. Nick Ryder 71 Charger RT. 440 combination in that Charger. That's division champ here in the division for the runner out of Warminster, Pennsylvania. 89, 120, 1254 by Robbins. 1254 on the 13 flat in stock automatic index. So 55 and change under for him, or 45 and change under, I should say. Got to do my math right. Phil Vickus working that duster down track. The Shaw clan in the 69 Camaro, 11:56, 113. Vickus goes through 11:13 at 117. Super Gas, need you lanes 2 and 3, please. Super Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Come on down. Super Gas, lanes 2 and 3, if you would, please. Brian Merkel. Brian riding out, duking it out for the Division Points Championship. Max Auto Parts. Napa Auto Parts. Winner at the race just a couple of weeks ago, Bob Moran. In his B-Stock Automatic, Big Block 69 Camaro. 10:52. Moran picks up a Hun. 10:54. Merkel's ride at 108 miles an hour. Randy Campbell's little truck. P-Stock Automatic, 350 combination. Larry Hill's 440 AARP. Yep, it's an ARP car. A 66-year-old runner. Just his occupation as I forgot. At least that's what he told me last time. 10:21 by Larry Hill, 12:53. Robinson and Mike Morris. Morris making his way down track. Morris goes through 11:19 at 96 miles per. Marv Robinson 11:56 lap. 115 out of that 442. There comes the Sam Pierce Chevrolet Copo Camaro 427. Factory stock C competitor. Super Gas, need you lanes 2 and 3, please. Super Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Super Gas, come on down. Jennifer McCormick. How about a Dodge truck? 2003 edition of the Dodge Dakota. 360 combination for the young lady out of Michigan. McCormick Motorsports team machine. Ryan Kirkpatrick, Sam Pierce Chevrolet Copo Camaro. Says on the bumper, the best place to buy a Chevrolet is in the country. This means Sam Pierce Chevrolet's in the country. If not, they need to work on their advertising program. Their marketing concept is off just a skosh. 9:43 at 140 by Kirkpatrick. No help there. 11:77. Jennifer picks up 100th of a second. TC Morris rolls in. Gene Monahan alongside. TC at the wheel of that gorgeous Pontiac GTO there on the left lane. Monahan's Firebird over on the right side out of Brockton, Massachusetts. Monahan's probably a little disappointed, not able to find a good crab cake in town. TC off and running. Gene Monahan off and running. Pontiac Firebird. That is a gorgeous car. All the way from Massachusetts over there on the right-hand side. TC's Pontiac's pretty nice, too. 1085, 122. No help by TC. Monahan on that 1265 index goes 1204. So he's 61 and change under, or 60 and change under the index. Tim wheels in the Copo Camaro out of Indiana. $39 at 126, 1226 by two. Up a 10th plus. 1067. Jerry falls off a nickel at 122. Jeff Taylor wheels in now, the Dodge Challenger. Drag pack car, the factory stock C entry. Matt Welker. Welker's 396, 4-speed. 68 Camaro for the runner out of Clear Springs, Maryland. Another runner probably disappointed that good crab cakes aren't available in Bowling Green. 1093 at 122 by Welker. 962, 127 by Jeffrey. Couple of tenths off his earlier lap. How'd you like to have a 67? Ricky Clark alongside the D-Stock automatic Chevy Nova. Shepard's 396. Combination for him. A little 327 Camaro. Car needs to be at, like Russo and Steele auction. Dan Coville and Eric Compolito. Left-hand side. Compolito on the right side. Coville in the left lane. And the Dodge Duke. $11.83, 111 by Coville. 1188, 99 miles an hour for Compolito's ride. Got a piece of paper floating around down there on the left-hand side of the Budweiser lane. So going to hold up Brett Spear and Buddy Hughes for just a moment. A second and third generation edition of the Chevrolet Nova. Buddy out of Louisville comes down with his 66 283 small block. Brett out of Minnesota brings his 402 Ballard big block. You might say, well, what are we holding up for an errant piece of paper down there? It's just a piece of paper. Yeah, but if it goes blowing through the timers and somebody gets an errant time slip, then we have to rerun them. And we'll just hold up for a second, send the quad out from the top end, retrieve the trash, take care of what needs to be taken care of. Take the opportunity to do a little quick starting line maintenance. Brett out of the gate running. So's Buddy Hughes right alongside of him. Obviously, the big block gets there before the little motor. 65, 109 for Brett. 60 under, 1171.6, Buddy. 1171.1 earlier today. Britt Cummings, Carl Sweet roll in. It's just about to the end, I do believe. Stock eliminator. Wheels off launch for the C5 Corvette out of Louisiana. The Mosier Engineering Chevrolet Corvette. Carlton working his early model. 74 nation through. 1121 by Carlton Sweezy, no help. 1093.6. Cummings went 1093.9 earlier today, only at 86 miles an hour. Obviously, they're waiting to make their best lap tomorrow morning under full power to try and adjust and pick their spot on the qualifying sheet. Brian Phillips, Jeff Sharp. We're down there looking at the guy running. He said, "What are you running for? It's too hot to run." Brian off and running, another big block. This time a 400 cubic inch Pontiac in the Firebird there in the left lane. Phillips went 1094 earlier. Go back, sit up with a 1096 now. 1180 by Jeff Sharp at 112. Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes, well, let's just say you're not here yet. Super Gas, need you to lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to staging in the lanes, please. And our final last two pair, stock eliminator, Chuck Bohannon and Matt Androbius. Matt pulls in, the runner out of Prattville, Alabama, the little H stock automatic. 350 powered, 89 Camaro. Chuck Bohannon's Louisville-based new drag pack Challenger there on the left side. Factory stock B. $984 at 112 by Chuck. He found out what he needed to do. 1133. 115 by Antrobius. No disposition change there. Brian Rogers. Slate Cummings. Our final pair coming up. Steve Sullivan 1. Kevin Helms 2. Danny Bird number 3. Dottie Beeler 4. Buddy Hughes. Jerry Bennett. Chuck Weber. Dave Walther. Top 10 in qualifying. Making his way through the 1125 index. He's on the brakes to a 96 mile an hour lap at 1052. 1070 by Brian Rogers. He is 50, 60, 69.8 under the index. 124 in qualifying. So again, racers, a reminder that today's schedule stands as posted, albeit about an hour and a half behind schedule.
As we roll in with Super Gas. Hey, it's real easy to do. Make your car run 990. The tricky part is it's not that easy to do, but these guys and gals make it look. It's a cakewalk. Eisenhower trying to get a little tighter to the combination as Eisenhower goes 10.04. He goes the wrong way, but Steve last time and dead 9 this time. So Steve says, that'll work. That's a good plan. as Skip Walls and Kenneth Sanders roll in. So it's bulb popping, throttle stopping, fender dropping, super gas class. Class is in session. Skip Walls on the jegs.com lane. The Knoxville, Tennessee retired racer enjoying his retirement as Kenneth Sanders, another retired racer from the Gateway City. The Dakota pickup truck. He's got room for the trophy and the money all at home in that pickup truck. Back to St. Louis. There's a lot of racers that would like to spoil his plans this weekend. All right, 1320. Route 1320 is busy. Skip Walls, 10:05, no help, 10:04 for Sanders. Both of them off pace as they'll take those time slips, probably file them away in folder number XYZ and try it again later on. As Don Gandy and Steve Collier roll in. Steve in the Vega out of Louisiana into the law enforcement. He's going to try to put a traffic stop down at the finish line with a 990 on it. Don Gandy, IROC Camaro making tracks right through the tunnel. He drives on the Bud lane. He goes 987, 150 miles an hour. A little quicker is Mr. Collier with a 986. So we'll plant two more race cars on our quarter-mile garden. Larry Turner left. Edmund Richardson. Edmund, the credentials, the career Edmund has had. He wants to add more Wallies and more accolades as he plugs that car in on the Edmund, 11 on the tree. Larry leaving second on the RT. They're doing a little bit of fender watching down here at the top end as Edmund pulls a 10:04. No help there. 985 for Larry Turner. So both of them on the high and low side of that 990 as Pat Martin moves in from London, Ohio, the fabricator, the Armor Paving and Sealing Roadster. Got those wheelie bars tied up as Derek Denning takes the Bud lane, the Pleasant View, Tennessee runner. Let's see where we're at here as the finish line, waiting. Derek posts a 989, so he was 988 the first trip down to the grocery store as Martin goes 990 with an O. Pat Martin says, take that, gang, as Martin puts it and drills it at the finish line. How about Rusty Cook and Rob Stiegel? So Cook, Cynthiana, Kentucky. That's where he lays his head at night, running for the Ohio Crankshaft Group. Rob is plugged in. Rusty Cook's trying to catch up. Rusty's got that big block, and it is being put to full use as he goes 989. Rusty Cook, 2 runs within 5/10 thousandths as Rob goes 987 at 140 miles an hour. As Nathan Ruman rolls in from the Low Speed Shop banner out of Wabash, Indiana. The farmer traded the tractor in for a race car. Great plan in my book as Connie Rudy strolls in with the Gremlin. Fire engine red Kremlin out of Lima, Ohio. I'll tell you what, Connie moved the wheel this way and that way, but he's going right through the tunnel from the backside. We watch Connie Rudy, 987, 141, as Nathan trims the number a little tighter with a 989 at 169. Tom Diamond out of Dublin, Ohio, the consultant running for Armor Paving and Sealing. Got 555s under the hood. Driver's window and sees Rocky Clark, the Grand Prix. Rocky trying to catch up. Did he get there? Yes, he did. Stuck the fender out with a 986 pass. A lot better than 11:20 first run at it, as Tom goes 9:89 with a 1. So Tom's sneaking up on the combination as he ran 9:88 earlier today. It's Paul Richardson. Reserves the Bud lane just for a few seconds. He's out of Woodburn, Indiana. The PNR Express Forenza. That car was born 1987. They threw a Chevrolet big block in it. And Lyle Schreiner next door. So Paul inside that bulb looking out. 006 on the tree, a little smoke out of that car on the left-hand lane, goes 987, 159. And Lyle goes flying by the Jegs.com scoreboard for the 995. So Pat Martin, number 1, 990, and he threw another egg in there just for good measure into the cake as Vince Damrow and Presley Wilkerson move into our one-way runway. Presley out of Louisville, Kentucky, 82 Corvette. And Vince, the student. And a very strong running Camaro as he is pedaling hard and fast and furious. Vince goes 986, 150. And Presley goes 6 thousandths, just a little quicker off of his earlier run here this morning, as Mark Sanders and Connor Millwood sneaking up on that Christmas tree. It'll catch them as soon as they get close. We'll throw on a pair of bulbs up there. They'll roll in a few more inches. And those buttons will be let go like they're 1,000 degrees. Mark Sanders, Connor. Connor's way out in the lead. Mark's trying to make the pass at the finish line. 10:02, no help for Mark. He was 10:04 earlier. He's getting closer, but he's got a lot more ground to make up. 987 on the flip side. Let's bring up John Taylor and Joe Harper. John Taylor, number 6 in the national event point scene, trying to capture some more points. Division 2, he's number 3 in the points, as Joe Harper is already ready to roll. John Taylor in and gone. So let's see what they airbrush the canvas in red with. Joe Harper's got a 991, good number there at 156. Taylor goes 994, dialing long distance, 163 miles an hour. And Jim Perry rolls in from Neoda, Tennessee, with that Chevy S10. Justin Mosier, the Mosier Engineering 2010 Corvette Road. Justin, one of our big mile per hour cars here in class. Justin goes 987, 171, so he's sneaking up on it there, going over the top side a little bit. Perry 994, so he's on the other side of the 987 spectrum. So we take the level out. 990 is perfectly level, and some of them, just like our carpenter work that I do once in a while, you don't quite get the bubble in the right spot. Some of these drivers on the top and the bottom side of the 990 as Rob Mosier and Jacob Elrod move in. Jacob Elrod running the Jegs.com. Jacob, 008 on the tree as he let go of that button, just almost perfect, as Rob Mosier goes 988, 153 miles an hour, and Elrod goes 4 over the dial, 165 with his Corvette. Retired runner, 68 Dart, going to try to hit the bullseye down there as Todd Sensony moves in with Firebird. The Flying Firebird out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Sponsored by Kurt's Machine, Hoosier, and TCI. So the careful staging process, you want to be consistent from the time you leave the pit area till you cross the stripe down there. Well, Jim left yesterday. He won't get any time. And Todd, he says, okay, 33 on the tree. I'm going to get some numbers to work with. Todd rolls through with a 991 at 161 miles an hour. And tough break for Jim Falvey as that run was wasted. Kelly Key with the gorgeous 34 Roadster. Ran through a couple paint booths on the way here. He's already pre-staged and staged as Bob Hanschuff with his Firebird. Got the deep stage bulb on there. It looks like we're going to try this again, as I think the starter backed both of them out of the beams. And we'll regroup and retry again. So Kelly Keith, the farmer, trading that tractor in for this Roadster. Bob, so both of them grabbing a couple green apples off the tree as they went by. Kelly, he'll decorate the Jegs.com scoreboard 988. A little quicker, Bob Hanschuff's 985 as they drive them out the other end. They'll look for the exit ramp off of Route 1320. And let's try Janice Swan's orange 73 Opel GT. And Jerry Duke out of Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, USA. They are side by side for 1,320 feet. Jerry Duke goes 985. We'll have a pair of them show up left and right. 985s, two 10,000 separating them down here at the finish line. Is Dan Childs and Freddie Martin having some fun here at Bowling Green, the Division III final race of the year. This is a tune-up race for the U.S. Nationals for a lot of these racers in our sportsman class. So Freddie Martin will plug that Monza into the Bud lane. And Dan Childs joins in out of Ohio with a Spore Contracting Ford power plant. So Dan doing a little wiggle out of the gate as he puts the power down. Great pass left and right. That would have been an outstanding first round. Freddie Martin dead 9, Dan Childs dead 1 as they crossed the victory stripe down there. Jerry Spore, Mike Jurasik, I'll tell you what, these drivers are figuring this out very quickly, but the competition is tough in all of our classes down here, and you've got to figure it out quick. So it's the Mike and Jerry show. A couple Buckeye runners. Clean and green, they've got it on mean. Here comes that finish line. He'll capture both of them. Spore goes dead on with a 0. He says, hey guys, you thought you had a good run at it the prior pair. Jerry shows him how to do it as Mike goes 991. And he'll collect that as he earned that one. Rose and Coy Collier. So Coy with that out of Louisiana. Bob Prose out of Terre Haute, Indiana with the bet. Collier, Warren Evans, potato chip. Coy Collier goes 992, 156 with a Camaro right side. Bob Prose goes 991, 149. So these race car drivers are getting it on with the 990 numbers as they are lassoing it and owning them as Al Walker and Cam Schmidt roll in. Beautiful blue 27 Roadster resides out of Evansville, Indiana. Cam Schmidt will plug that in on the Jegs lane. Al Walker rolls into the Bud lane. So Al Walker is running hard on the Bud lane. I think Cam, well, Al Walker drove around Cam down at the top end. 992 for Al Walker for his efforts. Cam Schmidt puts it in red on the Jag side. 997 as Gary Lincoln and Ray Conley lock horns this time on this time trial session. So a couple more Buckeye runners here. Ray Conley out of Elyria, Ohio, 63 Corvette. He's been in that car for 20 years. Very comfortable with that race car. Lincoln pulling the trigger on the 27 Ford T. Now they're going to decorate our scoreboard down at the top end. Conley goes 982, and Gary on the quick route as well with a 986. So they'll go to Plan B when they get back to the pit area. Meanwhile, Rock Haas and Roger Bishop want to put some more data together. So it's the Monza, Roger Bishop and Rock Haas. Put a few colors on that race car. Roger, he's already into Chicago as Rock Haas is still in Kentucky trying to catch up. Rock's got a 992 time slip, and Bishop goes 991. Whoa! Diana Anderson, that race car, when it came out of the water, it looked like a snake going down a hot road in the summertime. Well, it is summertime and it is hot. Diana Anderson out of Idaho, the bookkeeper, running for Don Anderson Concrete, 555s under the hood. Brand Garnier next door with a 68 Camaro. Troy, Neshobe State, Missouri. So Diana right through the tunnel on that jegs.com lane runs a dead on with a 6. So you can't determine what the end result's going to be by the burnout. How about dead on with a 7, 158 for Brad? Wouldn't that have been an outstanding first round matchup? Brad probably would have won that via the reaction time advantage. These drivers, they're in race mode already as Don Anderson and Don Kulash roll in. The battle of the Dons. Don Anderson from Idaho. Don Davis Corvette. It's in park. Kulash is gone. Well, tough break for Don Anderson over here on the right side as he is just creeping down our right hand. The exit ramp off of Route 1320. And we will welcome Ken Bowers and Terry Keddington. Terry making the haul here from Utah. He's a cattle rancher. Hopefully he brought us all some steaks up here in the top of the tower. As Ken Bowers will plug in that Corvette. Ken and Judy Bowers' Corvette out of Paulding, Ohio, running for advanced chassis. High beams on the tree will fill out a few more bulbs. Both of them grabbing some green bulbs and putting them on the Christmas tree. What's the present at the top end? Terry's got a 992, but Ken Bowers got the better present. Dead on with a 2.165 on the Bud Lane. Here's a couple racers that's had some good success on the trail. Sherman Adcock Jr., a decorated racer with a lot of wallies to polish, a Division II runner. He'll be on the Dave Dahlem out of Tremont, Illinois, running for Sloan's Racing Transmission. Dave and Judy Dahlem in the house. So the scoreboard, will it be kind? Yes, sir. Sherman Adcock showing that world champ form, dead 9 at 161 as Dahlem goes 991 at 150 miles an hour. 3,000 separating them on the Christmas tree as they left. So Steve Eckert, Tim Terry, the flight plan, it's all the same. It's 990. That's their time of arrival. So Steve Eckert out of Pataskala, Ohio. 2001 Corvette, the Pataskala Flash. As he'll flash past that starting line. Tim Terry joins in with his Monza. Steve is Mr. Steve Hoyt. And Terry Nip up next. Steve Hoyt, number 7 in the Division III point standings. He's got the Bud Lane reserved. And Terry Nip, another Hoosier runner with the 02 Firebird, running a small block Chevrolet. Uncharacteristic, unusual. It was pretty much the norm when this class started, the small blocks, but the big blocks, a lot of these drivers decided, hey, let's chase. Both of them, a little bit of a wiggle out of the gate, but they quickly turn the wheel this way and that way, and they're both going through the tunnel right now as Terry goes 9:47. And Hoyt, Steve Hoyt just froze the tree, 0 degrees times 3 over there, but he goes 9:89 out the back end of the racetrack as Carl Root pulls into the front end of the racetrack. And Junior Houston, the executive, running that Chevy S10. Carl Root, 63 Chevy 2, the classic look, out of Washington, Illinois, that has recovered from tornado damage a few years back. So Carl Root let go of the button just a little quicker than as John Sickish plugs that car into the jegs.com lane out of Belmont, Ohio. 63 Corvette. Got the top down on this beautiful sunny day here at Bowling Green, Kentucky, as Mark Miles moves in with his 68 Camaro. Two green bulbs, Racer's Delight, helps you race into the night as John Sickish goes 984, and on the quick side as well is Mark Miles with a 987. Mark's getting closer as he ran 992, so he tried the top side of the hill and then he went through the tunnel that time as we quickly bring up Skeeter Wayne out of Robards, Kentucky. Chevrolet Roadster with a small block 355 cube under the mailbox as Troy Coughlin, round 1, 5,000 separating them on the tree. Here comes that finish line, waiting, bang, both of them 986, and we go out to the 10,000s, the number's the same. Troy 166, Skeeter 139. As Craig Porter with the 93 Mustang out of Silver Springs, Maryland, running a small block Ford under the hood, 351 Cubers. 1989 Division Super Street champion Craig Porter running Super Gas class as Bitsy Satterley rolls in from Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, the machinist in the 69 Camaro, also running a small block. Bam, here we go. Well, Bitsy's in park and Craig's in high drive down at the top end as Porter will decorate our Bud scoreboard with a dead on 2 at 144 miles an hour. So Bitsy will exit our one-way runway in reverse as the crew will push that race car back and we'll reload. Well, let's take a quick look at our leaderboard here as Pat Martin and Jerry Spoor. Oh, Superstock, come on down. Put those hamburgers down. Superstock, need you to the lanes, please. As we look at our board here, we got a couple of them dead on with an egg. Pat Martin and Jerry Spoor will share that. Leo Zenda sits number 3, dead 1, and Dan Childs also dead on with a 1. Ken Bowers and Craig Porter dead on with a 2, And then Dwight Noost is number 7, dead on with a 4, and dead 6 is Diana Anderson. So that's our top 8. So if all of those racers got in, sweet. If they didn't, well, you've got unsweetened iced tea you can drink, and that would be not part of their game plan. So hopefully they all got in, but man, oh man, that is impressively tight as Jason Lynch and Teddy Barlow plug those race cars in. Racing Jason, the Bullet Motorsports Cutlass. Teddy, pre-stage. Jason moves in. Teddy Barlow, U.S. Army, retired out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Jason just crushing the bulb as he left. Side by side we do the dance. Lynch goes dead one. 6,000s pack, get back. Jason's already in race mode as Teddy goes 993, 157. So Teddy sneaking up on it from his prior 995 run earlier in the day. Super stock, super stock. You can come on down, super stock. Super stock, lanes 2 and 3. Super stock, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Mia Tedesco, our #1 points leader in the national scene for Supergas, strolls in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with the Cavalier. The CarsProtectionPlus.com race car. We'll roast some marshmallows left and right as, whoa, Luke Bogacki, former world champ in Supergas out of Carterville, Illinois. Boy, wouldn't this be a great matchup through elimination sometime this weekend? Luke Bogacki running for Mickey Thompson. Hey, first round, wouldn't that be something? That would be worth the price of admission if these two locked horns. Mia Tedesco, Luke Bogacki, as they will put these race cars to work here in just a few seconds. The flight plan's in place. The runway is theirs. Well, Luke takes that red-eye flight westbound. Mia, 013 on the tree. The big numbers, top end, here they come. They'll paint them in red. Luke goes 981, 989 for Miss Mia. Both of them well over 160 miles an hour as David Goins and Val Harmon stroll in. So the project manager, trying to get a Wally this weekend, Dave Goins, out of Plymouth, Michigan. So Val, 7, is plugged in for Val Harmon on the Bud scoreboard. Double J, 63 Corvette, Jeremy Jensen, out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Pretty nice town. And Jack Collier, another Louisiana runner, his road stock. So both of them ran 997 the first round, about 3,000 separating those two after they earned their first time slip. So let's see which way they go this time. So they're pre-stage. Hopefully they filled the fuel tanks up. They're in. A little bit of smoke rolling out of Jack's car on the left side. It quickly cleans up. Meanwhile, Jeremy is gone with a 985 and a 986. So both drivers from their 7. So Double J moves in this time. This is Jeff Jensen out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Got the top down on that Corvette. And next door is Leo Zinda. Leo, number 8 in the national points, number 3 in the division points. Jeff pulls alongside. And Jensen goes 9.89 with a 5 at 156 miles an hour. As Leo Zenda goes 9.87, and Bob in the background goes, whoa, Steve Whitlow with that Mustang. You know how these Mustangs can get, if they're not broke yet. Oh, we're talking about drag racing, not horse racing. But that old Mustang had a mind of its own. Boy, did it twist its tail out of the burnout box. We can see the marks down there as Rob Cropfeld rolls in out of Hamilton, Ohio. 63 Corvette. Steve Whitlow is ready. Well, Steve's got the fender stuck out first. Here comes Rob. Rob goes 9.98, 163 to Steve's 9.91 at 149 miles an hour. And Matt Tankersley. Matt Tankersley running the 1970 GTO Go with the Pontiac power plant. And Joe Fisher rolls in. Look at that. Joe's got a bulb that matches the color of that Corvette, but they're free right now. A little bit of smoke down there for Joe Fisher, and it's getting a little hot. Joe Fisher. Matt goes 9.93. Baldman Transmissions going for a ride with Larry Rodell, the Evansville, Indiana racer, with that Davis Roadster. And the classic 64 Corvette of Ronnie Lindsay out of Matthews, Alabama. Ronnie having some problems there with the Christmas tree. Larry did not, as Larry is on that full pull. And Larry goes a 9.93 at 152 miles an hour. So tough break for Ronnie Lindsay, as he will not have any more data to add to his 988 earlier today. So Ronnie enjoying the countryside on the east, or the north and south side of the racetrack down there, as he just cleared the finish line area, and he'll hunt for the exit ramp. A little bit of Monza, a little bit of Cavalier action here as Carl Watts sits in the driver's seat of that Cavalier on the Jegs lane. Coming up from Alabama, mechanic by trade. And Jason Dickens will plug in his 78. Identical reaction times on the tree as they go westbound, searching, hunting for that finish line. They'll find it. Carl Watts 10.02, 9.76 for Jason. So they're still chasing the combination, both drivers. It's Kevin Brannon and James Carter. Reserve the racetrack here for just a little bit. Kevin Branham running the Jegs lane with the Race Tech prepared machine out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. And out of Forney, Texas, James Carter with the vet. I think that's Tommy Phillips' hometown. Well, Kevin Brannon plugged in a red light. He goes 9.89, 171. And James Carter grabbing the brass ring at the finish line. He goes 9.901. So Tommy Cook, he's trying to brew up a win here this weekend with the Chevy Roadster out of Columbia, Kentucky, the Cook's Transmission sponsored Roadster. And Steve Williams, the True Blue Ford Pro. And two looking pretty good down at the top end. The scoreboard will verify that. How about that? Tommy Cook dead on with a 3. And Steve Williams right there, 989 with an 8. As Kenny Threat and Chris Best trying to work the magic down there. Kenny ran 987 earlier today with his Corvette. So he's staring at the Bud lane. Right now he's staring at the tree. Got a good light. He did. Chris, he's down track. Kenny trying to put the power into play. As the power goes from front to back, Kenny Threat goes 991, and Chris Best takes a 988 time slip. Well, Dwight Noose will roll in next with the Rampage. He's number 8 so far on our hit parade list. 65-year-old farmer, calls it the Pig Farmer's Delight. Dwight and Judy. As Jeff Reed calls it the Telephone Man out of Batavia, Ohio. Jeff will tighten up that reaction time because those 3 numbers will probably not buy you many win lights. Jeff goes 983, 155, and Dwight takes a 995, 153 mile an hour journey. As Ken Mostovich got our attention up here in the tower when he pulled the plug on the burnout down there. He's going to back it up and try it again as McNeil Freeman with that white Roadster executed his burnout, and he's patiently waiting for Ken to regroup back here. There we go. So Ken Mostovich wagging the tail out of the burnout box with the Corvette. Calgary, he's got that Corvette standing tall on our Jegs.com lane. He was 009 on the tree as McNeil Freeman is moving out. McNeil goes 998, 138, and Ken plugs a 994 at 164 miles an hour in red on her canvas down there. So Tim Gillespie came from Xenia, Ohio. I believe the Jeg Super Quick Series was there not too many weekends ago. 1933 Ford. He looks out the passenger side of his vehicle, and there since Bob Corcoran. Corky's Car Clinic Grand Prix. That car was born in 1992. So we are pre-staged and in park for now. There we go. Tim goes in. Bob will join in. There he goes. So is the throttle stop magic going to be kind to Tim and Bob, or both? Yep, I'll say so. Look at Gillespie, dead on with a 3, and Bob is dead on with a 0. So we now have, or will have, 3 of them up there, 9.900, as Tom Stalba and Roger Warren bring these Corvettes to Bowling Green. 1963, a pair of them. Tom missing that perfect bowl by 1 thou, and he is marching westward. Roger Warren, he'll plug in a 992 run. And Tom Stalba about 100ths off with a 993 at 166. Stalba, 6-time Division I champ. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle for Dean there. He's got that steering wheel on that race car, and he was glad it was there as he used it. So Dean, he'll cruise through with a 993, and that will probably conclude Super Gas, as we've got different classes rolling in and chomping at the bit to see where they're at. Super Stock. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to step out of here, and we're going to get ready for our lesson on counting oil pan bolts and things like that with our super stock class. And I believe Bob Unkefer, he's going to be. All right. Hey, we're trying to recruit Redman to grab the mic up here, but he's kind of busy, he said. All right, Bob. Hey, I appreciate you letting me jump in here today. And we're going to have to hit the road here pretty soon. You guys have a safe weekend.
You have a good one up in Illinois, Ron. Thanks for the help. Always appreciated, sir. I'm trying to figure out why Redman says he doesn't want to announce. Normally can't get him to be quiet. He's always talking. Anybody who knows him knows that. I think we just don't have the right bait up here. Need a cold beer sitting in front of him to get him to announce. Yeah, Redman, of course I'm talking about you. Superstock getting ready to roll in and come up and see what we can do with our second round of qualifying for our wheel standers. Some of them do, some of them don't. Just kind of all depends on how the setup is. All in the setup. So a little spray, a little drag, a little track prep, and we'll get ready to rock and roll. Mike Bryant's Pontiac out of Louisiana leading the pack at 95 under the index. Scott Goes. Mopar machine is number 2. I think Scott's got the Mopar machine, right? David Rampy, number 3. Matt Hoover, 4. Dan Kyle sits in the number 5 spot. Steve Koch, number 6. Fred Allen's truck, number 7. Todd France sits number 8. Jeff Dyswinger, 9. Aaron Dysinger, 10. You want to be in the quick 16, you got to be 81.9 under the index or better. Super Stockers, need you to get ahead and pull them on up into lanes next to the tire, if you would, please. Here they come. Tom Gordon rolls in. Tim Hebert Hemi-Cuda, now a factory GT car. Markel's Super Age Hemi. 68 Dart for the runners out of Nuth New Brunswick, Canada. Making a toe down and getting the Hemi car tuned up for the Hemi Shootout next week in Indy. Red Man will be there getting everybody parked. Or at least that's the plan. Plans are always subject to revision, by the way. Miles will be there right after the left side. Almost earlier. I don't know where Tom Gordon was going, but he looked like he wanted the left side too. This is drag racing, not NASCAR. You can't drag. 873, 152 by Mark, 1039. 98 miles an hour by Gordon. Drafting is not allowed in any. Don't care how much you want to try or how good you think you can do it. Just not allowed. You got to stick in your lane. Andy Cronenbitter. Gary Caccaro. Gary came off the line earlier today. Blue Cobalt there on the left side out of Panama City, Florida. Car went hard out of the gate, sideways. Kind of like that. Still looking to get that car dialed in rear suspension-wise. Cronenbitter hustles on through, ran 9:57 earlier, goes 9:59 now. Here with a 12-second lap down the racetrack. Sitting inside the car going, where's the chassis guy when you need one? Oh, wait a minute, I need to be figuring this out. Lynn Mattingly rolls in. The Olds Achieve out of Cox Creek, Kentucky. Tom Armanino out of San Mateo, California. Small block, 350G automatic, 68 Camaro here on the right side. San Mateo, California. A little bit of a tow to get here. Back to back at Bowling Green, then up to Indy for the week, and head back to California. Like Horace Greeley said, go west, young man. 978, 133. Armanino improves by 200. 1029. Mattingly picks up better than a 10. Mattingly, big jump up on that lap. All the way up to the number 6 spot now at 90 under the index. Supercomp needs you lanes now, please. Supercomp lanes 2 and 3. If you would, come on down. Supercomp lanes 2 and 3, please. Austin Richardson right side. Looks like he's got problems. So Gary Summers gets a freebie in the Mustang. 302 combination. Super Stang 4 working its way down the racetrack. 1184, 113 by Summers. Richardson. Problems out of the Chevrolet Camaro. Still looking to get that machine down the racetrack for the Richardson boys. couple gentlemen who earlier in the day had problems out of their runs. Keith Lynch couldn't get the Challenger. RacingRVs.com machine to leave the starting line. Jimmy Bridges left the line, but the car went immediately to the right. Like a giant magnet was drawing it towards that Christmas tree, which would be pretty tricky since the Corvette's made out of fiberglass. It was a fiberglass magnet. That's what it was. $929, $145 for Jimmy. $972, $136 by Keith. Both drivers improving substantially on their run from earlier today. Here's David Ramping. Getting the shot now in the Camaro as he'll be back shortly in his comp eliminator ride. We continue to work our way through today's posted schedule. Ryan Ag over on the left-hand side, the 396-67 Camaro. $977.6. Ryan's back-to-back within a foul. 10:28. 128 miles an hour alongside of him. Ronnie Dutton and Kenny Sharp. Sharp in his Cadillac. All Cadillac. 425 was a front-wheel drive Eldorado. Now a rear-wheel drive Eldorado for the runner out of Ohio. Dutton's machine, the GTM automatic. Little Chevy Monza there on the left-hand side. 11:05 earlier today for Dutton. He goes 11:01, picks up 400. 11:07 by Ken Sharp. Sharp picks up a bunch. Now 67 under. Dutton now on number 31 spot. It's 73 under the index. Stokes, Super B modified. Chevy Cavalier on the right-hand side. Kyle Ratcliffe in the left lane. Factory GTA, 350 combination. Shoehorned into that Pontiac Sunfire. Oop, hang on there, Michael. Stokes machines go right out of the gate. Yes, to get out of the throttle. Ease it back in. 919, 145. Nice lap by Kyle. Ratcliffe improves. Picks up about 0.05 of a second. Now 80 under the index. And slides into the number 20 qualifying spot. Dale Hultquist, another Texas racer out of Elite Glass and Trim. Wheeling the Pontiac Grand Am there on the left side. And Matt Morris, the Kentuckian. Morris goes through 11:11, 91 miles an hour off the throttle. 10:26. Hultquist picks up 0.03 of a second. Now 78 under the index. Emily Volkman and Johnny Ray. .1021, Johnny Rakes takes the Grand Am through for a 0.04 improvement. He's now 28 under. 1070, Emily picks up 600. She's now 74 under the index. So we're doing some shuffling around this time around. The air must be cooling off just a skosh from what they ran in earlier today. Dave Tincher's Chevy Cavalier. Bring a Spling Air up at her Cobalt. Super Comp, need you to lanes, please. Super Comp, lanes 2 and 3, please. Super Comp, need you to the lanes, please. .957, 121 miles an hour by Brina. No improvement there. 958 by Tincher. That's a nice lap down the racetrack. Let's see if Dave picks up on that. Hang on. Yeah, it would take him a minute or two. Steve Hinton and Robbie Shaw. Robbie Shaw taking the Pontiac through 1020 and 117, 1203, 110 miles an hour. As Jerry Harris rolls in. Mike Tufel, Mike over here on the right-hand side, now lives down in North Carolina. Used to live up in the high country of Colorado. Small block Chevrolet C-modified car over here on the right-hand side. Jerry Harris there in the left lane. Tufel's Pontiac picking him up, putting him down. Went 888 earlier. Goes 894 now at 151 miles an hour. 1098, 123 for Jerry Harris, Oldsmobile. He fails to improve at 123 miles an hour. Again, Super Comp, need you to lanes, please. Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Matt Hoover. GT Truck, your number 4 qualifier there in the left lane with a 991 lap earlier. Brianna Kelly, the young lady out of Ohio. Her Camaro here on the right-hand side. .991.9 by Hoover. We're 991.7 earlier, so he stays consistent. 998.4 and 998.5 by Brianna Kelly. She stays on the money. Tyler Green, the Corvette out of Kentucky. 71 edition, 454 there in the left lane. Tom Beasley's GTD automatic ride. Chevy Cobalt out of Scott Depot, West Virginia. GTD automatic, take a front-wheel drive car like a Cobalt, convert it to rear-wheel drive. Drop an early model V8 in it, 992 the result at 132 miles an hour. 934 by Beasley. Excuse me, by Tyler Green. Beasley improves. Tyler Green improves. Nick Morris and Steve Johnson roll in next. Nick for his first shot at the racetrack today. This is today's early session. Johnson's 427, 4-speed, 67 Fairlane. And Nick Morris up in the Mustang. .982.9 by Steven. Back-to-back laps within 2 thou. Morris goes in 994. Morris goes in at 65 under the index. Matt Potts up his Camaro. Jeremy Mudd's C modified. Pontiac Grand Am. Motors on through 946 by Jeremy. 10-12, 128. Potts picks up a couple of hun from his 10-14 earlier. Looks like a little starting line cleanup and maintenance. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Spitzer top dragsters. You'll follow Super Comp. And we'll be into round number 1 of our Draw and Racers for Christ shootout competition in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Super Street and Super Gas. Competitors, those of you in the Draw Racers for Christ Super Shootout. Super Street at Sattler and Ball, Furr and Runnels. Running at Funderburk, Rosenmeyer and Shell. In Super Gas, it's Martin and Childs, Corcoran and Bowers. Spoor and Lynch, Zinda and Porter. And of course our Super Comp. Draw and Racers for Christ Super Shootout contestants will determine after this final round of time trial qualifying, getting ready to come up right behind this session of Super Stock. The top dragster, you will follow Super Comp. So those of you that would be so inclined might want to start thinking about getting them ready. Too amped up yet, but we're getting closer. Owen Burkett, Jerry Holman. Super J automatic Firebird there in the left lane. 10:49. He's back-to-back laps within 2 thou of each other. 11:26. Owen slows up. Couple of hun going down the racetrack. Mike Cotton, Super I automatic. 70 Barracuda. Tyler Kahele working his truck down the racetrack. Tyler went 9:21 earlier. She goes 9:81 now. Slowing up, 10:02. 132 for Cotton. No improvement there. Tom Blinko. Terry Lindsay. Lindsay up in a Corvette, the Bowling Green, Kentucky-based machine. The 7454 Corvettes for sale. You'll pick yourself up a deal on here this weekend. They've got the car up for sale. Blinko's ride out of Bardstown, Kentucky, the 396 F automatic machine. First generation Camaro there in the left lane. 972, 135 by Blinko. 974, Lindsay picks up a Hun, now 45 and change under the index is Aaron Allison. And Larry Eagle pull in. Smack dab in the thick of the battles, stock and super stock. A modified Chevy Cavalier there on the left-hand lane for the runner out of the Buckeye State. Sports 4-speed machine. 10:03 and a 10:02 by Larry. 9:06 by Aaron Allison. 134 miles an hour. Frankie Morris, David Neal. Neal working his Pontiac Sunfire down track. 327, Chevy 2 goes 919, picks up all right at a 10. 1018, 107. Neal now 91 under, jumps all the way up to the number 6 qualifying spot. Dan Jacobs and David Manning. GTG, little 305 powered Chevy Cavalier. Like the Cavaliers and the Cobalts, converted to GT cars, just small, neat, slick, aerodynamic packages. Manny's got the stick shift Beretta over here on the right-hand side. Manning slows up to a 9:59 this time. 10:06.9 by Jacobs. He's got back-to-back laps within a thousandth of each second. Dan Steed and Larry Zavala. Zavala out of Montebello, California. Eric Jones, the engine builder. Phil Mandela, the chassis builder. That 86 Camaro GTE automatic hot rod. Steed out of Ohio. Chevy 2 there in the left one. Sachet out of the gate by Zavala. They'll shut it off and coast down track. 10:53.6. Steed goes through. Been up just a few thousandths of what he ran earlier. Randall Klein steps in now. 56 Chevy Nomad. Neat hot rod out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Dan Kyle's Pontiac Firebird, the GTH automatic entry over there on the right-hand side. Line looking a whole lot better with that 265 powered 56 Nomad that he did earlier today. 11:28 this time around at 116, 10:21 at 130 for Dan. We want to send out our best wishes to Ron Taylor, Randall's longtime campaigner, fellow campaigner with a 57 Chevrolet. I understand Ron going through some health issues right now. Our thoughts and prayers going out to him. Irvin Johns on the left side and Kevin Helms right lane. A couple of hitters here in the super stock battles. .930 at 145 by Kevin. 937, 142. Helms picks up. Couple of notches on the qualifying sheet. He jumps all the way up to the number 30 spot. Zach Running and Slate Cummings roll in now. Slate wheeling and dealing. Cobalt. Latino, excuse me. running on the left-hand side. .994 by Slate. A little bit better lap down track that time than what he had earlier. 10:52, 122 by Zach. No improvement there. So we'll continue on. Todd France, Steve Bellinger. Bellinger up in the little Chevy too. Looks like they're pushing him back off again. Not a good sign for the little red Chevy. Todd France, the GTE automatic entry. Current points battle going on with Aaron Allison, Tyler Bohannon, Irvin Johns. Just saw Irvin go down the racetrack. Dave Dupps. Young man on the line right now, Todd France. All of them duking it out for the Division III championships and opportunity to stand on stage in December. Pick up a nice little check. Todd wheeling the Louisville-based Pontiac G5, former U.S. Nats champ and comp, 981, 134 by France. No improvement. Bellinger's machine gets pushed off to the side. Larry Cummings rolls in. Larry went through earlier today with that big puff of smoke down at the other end of the racetrack. Had to do a little cleanup after his lap. Looks like it was nothing more than an oil leak of some flavor. Possibly a dipstick tube coming out. Been known to happen once or twice. Aaron Deisinger's Chevy Cavalier there on the left-hand side. .862, 157 for Cummings. 881 for earlier. Goes 881 now for Deisinger. Rod Terrell and Brian Seibenek. Brian wheeling and dealing that little Buick rig. I'm telling you, when you take the engine out of Brian's car, put it in the car in the water box on the other lane. Seibenek 1176 at 113, 1067 by Terrell. 109 miles an hour. Both drivers just a skosh under the number. Need to be a little bit more than that. Well, basically just need to be there on the qualifying sheet. Matt Forbes rolls in now. Wonder how that car would work with a fuel-injected 265 taxi cab motor. It's a good working Bel Air. Jeff Taylor, the engine builder, over here on the right-hand side, wheeling the Cobalt down the racetrack. Jeffrey hustles on through, 972, picks up a couple of hun, 1147. Forbes picks up a few hun as well. Forbes now 42 under. Jeff jumps up to the number 24 spot on the qualifying sheet. Dave Dupps, we told you moments ago, Dave's in the thick of that battle. He's currently sitting number 3 in the points chase. Aaron Allison number 1, Tyler Bohannon and Irvin Johns tied for second. Dave sitting 3rd, Todd France 4th. Nick Morris, just saw Nick roll in and make his first shot at the racetrack. He's sitting number 5 in the points chase right now. Tell you what, this could be a big weekend for Nick to make a move. Go several rounds of eliminations because this is be his 5th race to claim points. Everybody else has more. Terry Allison's GTG automatic Pontiac going down track, 1020 at 129, 1084. 96 miles an hour by Dave, well off the pace of his earlier lap. Jeff Neiswanger, 994 earlier out of the Camaro on the left lane. Chad Taylor, 958. Only looking on, making sure the little Pontiac runs the way it's supposed to for Jegs and Mickey Thompson. $954 to 139 for Chad. 994. Jeffrey runs within 4 thousandths of a second of his run earlier. Super Cop, if you're not in the lanes, we need you. Super Cop needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Cop, come on down.
Hi everybody, I'm Dave McClelland, and I want to invite you to the Racers for Christ Chapel service. Take time out from all the drag racing action and join us on Sunday morning. It's non-denominational and everybody is welcome. Look for times and locations on the flyers throughout the pit area. Have a great race day.
Would like to remind everybody our non-denominational chapel service coming up on Sunday morning. Got 2 services for you. First service will be at 7:15, located in the grandstand. Second service will be at 9 o'clock in the amphitheater. Everybody, of course, is welcome. Non-denominational chapel service, Sunday morning, Racers for Christ. 7:15 early service in the grandstand, 9 o'clock second service over in the amphitheater. And of course, everyone welcome to attend.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those win lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the sportsman competition throughout and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley
Again, Super
Stanford,
Street
and I love
and Super Gas competitors in our Draw and Racers for Christ Super Shootout. Your ladder has been posted at the NHRA D3 registration trailer. So if you are in the program, you can check out there, see who you're paired up against. Your first round will be coming up following Top Dragster. Top Dragster will follow Super Comp. Super Comp will come up following this session of Super Comp. Or Super Stock, excuse me. So it's Super Stock to the conclusion. Super Comp coming up behind. Top Dragster category. Ricky Decker and Michael Bryant. Did I screw that all up real bad? That's tire shake. 986 and 130 for Mike Bryant. No improvement. He'll stay number one. 986 for Ricky Decker. He picks up a chunk. Brett Spears Chevy Camaro for the runner out of Minnesota, right side. Jeff Dona went 988 earlier, 72 under out of that red and silver Pontiac Formula for he and his lovely bride. Jeff Dona Racing Gang out of Gordonville, Mo. Spears standing it up. Talking about the wheel standing super stocker. Brett likes to live up to the expectation. Did 49, only 96 miles an hour, turning it off at the other end. 975. Buck 36 by Jeff Dona. Jeff now up to the number 13 spot on the qualifying sheet at 84. Under the index. Wendell Howell's Hemi car. The CUDA out of Ryan Stufflebeam, Super J automatic Pontiac. Whoa! Goes Hemi car. Gets a little twisty out of the gate one more time. Stufflebeam, meanwhile, motors on through 1031. That's a pickup of a 10 for Stufflebeam. He's now 68 under the index. That'll move him up considerably on the ledger sheet. Stufflebeam up to the number 42 position. Steve Bellinger and Joe Touton, another one of our Hemi Cudas. Bellinger up in the Chevy 2. Touton 869.9. Hello. 983 and 133 miles an hour by Bellinger. And that, boys and girls, will put a wrap on Super Stock. Racers, if you have a package coming, we have a collection, a plethora, a whole handful of packages over at the campground main office. If you've got a package you've been expecting from UPS or FedEx or USPS or the Stork or the Pigeon or whatever the case might be, all deliveries have been made, and there are a multitude of packages over at the campground main office that can be picked up. So if you're looking for a package, you ordered in those rods, those pistons, you need to redo the torque converter, whatever the case might be, packages awaiting your pickup. Now located at the campground main office. Not the racetrack main office, the campground main office. Super Comp going to throw some numbers down at us, see how well the track darts can go 890. Cincinnati out of Tennessee over there on the left-hand side. Julius coming down from Indy on the right-hand side. The proverbial Super Comp ride, a big block Chevrolet-powered rear-engine dragster. Are some Ford-powered machines around the country, some Mopar-powered cars, several door cars. 23 Ts. Different roadster styles, if you will, but the proverbial car, a big block Chevrolet. And a rear engine dragster. It's what Todd's got. It's what Glenn Julius has got. Cut a light, run the number. For Todd and Glenn, they make it look easy. For average Joe, not necessarily so. Cincinnati throws down an 8904, a 16 thousandths package. Wow, I just got told to talk faster. I thought I talked too fast now. Tony Brown working his way through 901 and 183. The Camaro here on the right side, an 887 for a Division 6 runner at 181 miles an hour. Sherm Hancock up in the peak machine on the right-hand side. Dan Foley, the electrician, out of Texas there in the left lane. New T&T chassis car coming out of Dylan Bontrager's shop down Texas way. Sherman wheeling and dealing that American Race Cars chassis machine. And again, the proverbial big block Chevrolet. Drivers with a multitude of accolades listed upon their announcer screen here in the tower, so we won't bother you with the fact that, hey, they both win a lot. 886, 176, 891 Foley at 167 miles an hour. Scott Vanden Walker out of Portland, Tennessee, up in the Dodge Viper. Told you we had some unique cars besides the big block Chevrolet powered entry. Vanden Walker, 570 cubic inch Mopar. Jericaris out of Batavia, Illinois, goes through 885 at a $177 for speed. So no time recorded there for Scott. Justin Mosier and Steve Collier working their way through. Collier in the left lane goes 893 at 177. 889.1 for Justin Mosier in the Mosier Engineering car here on the right-hand side. 182 miles an hour. Rose Richardson up, the R&R and Express. Advanced chassis owner, a convenience store owner there in the left lane. And Carl Watts, Alabaster, Alabama. Another American chassis car, and again the proverbial big block Chevrolets over here on the on the right-hand side. Rose goes through 894, 170, 8903 for Carl Watts at 176. Would like to let you know, those of you in need of some Sunoco race fuel, the fuel station's going to close in about 25 minutes. Got about 25 minutes. Make your way over to the Sunoco fuel station. Devin Eisenhower, Justin Mosier, Carl Watts, Scott Lamar, Troy Jr., Danny Nelson, Luke Bogacki, and Jim Blinkard. All in the 8-9-0 range right now for that Draw on Races for Christ Super Shootout competition. Chase Murray, Orange, Texas-based runner, the Sunset engine. Miller chassis car for the runner out of Texas. Blowed up the motor in the top dragster here not too long ago. Brian Horton goes through 894 at 172, 891 by Chase Murray. 171, the Lupe Tortilla Mexican restaurant machine. Jennifer Liggett rolls in. JL over there on the left-hand side. Got the Don Garlitz-ish nose on the front end, the small airplane tires, the canopy over the front end as Garlitz ran for many a year. Megan Straswag up. Megan and wheeling and dealing her hot rod. Megan with help from Quick Fuel and APCO, Lucas Oil, Mickey Thompson, a Brucey transmission. Currently going to school right here in Bowling Green at Western Kentucky U, 9:16, 146. Megan goes through 8-9-0-0. The dragstersforsale.com team car. Nice lap. They're all applauding. Jack Collier up on the left-hand side. Buster will be happy. He'll be wagging his tail when she gets back. Billy Walker's Georgia-based machine on the right-hand side. Landscaper from start to finish. Undercover chassis machine, Walker. 891 in the opening round. Collier looking to get a good lap down track. .887 by Collier at 180. 8.909 Billy Walker, close, but no cigar. Megan leading the pack with that 900 right now. You want to be in the top 8, you got to be in 8.907. Excuse me, you got to be in 8.906. Luke Bogacki's in the number 8 spot with an 8.907. Dave Schmidt, left side for the runner out of Flintstone, Georgia. Bob Rose out of Terre Haute, Indiana on the right-hand side. And again, the big block of Chevrolets. And another 8.900. How about Bob Prose? Runner out of Terre Haute throws the number down, says, I'm ready to play at $1.66. 888 for Dave Schmidt. They're on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Dave cruised through at 175 miles an hour. So right now you want to be in the quick 8. You got to be at 8.905 or better. Yowza. Rich Bernier out of Virginia Beach, there on the left side. Pat Martin out of London, which we all know is in Ohio and not across the pond. The Armor Paving and Sealing entry on the right-hand side. Again, racers, if you have a package coming, there are packages available for pickup. If you're expecting a package, you need to stop by the campground main office. They've got the packages over there. 895, 182 by Pat Martin. 888 by Rich Bernier, 176 miles an hour. So Pat Martin goes 889 and an 896. This is that Draw on Races for Christ Super Shootout. Brad Plord up, the Holly Pond, Alabama runner. Nice to have Mom in the house this weekend. Bringing a plane in or flying in from the great state of Washington. Brad now living down Holly Pond, Alabama. Wife, baby boy, Blinkard out of Murfreesboro. Over the right-hand side, Ford wheeling and dealing that Lucas Oil machine left lane. 893 at $1.75, 883 by Blencarn at 159 miles an hour. Top dragster, top sportsman. Do want to remind you that when we call you to the lanes, you'll be using the lanes on the pit side of the tower. You will not be coming with the top dragsters through the oval. Top dragster and top sportsman, you will be using the pit side staging lanes when we call you to the lanes. And top dragster, you are on standby. Ryan Richardson rolls in. Jerry Mellis rolls in. Big Block Chevrolet's a pair. And away we go. Richardson boys coming up from Greenbrier. And wheeling and dealing the machine. Left side, 889 at 170, 894 for Jerry Mellis, the M&M car for the runner out of Indiana. 161 miles per. Blake Richardson, the other one of the Richardson boys, out of Greenbrier, up now in his machine left lane. Greg True out of Georgetown. Par race engine, big motor, 632 combination. Should see Blake's car get out in front and then Greg start using that horsepower. Cruise on in from behind. Big motor comes off the throttle, stops second. Really starting to reel him in. Goes 891 1. 177, 889 by Blake. 67 miles an hour. Joe Tankersley up now. Another Pontiac GTO for the runner out of Prospect. Got one in Super Gas. Got one here in Supercom. 455 Poncho. Zach Papp alongside. 884 by Papp. 175 miles an hour. 894, 156 by Tankersley. Leo Zinda and Devin Eisenhower working their way down. Eisenhower right side. 892. 169 miles an hour and 891 by Leo. 78 miles an hour for his big block machine down at the other end of the racetrack. Here's Danny Nelson. Danny, right now, your number 8 qualifier for the shootout. Danny also winner in the top dragster class. Back here a few weeks back when we had the Jegs Sports Nationals here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. And he'd like to step it up, running 900 and 901, 903 number. Make sure he's solidly in the show. Steve Eckert, Taskula Flash. Big motor, Lingenfelder race engine. Red light start doesn't mean anything. Told you earlier, they're free today. So much we get into eliminations. Danny an 891 lap. How about side by side 8.91 laps. 170 for Eckert, 174 for Nelson. Here on the right hand side, Bob Houston. Patty Fisher. Patty rolls in. RacingRVs.com entry. Right hand side. This Tom Patience Fisher is their crew chief. He got a new nickname while he was in the hospital. Patience. Yeah, he said he didn't have it. Bob Houston on the left side. North Carolina making his way through 888 at 172. Patty goes 897 at $1.61. She's off by a nickel from her run earlier today. Dave Alves and Joe Fisher. Joe coming off the Super Gas win up in St. Louis just a couple of weeks back. Ohio-based runner, the Chromeworks machine. RacingRVs.com and Dave out of Princeton, California. Farmer by profession. Taking a little time out to make his way back to Bowling Green and Beech Bend Raceway Park, then on up to Indy for US National. $880's a pair, 888 by Alves. 184, 884. 179 by Joe. Dave Goins and Rusty Cook pull in next to go down track side by side. A little cleanup out there in front of Rusty Cook's car. In the Ohio crankshaft entry. Runner out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, and Dave Goins. Plymouth, Michigan-based machine. A Ford-powered car for all of you so inclined to the blue oval over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Again, racers, while it's quiet, do want to remind you that if you have a package coming, you know that UPS or FedEx or one of the delivery companies, DHL maybe, is delivering a package to you today here at Beech Bend. Packages are available over at the campground main office. You can stop by there and pick up your packages. The campground main office, not the racetrack main office, the campground main office. And there are, my understanding is, numerous of packages over there to be picked up. So if you've been expecting a package, go ahead and swing on by or run on over to the campground main office and get your package picked up if you would. That way you can get your needs taken care of and get the office cleaned out as well. Rusty Cook and Dave Goins. Well, starting line clean up there. Looks like you got the issue taken care of. Dave over on the left side with that Ford-powered machine. Rusty over here on the right side, the Ohio crankshaft car. They go. Headed towards the other end of the racetrack now. 891, 176 by Rusty. Goes through 887 at $168 in his Ford-powered engine. Still Megan, Bob, Devin Eisenhower, Justin Mosier, Carl Watts, Scott Lamar, Troy Coughlin Jr., and Danny Nelson, your quick 8. But we're not done yet. Here's Dave Dahlem. Get her dialed in there. Jawa out of Elkhart, Indiana, the vintage trailers machine. How about Dave Dahlem, 8900? Yeah, he got her dialed in there. How about that? Perfect run, dead on the money, honey. 176 miles an hour. 893 at 166 for Todd Troy Jr. He went 8906 earlier. Andy Nelson just got bumped out of the shootout. Tim Parker out of Colorado. Up in his Ridge Reamer machine entry over here on the right-hand side. And again, a pair of big block Chevrolet. $892 by Troy this time around at 180. $894 for Tim Parker. 181 miles per. Young Mr. Elrod there on the left-hand side for Mosier Engineering and a Bruzy transmission. Tim Marsh and TNA Racing. Entry out of Fort Wayne, right lane. Pontiac Power plant left side. Big block Chevrolet on the right. .887, 176 for Marsh, 886 miles an hour for Jacob. Final run of the day for our Super Comp contestants. Kimber Fusting in the middle of the points battle. A couple of wins under her belt already this year. Parker Store Racing young lady out of Waukegan, Illinois there on the left-hand side. And Jimmy Stahl coming up from North Carolina. Construction company owner and operator. Hot rod over here on the right-hand lane. .887 by Jimmy at 173. Kimber goes through 892. 175 miles an hour. Bob Wolcott and Luke Bogacki roll in next. Walcott off and running, Luke Bogacki off and running, and the call goes out now. Spitzer, top dragster, needs you to lanes. 880 by Luke at 179, 883 by Bob, and again, top dragster contestants. The pit side staging lanes is where you need to go report. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, the pit side staging lanes, the long lanes. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Jay wants me to remind everybody in the top dragster category that you're in the long lanes over by the pit side. As he keeps pointing that way. It's like, Jay, I've already told him at least twice. Butch Tennant doing it old school style, the front motor machine. They're on the right-hand side of the racetrack. He'll goes through 870. 117 miles an hour, and 891 for Cliff Carr at 126 miles an hour. There were some unique numbers going down track that time. Janice Swan and Angela Neely. Again, top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please. The long lanes, the pit side lane, not the oval. The regular, conventional staging lanes. Top dragster, we need you there, please. Janice Swan, the Race to Win Motorsports entry, up on the left-hand side. Angela Neely in the right lane, 889 for Angela at 169. 891, 172 for Janice there on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Mark Miles rolls in. Steve Hoyt alongside of him. Steve in the Jags lane. Mark on the left side. Consultant out of Flintstone, Georgia. Not to be confused with Rubble, Tennessee. Wilma. Turns on the red bulb by 0.04 of a second. Motors on through 887 to 183. Mark Miles, 892 lap at 174. Again, top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please. Bill Riddle, Mike Andrus roll in next. Riddle on the left side out of Michigan. He is a lawn groomer by profession. You know, I used to make good money mowing lawns, but I didn't think it was enough to go out and race a Super Cup car with. What he's got down? Lawn groomer. $893 at 174. In fact, 893's a pair. Hunter's goes 893.3. Riddle goes 893.0. Both of them 170 plus on the mile-per-hour range. Mike Robolito, Michigan-based runner, the Profab car. Don't you know when that movie came out, Steve was like, "Really? You're going to do that to me?" Double line 0. Mike Robolito gave it a ride, came close, but needed to be down with an 8.905 to get into the draw and races for Christ Super Shootout. Scott Lamar's in. He went 8.904 earlier. Jeff Jensen up on the right-hand side, the Jegs lane here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Scotty in the left lane, the Budweiser side for those of you listening in at home via D3 TV. Getting your work done so diligently this afternoon, Friday afternoon. Slaving away over the computer. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell the boss. 882, 165 by Jensen. Lamar goes 891.3. So he's made 2 back-to-back laps now within 9 thousandths of a second. Tim Millwood out of Columbus, Indiana. Works for Cummins. Understand Columbus, Indiana is the home of Cummins. Tom Staub up on the right-hand side, the New Jersey-based runner. Tom lists his occupation as Karen Staub's husband. Well, all righty then. How about another 8,900 lap? 8,900 to 172 by Stalba, Karen's husband. 892 there on the left-hand side, comes up short. So we now have 4 8,900 runs. Unofficially, Troy just got bumped out. Stalba just went in. Like Drossic and Todd McCann. McCann out of Centennial, Colorado. Taking the toe down from the high country. That's got to be thinking to himself, man, it's a whole lot nicer than this at home. Up there in Centennial, a little elevation, a little less humidity. Let me rephrase that, a lot less humidity. $8,904 by Todd at 166. We tied it up even more, 1172 for Jurassic. Greg Camplain and Bill Rudy roll in next. Screen's not showing it. Right now, I do believe Scott Lamar's the bump with an 8,904. Troy Coughlin just got bumped out. Greg Camplain and Bill Rudy working their way down track. $891 by Rudy at 165. $892 by Camplain. Runner out of Indiana. We'll see Greg come back up just a little bit in his comp eliminator ride. Ivy Hutto out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. Maddox chassis car. Pat Lamont out of Lake Villa, Illinois. Out of Lamont Auto and Trailer Sales. Lamont there on the right-hand side, wheeling the 23T. Told you we got a little variety for you. 891.0 by Pat. 160 miles an hour, and 891.7 and 185 by Ivy. On the left lanes. We continue on, just about to wrap up our second time session for our Super Comp cars. Ray Conley and Chad Lamont. Chad wheeling and dealing. The more conventional of the race cars out of Lamont Trailer and Auto Sales. Conley wheeling his American race cars, Dart, Hoosier, and Mosier machine there on the left-hand side. $895, 171 for Chad. $889 at 172 for Conley. The driver will make our super shootout contestants. Joe Fusting and Tony Helms. Helms right side out of Georgia. Fusting out of Illinois. $8,903 by Tony and $8,906 by Joey. I think that'll get Tony in. It won't get Joey in. Joey goes $8,906 at 166. Tony with an $8,903 at 176 miles an hour. Tim Garrison and Phil Spida. Phil motoring through 895. How about a 962? 176 by Garrison. That wasn't exactly sweet. Jessica and Jim. Bogacki and Nash. Illinois and Tennessee, left to right, respectively. Jessica wheeling and dealing, the K&N and Huntsville Engine Machine. Got the Clayton Trailer Sales car here on the right-hand side. $903 by Nash at 160, $881, 167 by Jessica. Rock Haas rolls in, the runner out of Michigan. Carruthers and Haas, race team. Dave Gardner, multi-time division champ. Jake's all-star champ. Stephanie Shelton out of Ohio. Put racing entry to right lane. 94, 173, 8899 by Rock. Missed it by a foul. Going down the racetrack at 179 miles an hour. 173 by Stephanie as Mike Shelton rolls in, and Adam Gerber. Gerber in the Bud lane. Shelton over on the right-hand side, the Jigs side of the racetrack. $893 at 170 by Gerber. 8902 for Michael Shelton at 171 miles an hour. Dean McIlvain and Jeffrey Walls roll in. I'll let the folks next door in race control determine who all the Super Comp, Drawing Races for Christ, Super Shootout contestants are, because they know who paid and who didn't. There'll be some people that paid to go, why did I pay? And there'll be some people that didn't pay and go, why didn't I pay? That's kind of the nature of the beast, though. But the money goes to a great cause, so therefore it's all worthwhile anyway. Jeff Walls left side, McIlvain right side. 95, 178. Oh, so close for Jeff. 8907 at 184 miles an hour. Still not enough, though, down at the other end of the racetrack. Here's Skip Walls and Dave Warren. $896, 181 for David Warren. $892 at 175 for Skip Walls. I don't know if Mom Jackie is home from school yet, back in Jacksonville, Texas, where she's a teacher, but she's listening in. David and hubby are doing just fine. Alan O'Brien. How about an AMC powered? Yep, 451 cubic inch AMC combination. Over here on the right-hand side, Scott Cook out of Festus, Missouri. He's got the more conventional big block Chevrolet. $884 for the Rambler. Alan O'Brien and the AMC engine. $889 for Scott Cook and $167 for speed. Tracy Cochran and John Sickish roll in. Tracy Cochran in 887 at 177. 883 by Sickish. 1:55 the speed. Jeremy Mason rolls in, your reigning division champ. Tyler Leach, the young gunner out of Hamilton, Ohio, a Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis car for the young runner there in the Budweiser lane. Oh, so close for Jeremy. 8.908. 174. Don't think that's going to get him in, but he's gone 8.908 and an 8.909. Budweiser lane went down track. Shut it off at the other end, 896 at 165 miles an hour. Pat Derek Borders and Marshall Glass roll in next. A 23T on the right side. Got another 23T coming up in the left lane. .893 is the bear. Borders goes 893.3 at 170. 893.6 at 149 for Marshall. Yeah, those of you sitting in the grandstands, I realize it says 148, but 148.99 is 149 in my book. I mean, if you're 100th of a mile an hour away from 149 miles an hour, I'm going to give it to you. Billy Vance out of O'Fallon Mo. Jimmy Hinkle out of Danville, Kentucky. Living the dream. Another Racecraft chassis car over here on the right-hand side. Billy Vance wheeling that 23T, and Billy, let's just say Billy's having issues. So's Hinkle, though. 953. 74 miles an hour for Jimmy. Billy goes through 1342 at a 63 mile an hour pass. I could have passed both of them. Coming up the highway from Nashville yesterday at a speed faster than that. Ricky Hughes and Kara Forbes. Kara wheeling and dealing the Bald Man transmission shop car. Young lady. Hot rod and her machine. Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana. The A&8 transmission car there in the left lane. Kara's got problems, slows up to a 1094, 892 by Ricky Hughes. We get to continue on. Chuck Ridenauer, Cole Cummings. Again, top dragster, need you to lanes, please. Top dragster, Spitzer Race Cars. Top dragster, need you to lanes, please. 8.904 by Cole. 179 miles an hour, and 892 by Chuck. At a $170 for speed. 8.904, I don't believe is good enough to make the show. I don't think so. Got another 8.900 in there, and we got another 8.903 in there. Yowza. David Forbes and Rick Legault. David there on the left-hand side. Ricky in the right lane. 892, 177 for Forbes, 893. 160 miles an hour for Mr. Legault. Racing Jason up. CarsProtectionPlus.com entry there on the left-hand side. George Kahele, body shop owner, operator, chief man at the facility. Right-hand side. .904 by Racer Jason at 177. 891 by Kahele. 173 miles an hour. Saw George go down track. Here comes the kid, Tyler. And High Gear Harem up in one of the Mosier cars. High Gear Harem out of California. A 904 by Tyler. 179 miles an hour and 894.6. 178 by High Gear, Derek Denning. Britt Cummings down there. Kevin Pepra. And his lovely bride continue to shoot photos late into the afternoon and early evening here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Final race of the 2016 Division III Lucas Oil Draft. Alky Alex over here shooting photos on the other side. Oh, now he's going to shoot photos since I mentioned his name and talked about it. Well, yeah, Bob. You're going to talk about me. I got to look like I'm doing something. 001 Light Brent, 893 at 178. Derek Denny goes 888, 180 miles per. And I do believe we're getting right to the very end of our Super Comp session. Number 2. Jerry Sosby and Tyler Bohannon. Tyler up on the left side. He's already been a winner this year. In fact, won in this car here at the Jegs Sports Nats just a few weeks back. Jerry Sosby out of Georgia, the J&J Racing. Stake entry over here on the right side. $880 by Tyler at 170, 892 for Jerry at 157 miles per. And last but not least, Michelle Furr. Michelle motors through 892, 176, and that, boys and girls, wraps up session number 2 of Super Comp. Top dragster, our Spitzer race cars, top dragster contestants get ready to come out for their first round of qualifying. All right, our Spitzer race cars, top dragsters, getting ready to go in the staging lanes. We need our Super Street and Super Gas shootout contestants. In Super Street, it's Rosenmeyer and Shell. Running in Funderburk, Michelle Furr and Runnels, and Sattler and Ball. Our 8 cars in our Draw and Races for Christ Super Shootout, presented by Motion. We can take you folks to the lanes, please. Super Gas, Martin and Childs, Corcoran and Bowers, Spohr and Lynch, Zinda and Porter, our 8 contestants in the Super Gas Super Shootout. And I'll have our Super Comp contestants here momentarily. Let you know who you are. But Super Street and Super Gas, round number 1, will take you to the lanes right behind our Spitzer race car top dragster contestants. They're getting ready to come up next.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those wind lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? In All Access.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the sportsman competition. The bonus, watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
Now, the great question that arises and comes to mind is, what will our bump be? Will there be a bump? Will it be another record bump as we had a year ago here at Beech Bend Raceway Park? We had gone through several events throughout the 2015 racing season, putting together some of the quickest ever fields. Top dragster competition. We rolled into Bowling Green a year ago, and got to be honest with you, under weather conditions mostly similar to what we've got this weekend. A little warm, a little humid. Still able to muster up the quickest ever bump in the history of a 32-car top dragster field, as long as NHRA has been running the top dragster category. 6:47.4, if memory serves me correctly. Dave Jamieson and B.J. Sexton pulling out right now to lead everything off in our top dragster category, our Spitzer race cars top dragster category. Pretty good battle going on this year, not only divisionally, but Of course, nationally as well, the RacingRVs.com Top Dragster National Championship. BJ's got problems getting out of the gate. Jamison working his down track, but he shuts it off to a 685 at 157. He was taking the tourist route there towards the center stripe. BJ shakes and rattles the tires a little bit, gets it out of the groove, motion rolls over towards the wall, shuts it off just in case. I want to say good evening to Mr. Spitzer down on the starting line, the Mike Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster category. Mr. Spitzer, the chassis builder, standing down there in the light blue shirt. Pleasure to have you in the house this evening. As Rob Mosier and Larry Strickland get ready to come up. Strickland coming all the way from Florida. Over here on the right-hand side, we'll be on hold for just a moment while we go down and get BJ's car off of the racing surface. Rob Mosier, the Mosier Engineering car over here on the left-hand lane, the Budweiser lane. We'll get the golf cart hooked up and get BJ's ride taken care of. Joe Hessling, our points leader coming into the race this weekend. Thomas Martino right behind him, then Zach Saxman, Al Peevler, Shanna Snyder, J.B. Straswig, John Deacons, Lynn Ellison, Ashley Tidrick, and Mike Coughlin, your top 10 in points right now, coming into the race this weekend. Several of the drivers, though, still with a race to claim full points, some with some first-round losses to throw out. So I'm sure that by the time we get done Sunday, we'll shuffle the point standings around a little bit and here in our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster category. So BJ's car, an inauspicious beginning to our Top Dragster competition and qualifying here this weekend. The car immediately chattering and shaking and braking right off the starting line. And I would say from the appearance and the way everybody is working down there, we have a broke rear axle. There'll be a summation on my part, but from the aspect that the car not rolling, car not moving at this stage of the game, methinks we're going to need a little bit of assistance to get the car moved, and I do believe that that is the equipment they're getting. Would like to let our racers know, our Super Comp competitors, for our draw on Racers for Christ Super Shootout. It'll be Young Miss Strasweg, Shelton, Dahlem, Helms, Pros, Mosier, Eisenhower, and Lamar. Strasweg, Dahlem, and Pros all qualifying with a perfect 8/900 lap. And we will take those folks to the back of the lanes for round one of our Draw on Racers for Christ Super Comp Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering. Super Gas and Super Street, of course, have already been called. Looks like we got BJ's car rolling now. So we'll get ready to continue on with our qualifying efforts. BJ's car clearing the finish line stripe down at the other end. So slowly and cautiously we'll get his car removed from the top end and get Larry Strickland and Rob Mosier and the rest of our top dragster field ready to continue on with round number one of qualifying. All right, so Larry Strickland up from Florida. Rob Mosier down from Indiana. Motored Chevrolets everywhere. The Pro Charged entry. Over on the left-hand side for Rob. Got to admit that the Pro Charger combination certainly made a number of cars extremely stout. Here in our top dragster competition, seems to be Rob reeling in the Mosier Pro Charge car there in the left-hand lane. Can we set a quick record bump again this year? Looks like it's going to happen here in the opening round, but hey, we got another couple coming up tomorrow. 6:41. 2:14 by Rob. That's a pretty good lap. Strickland Motors through 13 seconds later. On 86 miles an hour. Rob up to the number 1 spot. Robert Houston out of North Carolina, the trucking company owner and operator, and your world champ. Marco Abruzzi up on the left-hand side, first ever top dragster world champion. Now we're looking a little bit better. Side by side, 6-second laps down the racetrack. That'll work. 6:52 by Marco at 214 miles an hour. Robert Houston goes 6.66 at 199 miles an hour. Al Peevler, Karma Hopper, Karma over there on the left-hand side. UPS supervisor. She knows all about them big brown trucks, but how about a 655 cubic inch Mopar combination for Karma? Al Peevler out of Illinois in the right-hand lane. People are out of Illinois, the right-hand side. He's ProCharge Chevrolet. .637, 2:14 by Al. A little off the pace there with her 675 lap. 204. Al steps up to take the number 1 spot away right now, but I got news for you. We're a long ways from being done, and at 637 isn't going to be number 1 for long. I do not believe. In fact, I would wager you all the money in Warren Evans' pocket. Warren says he's only got $3 in his pocket right now. Hey, I'll still wager it. I mean, you know, I might throw in a couple more to make it 5. I mean, you know. Hell, I might throw in all the money in my pocket. That'd make it, you know, like $37.50. Jimmy Prevost out of Illinois, a carpenter by profession. The VRN car on the right-hand side. Mark Harmon, fast move, Laughlin Oil. Entry there in the left lane. 638, 209, came close. 643 at 212 by Harmon. People are still number 1. Prevost made it close with a 638 lap. Harmon goes 643. Zach Sackman up, the young man out of Cheyenne, Illinois. Spitzer chassis car. That's his chassis builder standing there in the blue shirt looking on. Joe Hessling on the right-hand side. Joe coming off the win up in Joliet earlier this year, or earlier this summer. It's all-star race, the 540 cubic inch American Race Cars fabricated entry. But in the left lane, Warren says he'll wager his $3 that young Zach runs a 6-0 run on this lap. should have taken that bet. 6:10 at 2:36. 6:37 by Joe. Joe goes to the number 3 spot. Zach does go to number 1, but he misses that 6-0 run by about 0.02 of a second. As they say, close but no cigar. Darian Bosch, 16-year-old high school sophomore, over here on the right-hand side. I wouldn't try to fib you or tell you tail or nothing. Darian, 16 years young, got his top dragster license at the Division IV banquet on stage last year. It was a late Christmas present. Mike Guerliaccio out of Jacksonville, Florida. The elite chassis car. You have the bottle persuasion there on the left-hand side. You will find blowers, you will find Pro Chargers, and you will find nitrous oxide. The power adders of choice here in the top dragster ranks. Young Darian Motors through 6:21, 220 miles an hour. 6:93 by Guerliaccio, Florida-based runner. I don't know that 6:93, once all is said and done, will be a contender in this weekend's event. Darian 6:21, I do believe, is a safe run to put him into the show. Danny Nelson, who won it all here at the Jegs Sports Nationals. Back in, when was that, June? Yeah. Into May. That's right, it was Memorial Day weekend. And young Madison Ellison, now a college student, able to arrange her class schedule for the weekend to be here with us. Madison, the M&M chassis car, 615 cubic inch combination for the Pirate, number 2. Chevers.com and Danny Nelson, chassis builder out of Arkansas, left line. 2 good runs, 53 and a 38. 638, 210 miles an hour. That makes Dad happy. 653, 212 by Danny. Sackman still sitting number 1 with that 6:10 lap. Madison goes to the number 5 spot, albeit temporarily. Bob Mandel wheeling and dealing his profabbed chassis dragster after having that horrible incident with his top sportsman car. Glad to see Bob out here mixing it up with everybody still. Gorgeous automobile. Bob was runner-up here at the Jeg Sports Nationals to the aforementioned Danny Nelson. Ed Dudley out of Indiana with his Spitzer chassis car. Bob's machine. He's headed down to the other end of the racetrack. Dudley right alongside. 639, 207 by Dudley. 646 by Bob Mandel. 206 miles an hour. We need all of our super shootout contestants to the back of the lanes, please. It should be 24 cars because we've got 8 in 3 different categories. 8 times 3 is 24, right? Still works that way. But we need all of our super shootout contestants to the lanes, please. Tom Martino rolling in. We talked moments ago about Mr. Martino. Currently number 2 in the divisional points chase. The young runner out of Youngstown, Ohio. McSherrill chassis machine. Salt Life Optics. Performance equipment. Bell helmets. McGuire's, K&N. Some of the ones helping out. Phil Oakley, the Texas Roadhouse machine. Love me some Texas Roadhouse. Oakley on the right-hand side, runner 632 cubic inch Ford combination. Is again looking for our Super Shootout contestants. To the staging lanes, please. Super Street Shootout, Super Gas Shootout, Super Comp Shootout contestants. Need you to the lanes. Hopefully drifted towards the end. Goes 6.65 at 204 miles an hour. 6:44 by Martino. 208. I'm up to the number 10 spot now. Hopefully into the number 14 position. Tommy Elliott now, the race car apprentice, at the young, tender age of 74. That's what he lists his occupation as. What are you going to be doing when you're 74? I hope I'm out here racing. Bob Houston Jr. Saw Dad go down track just a bit ago. Houston Motors through now on the right-hand side. Power came in a little bit quicker than he needed it to. Needed a little bit more momentum going. How about a 6.16? Tom Elliott, 223 miles an hour. Yippee Skippy. Up to the number 2 spot, I do believe. Let me see my roll over my screen. Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp Shootout contestants. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp Shootout contestants. We need you to the lanes, please. Christina Lawyer, left-hand side, the Indiana-based runner. Got the big blown Ford over there on the left-hand side. 572 cubic inch blue oval. And Brian Farrell, out of Pounding Mill, Virginia. Pounding Mill. Another trip in the Professor Peabody and Sherman Wayback machine. Farrell rattled the tires hard. 6:43, 212 miles an hour by Christina Lawyer, young professor of engineering. There on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Looks like Mr. Farrell's got issues. Car coasting to a stop down there right at the half-track mark, so we'll square up for just a moment, put everybody on hold. Bill Ernst and JB getting ready to come up. Car runner-up here a year ago. JB and Lindsey Barker met up in the finals a year ago. JB coming up just a little bit short in that final round of competition. So we'll get Mr. Farrell taken care of. Get him moved on down the racetrack. Get Bill and JB and the rest of our field working their rest of the way through to the other end of the racetrack. So Brian Farrell's car with some problems there. We'll get him rolling towards the other end of the racetrack just as quickly as we can. Get ready to continue on with the rest of our field. Got to believe that the drivers here in our top dragster, top sportsman category, comp eliminator, got to appreciate being a little bit behind schedule, as it allows the sun to diminish, the heat to diminish, the track to tighten up a little bit. Hey, Redman, you're sitting right in front of the camera, sir. Yeah, do that one more time. The folks at home need a chuckle. All right, get Mr. Farrell taken care of, and we will be back into it. And understand we've got a broken tail shaft on the transmixer there for Mr. Farrell, so we're going to bring the roll back up, reach the car up on the rollback, and try to diminish the spread of any transmission fluid as much as we can.
An ET prediction since 1986. Just ask any of our NHRA contingency winners, including past world champions Alan Johnson, Warren Johnson, and DeFrank, from
power glides and turbo 400s and much more.
Again, get the dragster loaded up. Got a little bit of fluid on the outside of the groove, so we'll have to get that addressed and taken care of before we get back into our top dragster first round of qualifying. Our Spitzer Race Cars, top dragster qualifying session number 1. So for Brian Farrell, a broken tail shaft on the transmission in his top dragster necessitates a little bit of work this evening and tomorrow to get ready to come back for round number 2. Hopefully another case or another transmission in the trailer. If not, I'm sure there is probably a racer out here that would be able to provide said parts and pieces. Numerous of transmission people come to mind, let alone your fellow competitors who definitely want to help out and give everybody an opportunity to race this weekend. So tough break there. A heck of a way to start off your race weekend, but sometimes things happen, as drag racing tends to be a program that continues to find the weakest link. As you're wrapping up and getting towards the end of your competitive season for some of our competitors here this weekend, this being the final race of the Division III Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Devin Eisenhower, Super Comp racer number 330X. Devin Eisenhower, we need you to the back of the lanes, please, for the Super Comp Draw on Racers for Christ Super Shootout. Devin Eisenhower, needs you to the lanes, please. 330 X-Ray.
Strength, durability, and repairability are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the industry. Brodix products have been proudly made in the USA for over 45 years, and with our contingency program, it pays to run Brodix. Brodix utilizes its own state-of-the-art foundry with in-house spectrometer, modernized CNC machining centers, calibrated flow computerized dyno for continuous research and development. Find Brodix on Facebook.
No, JB Straswick down here, the dragster driver and runner-up here a year ago. Got his fire suit plugged into the cool shirt momentarily as we continue on. Round number 1, 24 cars so far. Ernst and JB sitting and waiting patiently. Super Street contestants for the Draw on Racers for Christ Super Shoot. Mosier Engineering, and get ready to continue on as we work our way through day number 1, race number 6 of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour here in Division III this year. Well, when I see all the equipment rolling down this way, generally a pretty good indication that we're getting ready to send race cars that way. We'll get Bill's car pushed back and out of the way, get the tractor tucked back into its respective position, and looks like we're going to do one more drag. Okay. You want to be number one, you're going to have to go quicker than Zach Saxman, 6:10. Tom Elliott sitting number 2 with a 6:16. Kid Darian Bosch sitting number 3 with a 6:21. Al Peevler, 4th at a 6:37.7. Joe Hessling at a 6:37.8. Joe already a winner this year on the tour, picking up the win in Norwalk, Ohio. JB Strasswick getting ready to come up. Your winner in Joliet. Full suit unplugged. Getting ready to fire everybody back up. Let's get back into some top dragster qualifying. Round number 1. Our Spitzer race cars, top dragsters, getting ready to come to life. Burnout's getting done. JB, as we said, looking for another strong finish in the 2016 competition. Mickey Thompson, Quick Fuel Technologies, VP Racing Fuel. Lucas Oil and Oakley Edges helping out with the dragstersforsale.com team. JB goes through 647, 205 miles an hour, 644. 216 miles per for Bill. Bill goes into the number 13 spot. JB into the number 15 spot. Johnny Deacons, Shanna Snyder roll in next. Shanna runner up in St. Louis. Coming up just short of each trailer's machine. That's Feist out of Minnesota. It was your number 1 qualifier in St. Louis. Interesting that we have not had a repeat number 1 qualifier all year long on the division trail. Muller did it in Norwalk. Marty Cheeseman in Joliet. Andrew Johnson did it in Columbus. Shanna did it in St. Louis. Johnny Deacons out of Louisville. A Racecraft chassis car there on the left-hand side. Talk about cubic inches. 768, a whole lot of Shanna looking to put that Hemi in the number 1 spot. Goes through 6:05. 234 miles an hour. Can you say hello to your new number 1 qualifier? She may be our first back-to-back, first repeat number 1 qualifier of the 2016 season. Deacons goes to the number 5 spot with that 6:30 lap. Just 4 cars away from a 32-car field now. Lynn Ellison, number 5 in the country last year, the CollectorTethers.com machine. And Alan O'Brien, runner out of West Virginia. We saw him up just a little bit earlier in his AMC-powered top dragster Supercom car. Well, this is another AMC-powered entry in the top dragster field. Got to be thinking them blocks are not as prevalent as they used to be. Nice wheels up launch for Lynn. 627, 215 miles an hour. That makes everybody happy down there. Shannon high-fiving everybody. Allen coasts through 12:42 on an 80-mile-an-hour lap. Lynn Ellison up to the number 5 spot. Lindsey Barker. Lindsey out of Georgia. A dentist by profession. Your defending champion, by the way. Over there on the left-hand side. Browning out of Kentucky. UPS driver over here on the right-hand side. .620 by Lindsay. 7:17. Brian's got the spot with that lap. Brian slides into the number 27 spot down towards the bottom of the field. We now officially have 6 cars on our 32-car qualifying sheet that are not in the 6-second zone. Looks like we're holding up for just a moment to get the car cleared off the top end of the racetrack. Our Brodix, Steve Schmidt, Top Sportsman Cars to the lanes now, please. Our Brodix, Steve Schmidt, Top Sportsman Cars. Need you to the lanes now, please. Come on down. Kevin Brandon, Chase Beverly rolling in next. Chase on the right side. Out of Virginia. Tom going through some surgery just a couple of weeks back. Missed him at St. Louis at their last race. As he reels in, the racingrvs.com. Entry there on the left-hand side, and Jeff Mandel over here on the right hand, coming up from Spring Hill, Tennessee. I know where he builds in GM cars truck. I'm extremely anxious to get back into his race car. Goes 640 at 214 miles an hour. That's the best medicine a man could ask for, getting back into a race car. 705 by Jeff Mandel. Comes up there on the right-hand side at 189 miles per. Tom goes into the number 15 spot. Mandel slides into the number 30 qualifying spot. Alan O'Brien's 1242 now becomes the bump down at the other end of the racetrack. BJ Sexton, Larry Strickland, Brian Farrell, Robert Houston, all on the outside looking in. Here's Tim Papp. Tim who wheeling and dealing is 700 cubic inch plus. Big motored Chevrolet. Andrew Johnson out of Kentucky. Here on the right-hand side. Appears to be in a rent-a-car this weekend. We told you earlier, did that at Columbus. He was also runner-up in Norwalk earlier this year. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, our Brodix, Steve Schmidt, Top Sportsman competitors. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Top Sportsman cars, come on down. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. The pit side staging lanes, the long lanes. If you would. It's Tim Papp and Andrew Johnson get settled in. Diamond Power Plant, undercover chassis car over here on the right-hand side. We're going to drop that 12-second bump precipitously, I do believe, on this pair. Should get everybody into the 6-second zone after one session. Well, would you believe almost everybody into the 6-second zone? 698, 190 miles an hour for Andrew. Tim goes through 1038 at 117. Shanna Snyder, number 1. Zach Sackman, 2. Tom Elliott sits number 3. Then Darian Bosch, Kevin Brandon, Lynn Ellison, Lindsey Barker, John Deakins, Chase Beverly, Al Peevler, Joe Hessling, Madison Ellison, Jimmy Prevost, Ed Dudley, Tom Fisher, and Rob Mosier. Top half qualifiers. You want to be in the top half? 641.8 or better. Comp Eliminator, we need you to your staging lanes now, please. Competition Eliminators, we go to our Super Shootout. Here's our Super Gas contestants going to be coming up first. And Childs and Pat Martin getting ready to do battle. Qualified, the who could run closest to the number in our Super Gas qualifying sessions. Pat qualified with a 9,900 and with a 9,901. A pair of roadsters. 8-car field here in Super Gas, the Draw on Racers for Christ Super Shootout. A little bit better out of the gate, Martin. Top end, though, the win light's going to go to Childs. 9,904. Picking right up where he left off with that 9,901 in qualifying. Becomes one of our semi-finalists, Jason Lynch, Jerry Spohr, getting ready to do battle. The 520 cubic inch Mustang on the right-hand side. 615 cubic inch Chevrolet powered Oldsmobile. Race Jason Lynch and the CarsProtectionPlus.com team. They're in the left line. Another 900 qualifier. Jason, another 9901 qualifier. Spore out in front. Racing Jason trying to track him down. Not going to do it. 909. Dead on with a 9 by Spore. 994 by Jason. Had the better light. Gave up the stripe. Spore takes it with the 909 to move on to the semifinals. Craig Porter and Leo Zinda. Leo up on the right-hand side, the Jegs lane, the Cavalier. Taking on Craig Porter's Ford-powered Mustang, Silver Springs, Maryland-based runner. There on the left, he qualified with a 9902. Leo qualified with a 9901. You wanted to be a player in this super gas Draw and Racers for Christ battle. You had to be on your money. It was a 9902. We had 8 cars qualified within 2 thousandths of a second. Red line start by Leo. Speaking of 2 thousandths of a second, that's all it took for Leo to light that big bad red bulb. And Zinda's day is done, 943 miles an hour. So it'll be Porter and Spore. After Leo goes red. And then runs a 992.5 at 164 miles an hour. Corn and Kenny Bowers, green lights a pair. Here we go. Bowers, the advanced chassis, 57 Corvette, hustling. Ooh, we got problems. Bob Kokorin car slowing on the top end. Bowers looking over his shoulder. Next. Again, we need our Prodex. Schmidt, Top Sportsman cars. To the lanes, please. And Cop Eliminator needs you. To the staging lanes as well. Zach running left side. Brian Funderburk right. 1090 goes up on the scoreboard now. This is time for our Super Street shootout to take place. Presented by Mosier Engineering. Brought to you by Draw and Racers for Christ. Funderburk, all the way from Alabama. Qualified with a 907. Qualified with a 903. Funderburk's Little Vega. Not going to give him the run he wanted. 1098 at 131. 1095, Zach running gets the win. 1095.5 down at the other end of the racetrack. The first of our final 4 contestants now has been determined. Jerry Rosenmeyer, Jeremy Shull. Jerry and Jeremy. Jeremy in the Chevy 2. Jerry in the Camaro. Again, Cop Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes as well. Comp Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Road course or oval track. Staging lanes. There is no road course. I know that. Big time launch. Jeremy out of the gate and running. I don't know what Jerry Rosenmeyer was thinking about, talking about, looking at. Certainly one race. He runs 10.91 at 139 and comes up short to Jeremy. 11 flat at 127 miles an hour. So it'll be Shell to run in the semifinals. Scott Sattler and Matt Ball. The truck off and running. Sattler there in the left lane, the little Malibu. Out of Ohio, can he track him down? No, 1092 beats a 1097. 46 thousandths of a second. Matt Ball gets the win in the truck finals. Our final pair, Michelle Furr and Chris Runnels, another one of our trucks. Very clean, very nice little 2000 Chevrolet S10. Runner out of Tennessee on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Runnels qualified with a 10.907, 10.904. Red light by a thousandth of a second. Michelle gets the automatic win. She'll go to the final four in our shootout with a 10.95 lap at 130 miles an hour. So Runnels goes red by a thou. Michelle goes green by 13 thousandths of a second. It'll be Ball and Furr on the next pair. Running and Shell. Super Cop comes up. Justin Mosier. Bob Pro. 900 to a 903 in qualifying. Bros had the better car for the Terre Haute-based runner here on the Jegs side of the racetrack. Justin Mosier there in the left lane, the Mosier Engineering Team car. Qualified with a 903. Green lights a pair. Here we go. Rose was 001, runs an 891 to get the win at 166 miles an hour. Justin 893 at 175. Scott Lamar qualified with an 8.904. Devin Eisenhower, the youngster, 19 years young, out of Indiana on the right side, qualified with an 8.901. Gets to come back and take on that 001 Pros, and it's going to be Eisenhower. Lamar lights the red bulb, 18 thousandths of a second. Too quick out of the gate. Eisenhower Motors through with an 8.93.0. Just about through. Round number one. Got a couple of pairs to go in our super shootout pairing. Top Sportsman and Comp Eliminator. You should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman in the long lanes. Over in the pits, Comp Eliminator. Leads you to the staging lanes in the oval track, please. Tony Helms and Dave Dollum. Dave over on the right side. Consultant out of Tremont, Illinois. Another one of our 8,900 qualifiers. Tony out of Georgia. There in the left lane, the Budweiser side of the track here at Beech Bend. 893 beats an 893. A little bit better out of the gate was Dave. Winner at the stripe by 5 thousandths of a second. Dave Dollum. 893.5. He'll move on to the semifinals. See him come back here in just a little bit. Megan Straswag and Michael Shelton. Final pair. If Megan can hang on with the RacingRVs.com entry for the now college student right here in Bowling Green, Kentucky, over at Western Kentucky University. Michael out of New Carlisle coming down to McIlvain. Mickey Thompson. Team car there on the left-hand side. 893 beats an 889.6. Got there 13 thousandths too quick. Or took the stripe by 13 thousandths. Breaks out by 4 of them. 893.3 Shelton. So we'll have an 893.3 taking on an 893.5 in the semifinals. So it'll be Shelton, Dahlem, Pros, and Eisenhower. Semifinalists in Super Comp, they'll be back shortly. Right now, it's top sportsman time as they come out of the staging area and get ready to make their way down track. Rick Corn. Mario Bosch going to lead us off. 540 cubic inches of blown Chevrolet in the Pontiac Grand Am. 738 cubic inches of Hemi-fied Dodge Avenger there on the left-hand side. First pair of cars in our Brodix Steve Schmidt top sportsman field. Near the floor whine and pump on that gas burning Grand Am. Jones Belt Pontiac Grand Am, Doucette powered plant underneath the hood. Born out of Paducah, Kentucky. Down runner. Great take on the runner out of Louisiana here on the right-hand side. Looks like we're going to go 0 for 2 on this pair. 693, 200 miles an hour by Rick Corn. Guess we're not going to go 0 for 2. 923, 93 miles an hour by Bosch. Drifting a little out of the groove. Posting now to the other end of the racetrack. Tim Irwin up the Mosier Engineering. Chevy Lumina there on the left-hand side, and Marco Abruzzi. Well, Marco up just a little bit earlier in his top dragster. The reigning world champ, big number 1 on the side of the car. In the dragster category. Transmission whiz kid out of Warren, Ohio. Over on the right-hand side, got the bottle-fed 706 cubic inch combination, just like Tim Irwin does. In the Mosier Engineering Chevy Lumina. .690, 201 miles an hour by Marco. 706. 191 by Mosier. So Marco steps up with that 690 lap. Cruises on into the number 1 spot for now. Andy Horn and Tony Fagnelli. Tony, your final round contestant here a year ago. Only taking a Pontiac to the winner's circle last year at this event. Jerry Barker duking it out in the final round. Andy Horn, scale master out of Ohio. Kind of make me think he works for somebody like Toledo Scale. Make sure all the truck scales and shop scales are set for correct measurements. Different businesses that have to have such items. Andy wheeling and dealing the 645 cubic inch Ford powered Mustang there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. In the right lane. Get a full pull out of it. Looking pretty good so far. Top end 6.906, 200 miles an hour by Tony. How about Andy Horn? No. Mustang goes through 6.663 at 204. So not that much difference in speed, but almost 3 full tenths quicker going down the racetrack. That's a bunch. Rick Bowman, runner out of Iowa, the retired Harley Davidson dealer. Wheeling his first generation Camaro body style. Got another big motor with nitrous bottle assist from Tim Mulder. The G&M attachments, TRM, Ohio-based. First generation Chevrolet Camaro here on the right-hand side. Everybody purging the nitrous system. Getting the pressure down to where it's supposed to be. Making sure we've got good clean up to the ports. More importantly, the pressure where they want it. Be number 1, 665 or better. I'll guarantee you it's out there. 662, 208 miles an hour. Told you it was out there. 690, 203 miles per. Tim Molnar steps up to the number 1 spot. Number 4, ye of little faith. Jeff Sexton and Tim Wise rolling up next. Tim, number 7 in the world there on the left-hand side. Sexton on the right-hand lane. The Sexton's Automotive Chevy Cavalier. A little bit smaller combination, but yet still using the nitrous bottle. Runs out of the Performance Clinic, does Sexton here on the right side. Wise out of Cardington, Ohio, a pizza shop owner. Wonder if they promise speedy delivery. 615 cubic inch powered 2012 Mustang, they ought to. Speaking of pizza, I need a Major Magic's pizza. I haven't had one yet either, I just need one. But Bobby's not here this weekend, so I don't know what we're going to do. .702 and 704. 702 and 194 for Tim Wise. 704 and 190 for Jeff Sexton. So number 7 in the world last year, Tim Wise goes into the number 7 spot for now. Sexton slides into the number 8 spot right behind him. Paul Robeson, your South Carolina runner, wheeling his 66 Chevy too. Johnny Taylor out of Naples, Florida. 99 Dodge Dakota. What do you do with an ex-Pro Stock truck? Put a 632 cubic inch big motor in it. Dump a little bit of nitrous oxide at it and go top sportsman racing. That's what you do with it. Taylor on the right side. Robeson in the left lane. Top Sportsman qualifying number 1. Coming at us. There goes the Chevy 2. Taylor's truck was like, nope, I'm not going anywhere right now. Robeson 678, 205 miles an hour. Taylor's like, I don't know what's wrong, but it's not going anywhere. So let me get out of the groove just in case I've got anything going on. And we appreciate John doing that just in case there is anything going on. I don't think so. Didn't see anything happen. Didn't see anything go poof or boom or flash of flame or nothing. So we'll send the crew down, check out Mr. Taylor's truck, see what we can do to resume. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes. Competition Eliminator. Staging lanes, please. Well, we get John Taylor's truck off the top end and also have to give a little assistance to the Chevy 2 down there as he went a little past the last turnoff. So hold on and bear with us just a moment. We'll finish up this session of Top Sportsman, and we'll go into Comp Eliminator. So we will do this session of Top Sportsman. We will run our semifinals of our Super Shootout. Again, Top Sportsman, then Comp Eliminator. Semifinals in our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp Shootout. Give our Mosier Sportsman Shootout. contestants their 8th mile time run. Cleanup session that shouldn't take too long, and then we'll be into our finals. Thank everybody for your patience today. A couple of incidents that required a little bit of time to get taken care of. Like a little bit deeper into the evening than what we originally anticipated. Bob Irby and Jerry Albert, last year's runner-up, coming at you. $699 by Albert in the Jegs and Abruzzi Chevrolet Camaro. 196 miles per. Irby goes to 698. 206 miles an hour. Irby slides to number 8. Albert slides into the number 9 spot. We continue on. Jeff Barker, number 1 in the world last year. Mick Snyder. Power Source Transportation 63 Corvette. Mick's been number 1 qualifier. Couple of events. Blown Hemi-fied Chevrolet Corvette on the right-hand side. Jeff Barker, of course, your first ever national champion in the top sportsman category. They're out of Georgia. The Chevy Cobalt there on the left-hand side. Mick goes through 630, 225 miles an hour. 658 by Barker, 211 miles per. Say hi to your new number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. 630 for the Corvette, 658 for the Cobalt. Mick's number 1. Jeffrey's number 2. Tim Molnar and Andy Horn just got bumped back to number 3 and number 4. Greg Kaufman rolls in alongside Don O'Neill, the dragstersforsale.com team machine. Don coming off the win in St. Louis just a few short weeks back. Big win for Don, emotional win for Don and the gang. VP Fuels, VP Additives, Chevrolet Monte Carlo, and Kaufman wheeling his Olds Cutlass. Pro stock style. 7 Olds Cutlass bodied machine. Kaufman there on the left hand. Don goes through 686, 196 miles an hour, 691. 199 for Kaufman, Don up to the number 6 spot. Kaufman into the number 10 position. Nice lap there for Don O'Neill. Justin Souders on the right-hand side, the runner out of Louisville, and Jimmy Fallon out of Ohio. 3 Corvette there in the left lane, 632 cubic inch combination machine. 682, 201 for Souders here on the right-hand side. The Jegs Lane runner, 690 by Jimmy. So Souders jumps right in front of Don O'Neill, 686 with that 682. Fallon jumps right in front of Rick Bowman's 690 with the 6 with his own 6903. Sandy Wilkins rolls in now. The runner out at North Carolina. Sandy coming off a win already this year. Snyder number 1, Jeff Barker number 2, 19 cars down track so far. Sandy and Todd Ewing going to make it interesting as the engine builder. Bones coming up on the right-hand side, wheeling the Chevrolet Camaro. All right, attention in the pits, please. Heads up in the pits. Need our draw on Racers for Christ Super Shootout semifinalists. Back to the lanes, please. Our draw on Racers for Christ semifinalists, Super Shootout semifinalists. Need you back to the lanes, please. Driver 7 spot, Sandy Wilkins takes that Chevrolet Camaro through to a 6.667. That's good for number 5. Gotta tell you, sportsman competitors here this evening really throwing down some numbers at everybody. Glenn Butcher, John Hochstetler. Hochstetler out of Michigan. Dodge Stratus up there on the left-hand side. Butcher out of Ohio on the right-hand lane. Butcher wheeling and dealing the big motored Camaro. Hochstetler wheeling and dealing the big motored Mopar, the Dodge Stratus. Nice laps going down by virtually every one of our top sportsman contestants. We have had 21 cars, and out of the 21, all but 4 of them have been locked into that 6-second zone. A little bit of a wig, a little bit of a wag for Butcher. He still goes through 660. 208 miles an hour, 694, 199 for Hochstetler. Hochstetler goes into the number 17 spot. Butcher rides that run all the way up to number 3. Vince Nannini and Eric Burnett get ready to roll in next. Nannini out of Lake Bluff, Illinois. VRN Chassis Shop, owner and operator. Burnett out of Indiana. Wheeling is Chevrolet Cavalier over here on the right-hand side. You need our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Draw on Racers for Christ, shootout semifinalists. Back to the lanes, please. Nannini on the left. One of the early model old Cutlass bodied machines. Burnett here on the right, one of the later model Chevy Cavalier body. Turbo car for Eric brings it up on the spool, goes 637, 223. 692 at 197 miles an hour by Nanini. And jumps up to the number 2 spot. Hey, Jeff Barker. Hey, Glenn Butcher. Hey, Tim Molden. You all need to take a step back. Nanini now slides into that number 17 position. Now have 25 cars down the racetrack and 21 of them in the 6-second zone. Travis Argabright out of Brandenburg, Kentucky. Travis up with the Grand Am. Mark McDonald, the dragstersforsale.com team runner. Mark's already been to a couple of final rounds this year with that Mustang. Taking the win down in Bristol, getting the runner-up spot up in Joliet. I'm telling you, 658, 213 by Argabright, 675, 201 by McDonald. The dragstersforsale.com team car up to the number 9 spot. Argabright into the number 3 position. And I continue to be impressed. Mike Crick and Aaron Glazer get ready to come at us now. Aaron's got problems here. The Firebird bodied entry seems to be having some challenges. Crick up in the Roadrunner. So it'll look like they'll push Aaron Glazer's machine off and out of the way. Crick in the Roadrunner, 655 cubic inches of Mopar. Put this puppy into the 6 seconds. Not going that way. Wow, that car went left and he straightened it out, stayed with it. Still runs 772. 170 miles an hour. Aaron's got problems with his Firebird here on the right-hand side. So while they work on the Firebird to get it to move, looks like it may be locked up there. Bob Wright, meanwhile, will make his run with his Chevy Cobalt there on the left-hand side. Bob Wright's going to take his Cobalt and hustle right on down the racetrack. Another 6-second lap, 672. 205 miles an hour for him. Out of Cynthiana, right up the road here in Kentucky. .526 cubic inch pro-charged Hemi, and it looks like Lester may be having some issues. So we're giving accolades to everybody for all the performance numbers out of our cars this evening. Glazer's got problems. Lester's got problems. Looks like our final cars may be coming up offers. For Super Gas and Super Comp. Semi-finalists, back to the lanes, please. Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Semi-finalists, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Comp Eliminator getting ready to come up next. All right, call's going to go out now for our Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Contestants, need you to the staging lanes, please. Our Division 3 Moser Sportsman Shootout. You need your time trial run on the 8th mile. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Looks like you got a little cleanup to take care of there on the Budweiser side of the racetrack, so we'll get that addressed before we get our competition eliminator runners up and down the racetrack for their qualifying session. Looks like our semifinalists in Super Street making their way around the corner. Our semifinalists in Super Gas and Super Comp will be doing likewise. Our Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants, we need you to the lanes now, please, for your 8th mile time run. Looks like a little drag from the tractor going down now to put a little bit more, stick them down a little nicer, and we'll get ready to go with Comp Eliminator round number 1 of qualifying. Of course, this weekend we also feature the special race within a race for our 4 top qualifiers in Comp Eliminator action. Throughout the season, as we have accumulated points for our 4 strongest or 4 top points earners, I guess I should say. Spitzer Race Cars, Indy Gear, Comp Eliminator Shootout. Our final 4 contestants of our Comp Eliminator racers running for the Jerry Arnold Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund as well. Additional funds for qualifying, coming from numerous of sponsors here in the Comp Eliminator world. T&E, Liberty Gears, Brow Bell Housing, just to name some of those involved. Always a pleasure to work with the comp field. Love Comp Eliminator. To me, it harkens back to the early days, if you will, of NHRA drag racing. Well, it's basically, if you got the parts and pieces, put them all together, make a race car out of it, and we'll find a category for you somewhere. Big V8s, little V8s, 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, inline 6s, V6s, trucks, cars, roadsters, dragsters, altereds, front engine, rear engine, fabricated race cars converted from factory-built machines. Hey, that's our first pair. Wayne Hutton coming up out of Portland, Tennessee. De-altered Chevy Cobalt, a race car fabricated in a race car shop. A nicely done job at that as Wayne's machine, a Best Engineered Award winner. But literally a carbon fiber body built on top or sitting on top of a chromoly fabricated chassis. Larry Pritchett, meanwhile, there on the left-hand side of the racetrack for Larry, Eunice, and the rest of the gang. There's a Pontiac Sunfire that came off an assembly line at a GM assembly plant. Converted to rear-wheel drive, small block stuck into the engine compartment. It's a heavy oversimplification, but you get the idea. It was modified from its factory beginnings in a race car shop, but it's not a ground-up build like the Cobalt alongside of it is. Pritchett's A Super Modified runs against an 845 index. Wayne Hutton's De-Altered runs against an 835 index. Comp Eliminator, for those of you maybe not attuned, we qualify by how low you go against your respective index. 50 under is good. 60 under is better. 70 under. Whoa, hang on, Larry. Pritchett's machine does an Alaman left and heads towards that left-hand wall. Years of experience in being behind the wheel kept Larry from going into the wall. Meanwhile, Wayne Hutton shuts it off and coasts down track with a 993. 87-mile-an-hour lap. So problems for Wayne. He was 008 on the tree. Larry was 004 on the tree. But Pritchett's car, came off the starting line and went left. And all of a sudden, Larry was looking at a whole lot of white guard wall rather than a whole lot of black racetrack out in front of him. So Larry headed back to the pits. Get ready for qualifying session number 2 tomorrow. Jason Cohen coming up. The G Econo altered, little 190 cubic inch Chevrolet for the Cohen Engineering gang. The little 32 Bantam-bodied machine. And Scott Shamness out of Illinois, the Spitzer chassis B dragster, will be alongside in the Budweiser lane. Cubic inch, another Spitzer belt race subjected to a couple of nasty storm fronts that have gone through of late. Jason's little G Econo altered power plant, 190 cubic inches. 883 the index for Jason, 727 the index for Scott, 50 under for Scott, put him down in that 670 zone. Jason be down in the 830 zone. Get an idea of where they'd like to be, respectively. Dragster working his way through the gears, shuts it off long before he gets there. 710 at 144. How about Cohen? 821, 156. Frameworks chassis machine with that 4-cylinder Honda is a work in progress. Cyberneck, Information Technologies Administrator. Brian, one of those guys you like to classify as a thinker, constantly looking to step up and improve. Working on a power plant and a combination unique to him, insofar as the fact that there aren't other 4-cylinder Honda dragsters out there. We know it. .826 by Stufflebeam, good lap. Cyberneck Motors through 877, right on the index. Stufflebeam runs 826, 792. The driver getting under their respective indexes. So Cohen still leading the pack. Shamness still number 2, making some runs yesterday during our test and tune session. And all of a sudden, 8 miles, 188 miles an hour. Rampy at 64 under. That's good for 1. Cohen goes to number 2. Jim Kimbrough slides into the number 3 spot now. Danny Holtz, C Econo altered, up on the left-hand side. And Rick Brown, one of our contestants in our comp eliminator shootout tomorrow. Quick 4 brought to you by the race cars. Rick Brown and Greg Camplain, Steve Ambrose. Where you going, Rick? Likely the minute 8:31 comes up at 161 miles an hour. 27 by Danny Holt at $1.63 for speed. 56 under, that's good for number 4. 42 under by Danny, that's good for number 5. Right down our qualifying sheet. Mike Farrell's B Street Roadster. For Mike and his dad, CJ, longtime campaigners here in Division III competition. Ryan Brown. Coming off a couple of number 1 qualifying efforts. Last 2 events, St. Louis and Columbus. Boys over at Black Arrow Engineering. Really put together a nice little V6 combination for Brown. 4.3 Chevy V6 like you'd find in a older model Chevy Trailblazer or Chevy Astro van, Chevy truck for that matter. A V8 Chevy small block V8 minus 2 cylinders. Mike Farrell's up. He's got that small block combination. In that gorgeous 34 Chevy B Street Roadster car. Up there for him. Mike Farrell's B Street Roadster here in the left lane. So another good contestant. Through the gearbox, keeping it right in that range. 717, 184 by Brow, 785 by Farrell. Brian goes 68 under the index for that number 1 qualifying spot. Farrell slides into the number 6 spot. Steve Ambrose, Greg Camplain. Here's a couple of our competitors from tomorrow's Spitzer race car Indy Gear Shootout, the 6-cylinder Ford power plant, inline 6, 300 cubic inch combination. For Ambrose, J Altered Automatic, and Greg Camplain's B Econo Dragster. Greg having a very nice year. The Mount Comfort RV entry machine there on the left-hand side out of Brownsburg. Saw Judy and Greg last night on the way over to the barbecue. Spitzer chassis machine. Good race tomorrow. Hustling Motors through 53. 698, 184 by Camplain. Steve going 49 under the index. It's good for Robert Bailey. Bailey, a past winner of our Comp Eliminator Shootout. Won it last year. Absolutely correct. Judy out backing him up is a dragster automatic. The Schmidt Racing powered machine, going transmission car. 500 cubic inch combination for Bailey. Alan Wilson. D Supermod automatic. A very good little race car. Alan picked up after the race in Joliet earlier this year. Finally getting the car to settle down a little bit. Learning how to tune and adjust the car. Phil Unruh, former owner of it, helping him out in points races and compete. Robert Bailey's big 500 cubic inch dragster hustling right on down track. 660, 204 miles per. 905, 138 by Alan Wilson. Bailey goes 660, that's 56 under, that's number 7. Wilson goes 905, but more than that before they're going to get where they want to be. Ginny Treadwell and Dick Maris roll in. Another Howard 6-cylinder machine, this time in a dragster. Ginny Treadwell out of Florida. Treadwell's Nursery. Small block combination, little C dragster automatic entry. They're on the left-hand side, the Budweiser lane. Be interesting right now to be able to look on D3 TV and see who amongst our listeners are comp eliminator racers. Got to tell you guys, the atmospheric conditions here in Bowling Green this weekend are not prime time. We're seeing some pretty good runs. Got a lot of humidity in the air. Jenny on the right-hand side, Nick to the left lane. Six-cylinder Ford just a singing going down the racetrack. 846, 153 for Jenny. 708, 188 for Dick Maris. C-Motors on down the racetrack to a 51 under lap. Jenny's at 46 under. Brian Brow still leading the pack. David Rampy 2. Jason Cohen in his little G kind of altered there in the number 3 spot. Jimmy Kimbrough 4. Rick Brown's truck 5. Mike Farrell's Roadster 6. Mr. Bailey and Judy, number 7 with the dragster. Greg Camplain 8. Maris slides into the number 9 spot. He's had 18 cars down track so far. Glenn Treadwell rolls in now. His 6-cylinder Chevrolet powered entry. Treadwell, the nursery owner and operator at Treadwell Nursery down in Florida. 6-cylinder Chevrolet like you'd find in a late model Chevy Trailblazer. All aluminum power plant. Todd France, D Supermod automatic entry. Todd Wheeler, D Supermod automatic car. 321 small motored combination for the auto body shop painter out of Louisville. Making a short toe down to race here this weekend. Treadwell, a little bit longer toe coming up from Florida. Understand, Glenn called yesterday, wanted to make sure he could get in. Just pulled the engine off the dyno, said, I'm coming, make room for me. Treadwell, 789, 163 miles an hour, 932 by Todd. Shutting it off before he got to the other end of the racetrack. Treadwell up to the number 3 spot, 62 under the index. So it's Brow, Rampy, Treadwell. Cohen, Kimbrough, Brown, Farrell, Bailey, Camplain, and Dick Maris. Your top 10. France slides into the number 18 spot. Troy Galbraith rolls up his B Dragster automatic. He will be part of our competition. Troy finished number 7 in the world a year ago. And on a pretty good run this year as well. Doing quite well up in Joliet. About 6 weeks ago or so. Right out in Indianapolis. Strong run, a little 46. In our Super Streak Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering, brought to you by Drag Racing Association of Women and Racers for Christ. .1090's up on the board. One of them's going to go to the final round. Question is it going to be Michelle in the Camaro? Is it going to be Matt in the 12? Green lights spare. Here we go. This should be fun. Out of the gate with virtually identical reaction times. One light's going to go to ball. 10.902 beats a 10.91.5 by 12 thousandths of a second. So Matt Ball is 10.92 in the last round, runs 10.90 with a 2 in this round. Goes to the finals of our Super Street Shootout. Now is he going to run Jeremy Shells? Little 64 Chevy 2s. They're going to run Zach Running's Pontiac Firebird. As they say down south, we're fixing to find out. Because here we go. Big wheels up launch for Zach. Don't know if that's exactly what he was looking for. Working his way down track. Out of the gate first with Shell. Gets the win. 1093.3 beats a 1093.2. Whole shot win for the runner out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. That 396 powered, first generation Chevy Deuce. Super Gas semifinals coming at us now. Kenny Bowers, advanced chassis car out of Ohio. And Childs, the 33 Ford, also coming down from the Buckeye State. 990's up on the scoreboard. Childs with a 9.904 in that last round. Bowers able to get around a shutting off Bob Kokorin. Bowers wasn't really tested. Childs seems to be a little bit better on the game plan. Childs at the wheel of that Ford gets the win. 9.902. Went 9.904 in the opening round. I'd say he's got that hot rod dialed. 2 laps back to back within 0.02 of a second. 987 at 162. Bowers tried to track him down, just couldn't quite do it. So it'll be Childs taking on either Craig Porter's Ford Mustang or Jerry Spore's Ford Mustang. And we know it's going to be Ford Chevrolet in that final round. Spore on the right side, the 82 edition. Craig Porter in the left lane, the 93 edition. Wow, Craig Porter, dead laid out of the gate, gets Christmas wrapped up and handed to him. 993 at 131. 989.3. Jerry Spore was holding a couple of hun going by the Christmas tree. Got down there, took the stripe by a train length, if you will, and breaks out by 0.07 of a second. So Porter, looking at Christmas coming a little bit early. Going to the final round in our Super Gas Shootout. Bob Pros, Devin Eisenhower getting ready to come at us next. Pros on the right side, Eisenhower on the left lane. 19-year-old youngster, left-hand side, the Budweiser lane. Bob Pros over here on the right side, the Jegs lane. American chassis hot rods, a couple of big block Chevrolets. Rose got his opening round win with an 8.91 lap over Justin Mosier's car. There with an 8.90 for redlining Scott Lamar. The kid trying to tack it on him on the starting line. Womp womp gets the win. 8.903, 17 on the tree. Had a nice 20 package, did Devin. 8.888 by Pros, but that's a bit much. So Eisenhower goes to the final round. 20 thou package. Dead on 3. Now, who's Devin going to run? Is it going to be Michael Shelton? It's going to be Dave Dahlem. Dahlem on the right side, out of Illinois. Shelton out of Ohio, there in the Budweiser lane. 892. It'll be Shelton at 162 2/1000ths of a second down at the finish line. Over at better leaving, Dave Dahlem. Dahlem had the light, gave away the stripe by 2/1000ths of a second. And at 892.5, puts Michael Shelton into the final round of our draw. Racers for Christ, Super Shootout for Super Comp. So it's Shelton and Eisenhower coming back in just a bit to do battle in Super Comp. Our Mosier Sportsman Shootout, Division III competition. The Mosier Sportsman Shootout contested just a few of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series division. Like a cleanup run in stock eliminator. Brian Rogers making his lap down track, 1073 at 122. Nick Morris and Brett Spear getting their second run in. Brett on the left-hand side. Nick Morris got here late today, made one lap, went 994. Putting that car on the bumper. Finally getting it to settle back down. Meanwhile, Nick Morris taking the Mustang through 990, 121, did 46, 101 for Brett Spear. And making a run down track. Wheeling and dealing the Chevrolet Camaro on a cleanup run. He motors through 1021, 116 miles an hour. Vince Damrow working his way down track. The youngster at the wheel of the Super Gas Camaro. Motors on through 10:04 at 142. Scotty Reinshield and Kelly Sperry. Cleanup runs now for Super Street. Scotty goes through 10:78 at 146 on his cleanup run. Kelly Sperry 10:91, 134 miles an hour. Ricky Ship up in his Chevy 2. First lap down the racetrack for Ricky today. Big clock 70 to over. Ricky makes it through 10:82, 145 miles an hour. And I do believe we're going to roll now into our time runs for our Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants. This will pit our stock, super stock, super gas, super street, super comp, top dragster, top sportsman competitors. They qualified by earning points at the races since this event last year. It gives them a chance to come out now and on a special program set up by Bob Brockmeyer and Compulate, able to run and compete against each other going down the racetrack. The super gas car getting the handicap start that you would expect against a super comp car. In this case, Mia Tedesco, Troy Coughlin. Now, these are time trials, and we run the Sportsman Shootout on the 8th mile. Be virtually side by side. We'll run to the 8th mile right there. Get their numbers and their runs. 689, 122 for Mia. 618 at 139 for Troy. Leo Zinda and Craig Meyer. Super gas car for Leo. Super street combination for Craig. Meyer at wheeling and dealing that 62 Plymouth Fury. 500 cubic inch Mopar combination. With the wheel of his Chevy Cavalier Z24 out of Michigan. .747 by Craig. Leo's got problems leaving before the tree's even activated. He'll coast on through. Of course, he's also got his time slips from earlier today when he made his runs in his super gas category. Jacob Elrod up next, your Jacob, your reigning national super gas champion. The wheel of his Mosier. A Bruisey. K&N and Hoosier. Team car. Andy Napier out of Pataskala. Working the Little Vega through. 694, 133 by Jacob. 736, 107 miles an hour. 001 reaction times red for both of them. Mark McDonald up now, the dragstersforsale.com. Team car. Top sportsman entry alongside Phil Smiata's Super Cup. American Race Cars entry. In our 16 car. Mosier Sportsman Shootout. This is a time run as we get ready to run their race within a race tomorrow. Lots of activities going on here this weekend. The Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Oh, hang on there, Marky. 434, 164, 616 at 140 by Phil. Alex Miller up now, a super street contestant. And a pass. Ernie Neal getting a cleanup run down the racetrack. We need our Super Street finalist, our Super Gas finalist. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Need our finalists back to the round number one of our. It'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I understand, from the boss man in charge. Scotty Richardson up now, new factory stock A machine. Cobra Jet Mustang just got finished up here not too long ago. Scotty getting ready to make first run down the racetrack with the car, getting some test laps in for some boys down in Texas. .25 at 142 miles an hour for Scotty. Brian Merkel rolls up the Napa Auto Parts. Axe Auto Parts machine. Looking for our Super Gas finalists, Childs and Porter. Looking for our Super Street finalists, Ball and Shell. Gentlemen, if you would please, need you back to the lanes. Final rounds in our Drawn Racers for Christ Super Shootout. For our quick 8 cars. Again, need our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Finalists back to the lanes, please. Super Street, Super Gas, and for Christ, Super Shootout finalists. Need you back to the lanes, please, boys and girls. While we have a quiet moment or three, would like to once again let everybody. Again, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Looking for 6 cars. Got cap on day number 1. The final race of the year here in 2016. Our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series competition. Again, Ball and Shell in Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Childs and Porter in Super Gas. And Shelton and Eisenhower in Super Comp. For those of you that have not yet seen a schedule for tomorrow, Super Street, you will be out at 8 a.m. That means we'll be calling you about 7:30 to take us up to about the 10 o'clock time slot. It'll be Super Stock for your final qualifier. Round number 2 of our Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Then Super Comp, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman Competition Eliminator qualifying. Semi-final Super Late. We need you to lanes, please. Alrighty now, final round time on our draw Racers for Christ Super Street Shootout. Matt Ball, Jeremy Shell, 1090's up on the scoreboards. The 406 powered Chevy S10. Chevy, Cocoa Pop, Chevy Pop. Rides a pair, here we go. Making that big block Chevy 2 work hard for him. It's a little wiggle out there about the 300-foot mark. Keeps the foot planted towards the end stripe. Gets the win. 10-900. 10-9-0-0. Matt Ball runs dead on the money, honey. But is dead laid out of the gate compared to Shell's 18,000th reaction time. The bonus money. In the draw on Racers for Christ Super Street Shoot out. Super Gas comes up next. Craig Porter, Silver Springs, Maryland. And Childs out of Van Wert, Ohio. And an all Ford Super Gas. Final round. 503 Ford. 350. Red light, good night for Dan. Craig Porter, runner out of Silver Springs, Maryland, runs dead on with a 3 to get the win at 143 miles an hour. Childs lights the red light bulb by 10 thousandths of a second. Final pair, final cars of the day. Young Devin Eisenhower on the right-hand side. Michael Shelton there in the left-hand lane. Jesse Builder out of McIlvain Race Car. Eisenhower, the student, out of Indiana on the right-hand side. Pretty good matchup leaving the starting line. Shelton right side. Eisenhower right side. Shelton left lane. Shelton gets the win. 888 beats an 887 on the double breakout run. So Michael Shelton, McIlvain Race Cars, Mickey Thompson Tires, gets the win in Super Comp. And that, boys and girls, puts a wrap on day number 1. Super Street, you will be on track at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Weens will be calling you about 7:30 in the a.m. Stalkers, you will follow. Super Gas will follow that, and then round one of our Mosier Sportsman Shootout competition.